One Madeline, the best part of my job is being in charge of entitled men who think they're better than me because they have a dick. The rest of it, the hustle and bustle, the creative outlet for the recipes that come to me in the middle of the night, the breakneck pace is nice, too. But having the power of an executive chef, that's something I've worked hard for. After constantly being overlooked for positions I wanted because the job went to a man less qualified than me, I landed the executive chef role at Carved, a Michelin star steakhouse in the heart of Las Vegas. That was 3 years ago, and I've never loved cooking more. The kitchen is where I belong. It's me and food, and it's the longest, healthiest, happiest relationship I've ever had. Hey, Andre. I smile at my favorite line cook and set my notebook and pen on the prep station. How are we looking for tonight? What do you think? Andre raises a brow as he sharpens the knife he's holding. He lifts his chin to the stacked containers, the ones I can see from here labeled heritage carrots and confit garlic, and I nod. It's going to be a long day. Yeah, stupid question. We're always busy. He turns the handle and carefully inspects the blade before putting it back in the block against the wall. Jard wants to see you in his office before we get started. Did he say what it was about? Nope, vague as always. He shrugs and moves to a paring knife. Good luck. Thanks. I head for my kitchen manager's office, nervous. It's rare he asks to see anyone before our night starts. His management style has always been hands-off, and knowing he's here hours before we open the doors to a waitlist a mile long concerns me. I knock on his door and rock back on my heels. I make a list of the half-dozen things I need to accomplish while I wait for him to answer. I have to track down the fresh spinach we got in yesterday, take our new runners through proper dish placement and presentation, assist with prep, which also means checking to make sure we have enough heavy cream for a large batch of peppercorn sauce. Steaks are our signature dish, and if I can avoid 86ing yet another item off our menu tonight, I damn well will. There's too much to do, and a quick glance at my watch tells me time is slipping away. Carved is one of the hottest spots in the city. Our diners are high-profile athletes, celebrities, and millionaires in town to watch UFC fights and F1 races. I put everything I have into an innovative menu that changes weekly and draws a crowd. I spend hours experimenting with flavors and technique. I pride myself on learning and evolving as a chef, which is why I'm hesitant to find out why my boss wants to speak to me. As a meticulous planner and overachiever, being told I've done something wrong will be enough to send me spiraling before service. Come in, Jard finally yells, and I throw the door open with a smile. Hey, Jard, good to see you. I stretch my smile wide, hoping it doesn't look as forced as it feels. Andre mentioned you wanted to chat before I got everyone together to go over tonight's menu, I ask. He motions to the chairs in front of his desk. Take a seat. I perch on the edge of one and discreetly check the time again. I don't want the team to think I'm leaving it to them to pick up my slack. What's up? I have some news. Is it good news or bad news? He drums his fingers on his desk and my nerves amp up. I hate drawing things out, so I'm going to cut to the chase. The restaurant is being sold. The new owners are bringing in a lineup of chefs and runners. Hell, that is definitely not good news. Sold, I repeat. Our profit margins are through the roof. Almost every culinary magazine has featured us in positive write-ups. Why would they? It happens a lot in this business. You know how high turnover is. Someone has an idea they want to try out and it's successful for 2 weeks before going up in smoke. This management company has been snatching up dozens of restaurants in the city, and they chose Carved as their next project. They're going to turn it into a tapas lounge. Tapas. That's not even a full plate of food. It's not my call. When does it go into effect? Immediately. Don't bother with dinner. They're bringing in their folks to handle the crowd tonight before shutting down for a week to repurpose the menu, Jard says. The menu I've spent countless hours on. The menu I've poured my heart and soul into. It wasn't good enough. I'm not good enough, and that's a terrifying revelation. My hands shake and I take a breath through my nose. I want to cry, but I learned a long time ago that getting emotional won't fix the problem in front of me. Jard throws out words like investment opportunity and new ideas, and a million thoughts race through my head. How am I going to pay for my daughter, Lucy, to go to school? How am I going to afford rent, my car payment, and Christmas gifts in a few months? I'm not rich by any means, but I know I'm lucky compared to others. My low six-figure salary lets us get by comfortably. It lets me pay the bills and gives me a chance to set aside money each month for Lucy's college fund. Losing that is going to upend everything I've worked so hard for, and that's what hurts the most. Okay. I stand and head for the door, wanting nothing more than to escape to a place where I can be weak for a minute, where I can cry and be mad. My chest hurts, my eyes burn, and I hold back the sob working its way up my throat. Thank you for letting me know, Jard. Madeline, he says. You'll find something. In a cutthroat industry where job openings on a similar compensation scale don't appear out of thin air, I'm not hopeful, but I smile anyway. I lift my shoulders in a what can you do kind of way and nod. If you hear of anything, let me know, I say, closing the door to his office with an aggressive slam. My empathetic side tells me to head back to the kitchen and spend a few minutes with the people I enjoy working with, but I refuse to be the one to break the news about our impending unemployment. Instead, I grab my purse and slip out the back exit to the employee parking lot, grateful for a moment alone. The dry afternoon heat greets me, and it's a hug I've come to tolerate after so many years of living here. When I first moved to Vegas, I complained about the never-ending summer. I missed cycling through 4 seasons, leaves falling in autumn and snow on Christmas Day back in Ohio. The warmth is a comfort now, and after that news, I need all the comfort I can get. I climb in my car and start the drive to my parents' house 10 minutes away from the Strip. I grip the steering wheel tightly while an old country song croons from the speakers of my Hyundai. George Strait helps ease the sting of losing something I love, something I'm good at, but not by much. When you're a single parent who needs to provide for her child, you don't have time to wallow. You don't have the opportunity to beat yourself up or stew over what you could have done differently. You have to put on your big girl pants, plaster on a fake smile, and figure out a way to get things done. By the time I cut the engine, my mind is working in overdrive. I'm thinking of the contacts I have in the city who might know of any openings. I'm revamping my resume and wondering if I have any business casual clothes in my closet that might be appropriate for an interview. Mom, I call out, letting myself in. Anyone home? Madeline. My mom appears around the corner wearing a worried look. What are you doing here? I kick off my shoes. Panic claws at the base of my spine when I realize there's someone else who can be responsible for a minute. It doesn't always have to be me. The restaurant is being sold, I say in a voice so faint I'm not sure I'm speaking at all, which means I'm out of a job. Oh, sweetie. Mom opens her arms and I walk into her embrace, grateful for her hugs even at 33. Tell me everything. Half an hour later, we're sitting at the dining room table deep in brainstorming mode. My computer is open as I make a list of anywhere and everywhere I can think of that might be hiring, and things are looking bleak. I don't know what I'm going to do. I can't pay for Lucy's education on a minimum wage salary, but I don't want to homeschool her or put her in public school. It's important to me that she's around other deaf kids who communicate like her, and I'm not sure how I'm supposed to do that now, I say. What about the child support Clark pays? Where does that money go? Mom asks. You could reach out to your lawyer and see if you can negotiate a higher amount now that your income is uncertain. I don't want to rely on the child support. I tap my laptop and sigh. The last thing I want to do is give that man any sort of power over us. I put the money in a separate account and I haven't touched a dime of it since he left. I've never hated anyone in my life, but the disdain I have for Lucy's father is insurmountable. We were happy in the years before I got pregnant. Hell, I moved here to be with him. We took trips to the Caribbean and bought a house with a big backyard. We spent every night talking about what our future looked like, and our life was straight out of a fairy tale. When Lucy came into the world, she failed her newborn hearing screening before we left the hospital. She failed her next one, and after a trip to the audiologist, we learned she was deaf. A month after her diagnosis, Clark left us. He told me he didn't sign up to raise a child who is different. He didn't want to put in the work it would take for her to be happy and taken care of, and the last thing he would ever do is learn sign language. It's been the two of us ever since, and she relies on me to give her the life she deserves. Reaching out to the piece of shit who abandoned us when we needed him most is not demonstrating the strength I try to teach Lucy. No matter how much money he has, I need to come up with another idea. How much do you have in savings? Mom asks, breaking me from my daydreams. Enough to get through a few months of expenses. I close my computer and rest my chin in my hand. I'm going to stop by some restaurants next week to see if I can find anything, but maybe this is the universe telling me something. Telling you what? That I need a fresh start. I've been in Vegas for a decade, but I'm not sure this is where I want to plant roots. What do you mean? You have your apartment. Your father and I are here. Lucy goes to school right up the road. Those are all wonderful things, but I moved here for Clark. It's never really felt like my home, you know. I could bounce between jobs that might make ends meet, or I could see if there's something else calling my name, even if it means moving and starting with a clean slate. It would hurt to lose my support system. My parents moved to Vegas to be closer to me after the divorce, and having them nearby to help with childcare has been the only way I've kept my head above water. But deep down, my heart tells me I need to put myself first. I need to take a step out of my comfort zone, and that could mean leaving this city and its ghosts behind. Dad and I will always support you, Madeline, Mom says, and that makes me want to cry. I set my mug down and reach across the table so I can take her hand in mine. I know. Light footsteps and a soft giggle break our moment. Lucy comes barreling into the kitchen. She's my mini-me, a smaller version of myself I'd do anything to protect. Mommy, she signs, and I reach for her. She runs into my arms and I scoop her up, holding her close. You're here. This will always be my favorite place in the world, with Lucy in my lap, grateful for every second I get with her. Hi. I kiss the top of her head. Have you had fun with Grams and Gramps this afternoon? We watched a video on parakeets. Can we get a parakeet? I glance at my mom and she gives me a guilty smile. She was very excited about the birds. You know how hard it is to tell her no, my mom signs and I laugh. Yeah, I hold Lucy tighter. I'd give her anything she ever wanted. I do. Lucy touches my cheek and frowns. You look sad. I'm okay, sweetheart. Should we start getting dinner ready? Can we do hot dogs? Of course we can, I tell her, not the least bit wounded she doesn't want to eat any of the dishes I've mapped out in my planner for the week. My daughter squeals and climbs out of my lap. She takes off for the kitchen and my mom touches my shoulder. You're going to figure it out, honey, she tells me, and I nod. I've been flying by the seat of my pants for the last 6 years, and I always figure it out. I can do it a little longer. To Hudson, Mr. Hudson. How does it feel to be the second best player on the Stars? I look up from the stick I'm taping and narrow my eyes at Buster Jenkins, one of the young athletes attending kids' camp today. How much did you get paid to say that, Buster? I ask. He shrugs, then yells, $10. That's enough money for 5 ice cream cones, as he skates to the other side of the rink to join the rest of the campers on their 10-minute snack break. A figure looming in the tunnel leading to our locker room catches my attention. For years now, management has released United Airlines Arena to the Junior Stars camp organizers, but the locker rooms are off limits to anyone who doesn't wear an NHL jersey. I smirk when I recognize who it is. Was honeymooning in Bali not enough fun for you? I call out, and several heads turn. I give it a minute before my right winger is bombarded by a dozen mini fans. You had to come home and bribe these kids to try and say you're a better player than me. Nah, just missed you, Huddy boy. Maverick Miller flashes a grin and skates over to join me at center ice. He doles out a couple of high fives, flips his stick in the air, winds up, and sends the puck at our feet flying straight into the goal. Thanks for covering for me this weekend. With training camp starting next week, I figured I needed one last rip on the ice that didn't involve coach yelling at us. I snort and flip my hat backward. The camp kids have returned to happily shoving orange slices in their mouths, and I figure I can extend their break by a few minutes to catch up with my best friend. Can't believe summer is over. I guess that's what happens when you win the most sought-after trophy in professional sports. When did you get home? Damn right. He taps my fist with his. And we got in this morning. I would have liked to spend a few extra days in Bali, but Emmy demanded we get back so she can get into a routine before the season starts. A dopey, dreamy smile settles on Maverick's face. God, I love that woman. Emmy Emerson Hartwell is his wife and another one of my best friends. She's the first woman to play in the NHL, and Maverick fell head over heels for her when she was on the DC Stars with us. The pair are the definition of opposites attract, but he wore her down enough to earn a second of her attention. Through a weird twist of fate, they started dating, fell in love, and got married in Vegas last season. The whole world knows how you feel about that woman. I toss my tape into the empty player's box and fire off a shot toward the goal. It hits the left post and works its way into the net. Did you get any training done while you were gone, or were you too busy enjoying the five-star all-inclusive resort? I did plenty of training. He hits another puck, but this shot goes wide right. Long walks on the beach, bench pressing my weight in chicken satay and nasi goreng. That counts, right? I can't wait to watch you collapse when we're back to work. The overspeed drills are going to kick your ass. I grin. Do you remember how to lace your skates, or do you need help? You want to go, Hayes? Maverick tosses his stick on the ice and rolls up the sleeves of his hoodie. Let's race from goal to goal, and I'll mop the floor with you. We both know I'm faster. I'm tempted to take him up on that offer. He might be my best friend, but I also like to humble the hell out of him when I can. Watching him lose in a lap around the rink would make my entire year, especially in front of a group of kids. I spent all summer in the weight room. You're over there huffing and puffing, Miller, and you're not even moving. Admit you're slow and we can put this to rest. Never. He glances at the campers, giving them an enthusiastic wave. What do you have going on after this finishes up? I'm heading to the bookstore this afternoon, then it's back to searching for a chef who won't quit after 2 weeks. Remember when you came home from our 5-game road trip last year and found that woman taking pictures of all your briefs? Don't remind me. I ended up on a damn Reddit thread. I sigh, already exhausted. I have an evening of interviews ahead of me and none of them are looking promising. Where are the people who don't care about who I am? You're one of the biggest names in the city, Hud. Everyone cares. He's right. It comes with being a professional athlete in a sports-obsessed town. We have football, basketball, and baseball, but everyone lives and breathes hockey here. When you're part of a famed organization that finally won its first Stanley Cup after decades of mediocre performances, it's impossible to go anywhere without being recognized. At 31, I've been doing this long enough to know the following is part of the job. Our fans are the best in the league, and I'd never turn down signing an autograph or posing for a photo with someone who comes and cheers for me night after night. But personal space and privacy would be nice. So what you're saying is I need to put anything I don't want to wind up on the internet in a locked box. I drop my head back and groan up at the arena lights. Great. I love being uncomfortable in my own home. I don't understand why you keep having this problem. With all of our connections, there has to be someone out there who can cook good food for you. There are plenty of people who can cook good food. Finding someone who doesn't stalk me online is the hard part. I scrub a hand over my jaw. Let's drop it. The more I think about it, the more tempted I am to live off ramen for the rest of my career. What are you doing today? Want to join me on a run with the dogs later? Maverick's smile falls. Emmy has a doctor's appointment and I want to go with her. Doctor's appointment? Is she okay? She's not injured. It's to find out why we've been trying to have kids for months now and haven't had any success. It's weighing on me, man, and I know it's weighing on her. Kind of makes the season seem pointless. How can I go out there and give it my all every night when I'm dealing with stuff that's so much bigger than hockey? Hey. I tug on his sleeve and point to the penalty box that's far away from little ears. We skate over and sit on the small bench. Why did you let me give you trouble when you were holding this in? Maverick was in his second year in the league when I was a rookie, and we've been buddies from the minute I joined the Stars. Going from the youngest players on the team who used to be troublemakers to the oldest, our teammates looking to us for guidance has brought a kinship between us. He's easy to talk to. We spend our free time together. He's been home to Georgia with me for the holidays and has even spent a week or two there during the summer. He stood by my side when my mom passed away. He let me cry on his shoulder at her funeral and told off a reporter for asking about my absence, earning himself a one-game suspension. He's my best friend in the whole damn world, more like a brother than anything, and to see him hurting hurts me. Because we always give each other trouble. Maverick bends and fixes his jeans over the top of his skate. I'm tempted to retire, to get away from the limelight and focus on Emmy. Are you serious? Maybe. There's so much going on up here. He taps his head. It's hard. I can't imagine what you went through when your mom passed. This is small compared to that. You saw what I was like. I was living in hell from the minute we found out she was sick until she left us. Even now, it feels like I'm drifting between living and surviving. I wish I could tell you the hard days get better, but sometimes you have to go through a lot before you come out on the other side. What helped you get through it? I'm not sure I've gotten through it, and I'm not sure I ever will. I don't think that's something you move on from. It happened so fast. Now and then I think it's all a dream. Some trick the universe is playing on me, because how do you go from finding your mom in the stands at every game to learning she has stage 4 breast cancer after a routine doctor's visit to burying her 5 months later? Hockey. Rescuing Gus and Millie, I say, mentioning my golden retrievers. Being around the things that made me happy. They didn't make me happy in the moment, but eventually they did. That's different for everyone. Some people like to shut it out. Some people turn to other things. You have to figure out what works for you. If you want to retire, you know I'll support you. The guys will support you. Emmy might try to challenge you, but that's between y'all. I'm most attracted to her when she wants to challenge me. His dimpled grin is back. I only have a few seasons left in me anyway. I know you were joking earlier, but I am slowing down. I've spent too many years giving my body to this sport. Maybe now is the time to go. Have you talked to my favorite redhead about all of this? Nope. We actively avoided talking about it on our trip, figured we could use a break from reality. Now we're home and it's right in front of us. We can't hide from it anymore. Communication is important. There you go with your relationship advice. Maybe one day I'll be wise like you. You're married now, Mavi. Pretty sure you're wise enough. I'm here if you ever want to talk. I have your back just like you have mine. Damn. Maverick stares at the kids starting to make their way back to center ice. Bet you didn't think your day would turn serious when you rolled up to the arena, did you? I thought there would be a lot more jokes. Frankly, I'm disappointed. You and me both, dude. What are you going to do about your interviews? Scream, probably. Or sign up for a meal delivery service so I never have to interact with anyone ever again. You sound like Liam, he says, and I snort. Our goalie, Liam Sullivan, is the most antisocial guy I've ever met. He's a damn good hockey player, but he has an aversion to talking to people. I'm pretty sure the only person he likes is his girlfriend, Piper Mitchell, our rinkside reporter. Turning into him wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but I'd prefer not to become a recluse who communicates in grunts and eye rolls. Lovely, things are looking up. I adjust my whistle around my neck and stand. Are you sticking around? Yeah, I think we should ditch the drills though. Let's do a scrimmage and see who's the better coach. Loser has to talk to the rookies and media on the first day of Stars camp next week. That's part of your job as captain. You're my alternate captain. I'm allowed to delegate. Jerk. I hop back on the ice and take off toward the kids buckling their helmets and putting in their mouth guards. Knew you were slow, Cap, I yell. You're getting 100 laps for that, Hayes, he yells back. I grin at the campers. Who wants to see me beat Maverick Miller in a shootout? I ask, and they all cheer. 3 Madeline, a week of job searching has left me empty-handed and on the brink of desperation. Every restaurant I visited told me they admired my resume. They applauded my experience, but they didn't have any job openings. I got the dreaded "we'll let you know if anything comes up" smile a dozen times. Every day I'm losing faith I'll find anything comparable to my previous salary, and every day I'm closer to selling things online to make ends meet. I settle on my bed with a glass of wine after another long afternoon of wandering around the strip, exhausted, frustrated, and with dwindling optimism. Lucy is with my parents until tomorrow morning, and I was tempted to bring the whole damn bottle in here with me. If I'm going to figure out my future, though, I need to keep my head clear. Getting drunk off cheap Pinot Noir is unfortunately not going to help the situation. Stretching out my legs, I set my purse on my lap and rifle through it for my phone. Doom scrolling on LinkedIn sounds like the perfect way to cap off another crappy day. My fingers brush against the curve of cardstock instead of the edge of my phone, and I frown. I set my drink on the bedside table and pull out the folded piece of paper. It's a business card, and judging by the smudged numbers and letters, it must have been in my bag for ages. The right corner is ripped, but I can make out a logo on the top of the rectangle. DC Stars, Piper Mitchell, rinkside reporter, I read, and the night I came into possession of the card comes flooding back to me. Oh. The Stars are Lucy's favorite hockey team, and I splurged on tickets when they played in Vegas last season. We sat 5 rows up from the ice, and after the game, Piper came out of the tunnel with a stack of gear to distribute to waiting fans. She said hello to Lucy, even signed with her for a bit, and gave her one of the players' jerseys. Luce was beside herself with excitement. The jersey smelled like death and hung all the way down to her feet, but she didn't care. She wore it around for weeks, and it's still her favorite item hanging in her closet. I don't know where her infatuation with hockey comes from. I can barely name 2 teams in the league, but I've been trying to get better about following what the Stars are doing so I can keep Lucy up to date. This has to be a sign, right? This card has been in my bag for months. It's been buried under a pack of gum and a pair of AirPods, forgotten and half shredded by keys and bobby pins, and today of all days when I'm on the verge of freaking out I find it. I'm not a big believer in divine intervention. I've never gone to church, never believed in miracles, but I'm going to pretend finding this card is courtesy of a guardian angel somewhere out there who is reaching out to me. I grab my wine and gulp half of it down for liquid courage. When I talked with Piper all those months ago, she said if I ever needed anything or found myself in DC to reach out. Calling a woman I barely know out of the blue is extreme, and I don't want to seem desperate. I weigh the pros and cons while I sip my drink. By the time I finish my glass, my inhibitions are lowered. The anxiety that's taken up residence in the pit of my stomach loosens from the knot it wove itself into, and for the first time all week, I see a glimmer of hope. I am desperate. What do I have to lose? Heck it, I say to my empty room, dialing her number. The call rings twice before there's an answer and I sit up straight. Hello, hi, I say. Is this Piper Mitchell? This is she. Hi, this is so weird and I apologize in advance how I might come across. A laugh rattles out of me but I power on. My name is Madeline Galloway. We met when the Stars played against the... I trail off and curse myself for not knowing what the hell the local hockey team's name is. When they were in Vegas last season, my daughter is Lucy. You signed with her. Oh my gosh, of course. Hi, how are you? There's warmth in her voice and kindness in her question, like she really wants to know how I am. It helps me relax. It lets me take a deep breath and I draw my knees to my chest. Do you want the long story or short story? I ask. I love a long story, she says. I lost my job as the executive chef at a restaurant here in Vegas and I'm looking for work. It feels like I've exhausted all avenues in the city, so I'm branching out. Do you know of anywhere in the DC area that might be hiring, or somewhere else? I'm willing to relocate. Wait, you're a chef, Piper asks. I am, or I was, now I'm unhappily unemployed. Another laugh slips out of me. If I hadn't had that glass of wine, I might be in tears. New owners are coming in and they're cleaning house. I guess the bright spot in all of this is it's not a reflection on my work. I'm so sorry. Job uncertainty is hard. What kind of restaurant were you working in? A Michelin-starred steakhouse. I've been in all sorts of kitchens, though, and I'm comfortable with anything. Anything, she repeats. Within reason. I'm not great with French cuisine, but I'm willing to learn. I have a strong work ethic and I'm able to stay calm under pressure. I wince at my tone, at the harshness and bite behind it. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be defensive. I'm so used to having to hold my own against men, if we're being honest, who are less qualified than me but in a higher position of power. It came out like a reflex, and that wasn't my intention. Don't get me started on the power imbalance of men and women in the workplace. I see it every day in my role, and I could talk for hours about gender favoritism, she says fiercely. But enough about people who don't work as hard as us. Have you ever considered a career as a private chef? A private chef? No, it never crossed my mind, I say honestly. I've done the majority of my cooking for large groups of people and in restaurant environments. It's what I'm most comfortable with. Gotcha. Well, I don't have any restaurant connections, Piper tells me, and my heart sinks to my feet. That increasingly familiar dread is back and the glimmer I saw 10 minutes ago snuffs out. I totally understand. Thank you so much if you're open to talking more about a private chef gig, I might have something that could possibly work for you. Wait, really? Yeah, there's a DC Stars player who's in need of some help in the kitchen. He's a really nice guy, but he can't keep anyone around for longer than a week, she says, and I frown. That doesn't sound promising. Is he a micromanager? Does he only eat unusual foods? Piper bursts out laughing. No, but that would make him a lot more interesting. The people he's hired in the past haven't had his best interests at heart, and he keeps striking out on the chef front. Don't tell my boyfriend, but he's my favorite guy on the team. She squeals, then lets out a yelp. Sorry, my other half heard me say that. Are you dating one of the players? I ask, smiling at the affection she's obviously being shown. I remember those early days in a relationship when you can't keep your hands off each other. How everything is easy and fun. Which one? Liam Sullivan. The goalie. He's allergic to having a good time and I'll do anything to push his buttons. Anyway, let's get back to you. How do you feel about cooking for one person instead of an entire restaurant? I don't have experience, but it can't be much harder than pushing out 800 plates of food a night for a full dining room. I'm definitely interested in hearing more. 800 plates, my God. Are you Superwoman? Hardly. I smile and put her on speakerphone so I can pull up the Notes app. How would this work? Should I set up an interview or a Zoom call? He'll want to meet me, right? Is knowing anything about hockey part of the criteria for this position, because I can't tell you anything about the sport? Like, I know there are sticks, but that's about it. Not having a clue about hockey is going to earn you a lot of points. Can you name anyone on the team? Liam, obviously, but only because you just mentioned him. And Maverick Miller, something like that. Lucy loves him. There's a blonde guy too, isn't there? There is a blonde guy, she says, but she doesn't add anything else about him. This is going to sound slightly crazy, but are you free to come out to DC for a few days? The team starts training camp on Monday, so they'll be in town for a bit before they hit the road for the preseason. I can introduce you to him in a setting that doesn't feel so formal. If you two get along, you can set up an interview so he can ask you some questions. There is literally nothing on my schedule for the foreseeable future, so I can fly out whenever is convenient for you all, except I play with my comforter and gnaw on my bottom lip. I have Lucy, my daughter. She can stay with my parents while I'm out of town, but I'm a single mom and her sole caretaker. I'm not going to uproot her life until I know this is something that could work. If I do get this position, she would have to move with me. Knowing that, do you think I should still interview? Yes, Piper says without a second thought. She'd be welcome here if you decide to take the job, and that's something you can talk about with him. I've known him for years, and I meant it when I said he's one of my favorite guys, not just on the team, but in my life. I promise Lucy joining you won't have any impact on if he wants to hire you. This conversation with Piper has lit a spark in me. I never thought I'd consider DC as a landing spot, but the more we talk, the more I feel like it's what I should do. What I need to do. I've never been someone who takes a giant leap, and trying this new and exciting thing might be the kickstart I've been searching for. That's really good to hear. I swallow and glance up at the ceiling. A move like this is so scary to think about, but that might be a good thing. Change isn't always bad. I remember feeling stagnant in my career, but a big change that terrified me at the time ended up being the best thing ever to happen to me. I want that for you too, Piper says, and I notice how easy she is to talk to. She's genuine, authentic in her enthusiasm and gracious in her sympathy. Hell, she answered the phone for a number she doesn't know. That speaks to her character, even if that's not in DC. Do you think I'm out of my mind for getting on a plane to interview for a position I'm not sure I'm qualified for? I ask. Like, this is kind of absurd. No, there's a smile behind Piper's voice. The soft inflection in the single word makes me smile too. I think you're brave and strong for doing something so far out of your comfort zone. I can already tell we're going to be good friends, Madeline. I'm going to get emotional. I wipe under my eyes with my thumb. I'm sorry. It's been a hard week, and it's difficult to stay positive when I'm considering someone other than myself. I'm happy to help in any way I can. Could you send me some hotels in the area and any other information you think I might need? I ask. Hotels? No way. You're not going to spend money when you have a daughter to take care of. You'll stay with us. We have too much space and you're more than welcome here. Really? Really? Liam doesn't like a lot of people, but he'll get over it. Thank you, Piper. I can't tell you how much this means to me, to us. I know it might not work out, but if it does, it could change my life. You're an incredibly generous person, I say. We all deserve the chance to be happy. I have to run, but let me know if you need anything else. I'll text you some more details. When we hang up, I'm dangerously close to bursting into tears, but this time it's from happiness, and that's a damn nice change of pace. For Hudson Piper, hello to my favorite defenseman. Me, I'm not sure Riley will be happy to hear I'm your favorite, but I'll take the honors. What's up, little P? Piper, are you free tonight? Me, is this for a media thing? Piper, no. It's more of a personal thing. Me, those dots aren't ominous at all. Piper, I don't know how else to explain it. Me, I think you're a nice woman, Piper. I value our friendship, but I really don't need Liam confronting me. I'm going to politely decline your advances. I don't reciprocate your feelings, and I'm sorry. Piper, you think I'm hitting on you. You're like my brother Hudson, my God. I have an idea I want to run by you, and it doesn't involve anything inappropriate. Me, you have my attention. Piper, how did your chef interviews go the other day? Me, horribly. The first guy I met suggested I drink carrot juice for every meal. The next one asked if I'm on Tinder because she swears we matched on their last year. Then she told me she lied about her cooking experience. She can't even make a turkey sandwich. Piper, are you on Tinder? Me nope. Piper, so you need a break from the search. Come by for dinner. I promise there won't be any carrot juice. Me sounds better than the ramen I was going to have. Do you need me to bring anything? Piper, you and a smile is great. Me now I'm even more concerned. Piper opens the door to her and Liam's apartment before I have a chance to knock. She's always smiling, but this wide grin of hers raises my suspicions. I step into the foyer, eyeing her warily. Hi. She stands on her toes and reaches her arms around my neck, hugging me tight. I saw her 4 hours ago at practice, but she still gives me a squeeze and a pat before letting me go. Thanks for coming over. How could I not? Your cryptic messages gave nothing away, so I had to see what you're being weird about. I slip off my Nike high tops and shove them against the wall. You're okay, right? I don't need to grab a lamp and use it as a weapon, do I? I'm fine. Piper yanks my arm and tries to drag me forward. I grin at her attempt to move me because I don't budge an inch. At 6'2" and almost a foot taller than her, she's going to have to work harder than that to get me to go anywhere. You sure sound fine. The last time I got called to a place where you and Liam both were, it was to sort out the aftermath of your intoxicated nuptials. Did that happen again, little P? I swear to God, if he yelled at you, I'll put him in his place. You're sweet. Keep up that nice side of yours. She beams, and I reluctantly follow her down the hall. I don't like not knowing what I'm walking into. I hate surprises, and I hate being the center of attention even more. Unease prickles at the base of my neck, but something tells me to fall and step behind her. I'm so excited about this. What is this exactly? A kitchen remodel, new curtains. I really do think you should change out the lights over your island. I sniff and roll my shoulders back. Whoa, what's that smell? Did Liam spend the off-season getting better at cooking? Nope. She stops us in the center of the kitchen and holds out her arms. Ta-da! I glance around. There's a stack of plates on the marble island and 2 pans on the stove. I spot a plaid dish towel folded next to the sink and silverware on the counter. Nothing is different from when I was here for pizza night last week, and I'm even more confused. I frown and scratch my beard. What am I looking at exactly? Where did she, Madeline? Are you okay? She calls out, and my frown turns even deeper. Who the hell is Madeline? I ask. You'll see. Did you set me up on a blind date? My shirt has a hole in it, Piper. That's not how I make a good first impression, and I didn't bring wine, flowers, anything. It's not a blind date. Give her a second. Sorry. A soft voice floats through the room, and it's one I don't recognize. I had to grab extra napkins. I made a mess. I blink, and a tall brunette walks into the kitchen with purposeful strides. When she looks up from the stack of napkins she's holding, she stops in her tracks. Her eyes meet mine, and I swallow. Hi, I say. Hello, she answers, and I take a good look at her. I swear I haven't seen her before. I'd remember her if I did. There's a blue apron tied around her waist. Her dark hair is long and falls halfway down her back. A dusting of freckles sits on the bridge of her nose, and her eyes are brown, big, and wide. She's shorter than me, probably 5'7" or so. Whoever she is, she seems relaxed in her leggings and high socks. The pink sweater she's wearing slips off her shoulder and shows off her skin and the edge of a tattoo just below her collarbone. I'm Hudson. Hudson. She wrinkles her nose and puts a hand on her hip. The sauce stain on her apron matches the smudge on her fingers, and my lips twitch at her confusion. Are you a friend of Piper's? I'm used to people knowing who I am, and this is a nice change of pace. I don't have to be Hudson Hayes, the NHL superstar. I can be Hudson Hayes, the dog dad who goes to bed at 9 every night and prefers to stay out of the limelight. A friend, I repeat, rolling with this version of myself. Yeah, something like that. I'm Madeline Galloway. She wipes her hands on her apron and holds one out. I wrap my fingers around hers, not surprised to find her palm smooth and warm. It's nice to meet you. Madeline is in town for a few days and staying with us. Piper says casually, but I can pick out the hint of a scheme under her words. And guess what? She's a chef, which is something you're currently lacking, right? I take a step back and lean against the counter. I fold my arms across my chest and nod. I am. Madeline turns her back on our conversation to stir whatever is bubbling in the pan on the stove. I was the executive chef at an upmarket restaurant in Las Vegas until recently. Executive chef, that sounds important. She looks at me over her shoulder with a proud grin. It is. It was a Michelin-starred restaurant, Piper interjects, and I catch Madeline's cheeks reddening. Now she's looking for employment. I thought with you needing help in the kitchen and her needing a job, you two could get to know each other. If you get along, maybe you could set up an interview. Piper gives me a sheepish look before she continues. I mean, how wild is it that she's here when you are? What are the chances? I draw out, knowing a setup when I see one. She made us grilled cheese and tomato soup last night and it was delicious, Piper says. Delicious is an understatement, another voice adds, and Liam joins us in the kitchen. He's changed out of the pads and gear he had on when I saw him earlier at morning skate, and his dark hair is wet from a shower. And you know it takes a lot for me to say that. I do know that. I thought you were allergic to compliments. I shift my attention back to Madeline. She's juggling 3 different tasks at the same time without batting an eye. I swear I saw her spin a knife in her hand 10 seconds ago without cutting herself, and I kind of want her to do it again. Have you ever cooked for a professional athlete before? Her head whips around. Her eyes roam down my shirt, then back up, and her mouth parts slightly. Oh, you're the professional athlete, she asks. This makes more sense. Yeah, I play for the DC Stars, I say. That's right, you're the blonde one. Thank you, sorry, I'm not a fan, to be honest. Of blonde hair. Of sports, athletes, teams. You could line up half the Stars players in here with 8 other men you found on the street, and I wouldn't be able to tell you all apart. There are a lot of 6'2", 200-pound men wandering around, I say, and her mouth quirks. Probably even more over 6'3". I went to my first hockey event last year. I think they showed you a lot on the Jumbotron. Your first game. My brain starts running through how this woman fits in with Piper and Liam and what she's wine. Piper interrupts, holding a bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon. I'll take a glass. Last one until next summer, and I might as well go out with some fancy stuff you two bought. I turn and open the cabinet behind me so I can grab a few glasses. Madeline, do you want some? Sure. She clicks off the stove and sets a potholder on the counter. Perfect timing because dinner is ready. The 4 of us move around each other, doling out food and handing over silverware. Liam asks if I've looked at the preseason lineup coach is putting together for our first game. Piper and Madeline talk about someone named Lucy, and I wonder if it's a friend of theirs. When we settle at the square table to eat, my stomach growls. The rice and beans I threw together at lunch barely held me over during weight training, and I'm bordering on ravenous. I scoop a forkful of curry into my mouth, and it takes everything in me to hold back a sound of appreciation. Holy crap! I swallow the bite, and I swear there are tears in my eyes. This must be what heaven is like. Savory chicken, the touch of heat, and the best thing I've ever eaten. You can actually cook, and not just cook, you can cook well. Madeline dabs her mouth with a napkin. You sound surprised. Given the people I've met recently tried to pass off canned pasta as homemade ravioli, I'm cautious when it comes to food. I shovel down another bite and sigh. There's no need to be cautious about this. It's perfection. You said you live in Vegas. How do you and Piper know each other? We met when you all played in Vegas last year at the event I mentioned, she clarifies. She handed out some gear and gave me her business card. She lifts her glass and takes a sip of wine. When I was let go from my previous job, I reached out to Piper to see if she knew of any employment opportunities. She mentioned a player I guess needing a chef, and here we are. The previous job where you were an executive chef. Did the people who let you go not have any taste buds? I ask, and she covers up her laugh with another sip of wine. It was a management change. We were bought by a company determined to make every restaurant in Vegas a carbon copy of each other with small plates and high prices. So, you need a new job. I do. I've looked everywhere in Vegas and I've come up short. Madeline tucks a piece of hair behind her ear and fixes her sweater. I'm still trying to figure out what her tattoo might be. I didn't think I'd ever consider jobs on the other side of the country, but here we are. I'm sorry for meddling, but this could be a good opportunity for both of you, Piper interjects, and I forgot she was here. I figured you all could meet, and if you got along, you could talk about an interview or next steps. Interview, yes, that. I nod and dig into the rice on my plate. I'm sure I look like I'm eating quickly, but I don't care. How long are you in town? Are you free next week to get together? Really? You want to interview me? You barely know me, Madeline says. I could have ruined the food. I snort. I like her sarcasm. Don't care, this will be a good way to go. You're the pro athlete with the busy schedule. What day works best for you? Monday at noon. Sounds great, she says with another smile. I'm looking forward to it. We pass the rest of the meal with easy conversation and more wine. I'm used to doing things with my teammates in settings where it's loud and chaotic, and I like how quiet this is. How I can jump in and out of conversations while we eat. When we're finished with our food, I'm the first to stand. I gather the empty plates and stack them on top of each other. I add the silverware and shove my chair out of the way. I can do that, Madeline says, grabbing a knife and a fork. Nope, I say. You cooked, I'll clean. I made the mess. I take the fork from her grasp and head for the kitchen with footsteps trailing behind me. My mom always told me the person who cooks is the person who gets a pass on cleaning up. I didn't lift a finger tonight, so this is my job. I got it. I don't mind, really. Nope. I hum, setting all the dirty dishes in the sink. Save your energy for your interview next week. Fine. Madeline leans against the counter at my side and adjusts the neckline of her sweater. That tattoo catches my eye. I'm glad the food turned out okay this time. Are you sure you want me to try again on Monday? Yeah. Our gazes meet and I grin. I want you to give it your best shot. 5 Hudson Puck Kings. Easy E. I have good news, lads. Sully, you're being traded. Easy E. Whoa, easy there, goalie. You'd miss me if I got shipped out west. Sully, debatable. Mavi, don't listen to him. Ethan. What's up? Easy E. Dave's dogs is coming back to the arena, baby. I started a petition with the food and bev people and he's coming back. Mitchie, this is why you're interrupting our rest before the game. To tell us a hot dog vendor is back. Gee, money, let's go. Me, I'm happy for you, E, but you couldn't wait until tonight to tell us. Seymour, I was 2 seconds away from falling asleep. If I play poorly tonight, I'm blaming you, Ethan. Easy E, it's the preseason, boys. You'll be fine. G Money, I kind of want a hot dog now, lol. Easy E, want to go to the cart on the corner across from the hotel and get one. Sully, I'm going to lose my temper. Me, move it to a private chat, y'all, and don't eat anything that will cause issues tonight. Mavi, your alternate captain, knows what's up, children, and shut up so I can sleep. Easy E, love you, dad. G Money, Zoxo. Mavi, wait. Does Emmy call you daddy? Lol. Easy E, no way. He probably calls her mommy. I would. Mavi, I'm going to break your jaw. G Money, it's so fun when he gets riled up. Sully has left the chat. Easy E has added Sully to the chat. Sully, I'm changing my number the second we get home. Forget all of you. Easy E, love you too, GK. Me, hey, Madeline, this is Hudson Hayes from the other night. Madeline, hello, Hudson Hayes, I remember you. Me, I'm in New York for a game tomorrow, but we'll be back on Sunday. Are we still good for Monday? I'm not sure how long you're in town, but we can adjust if needed. Madeline, Monday is perfect. Where should I meet you? Me, my place would be nice so you can get a feel of where you'd be working, but we can meet back up at Piper and Liam's if that makes you more comfortable. I know we barely know each other. Madeline, you're not a serial killer, are you? Me, last I checked, I wasn't. Madeline, cool. Monday at your place sounds great. Me, that was the whole test. Madeline, no. That was only part of the test. Me, can't wait to see what else you're going to put me through. Madeline, have a good match tomorrow night. Me, game. We play games, not matches. If I played cricket, that would have worked really well. But thank you. That's kind of you to say, Madeline, it's all the same, isn't it? You're trying to get an object in the goal. Match, game, it doesn't matter. Go sports. Me, this is going to be fun. How are you feeling? Maverick asks, and I look up from lacing my skates. Ready to get back in the groove. You're the one who took a month off, Miller, I say. Are you ready to get back in the groove? I'm not sure how I'm feeling, to be honest. I think I'm excited. How was the doctor's appointment? Fine. Emmy told me she's going to keep playing, and she'll be disappointed if I don't face off against her in our regular season opener. I swear the people who make the schedules did that on purpose. He laughs and grabs his helmet. I love my girl to pieces, but I'm not going to hand her the victory willingly. It's always more fun when she has to work for it. I don't need to know about your personal life. I grimace and adjust my jersey over my pads. Keep that stuff to yourself, please. I wasn't talking about it like that, you perv. I genuinely meant competing against her on the ice. Maverick takes off his glove with his teeth so he can flip me off. How'd your interviews go? Did you find a new chef yet? You haven't knocked on our door in search of food, so I assumed you figured everything out. I think I did find someone. Piper introduced me to this woman who used to be an executive chef, and it might be a good fit. She's coming by on Monday to talk some more, and she doesn't give a damn about who I am. I could show her my Stanley Cup championship ring, and she'd probably ask what it's from. Can she cook? She's like Gordon Ramsay. The chicken curry she made for dinner the other night was the best thing I've ever tasted. Wow, man, Maverick smirks. If that's the case, you need to get out more. Shut up. I meant she's a damn good cook, I say. Look at you, you're blushing. I am not. Yeah, you are. He taps my shin with the blade of his stick and grins. Is she attractive? I'm not answering that question. Classic deflection means she is. Who's attractive? Riley Mitchell, my defense pair, asks as he takes the spot next to me. Does Huddy Boy have a new woman in his life? I haven't dated anyone since Alyssa broke up with me before New Year's last year, I say, and no one is attractive. Such a bad liar. We'll finish this conversation on the bench. Maverick whistles and the team looks at him. Listen up, boys. It's our first game of the year. Last season's cup win doesn't mean anything anymore. Every team is starting at 0. I know it's the preseason and the first 2 lines are only going to play a handful of minutes tonight, but it's still a chance to find our chemistry and figure out our footing. For the guys who are trying to earn a spot on the team, play your hearts out. You don't know who is watching out there. For the veterans who have been here a few years, this isn't a chance to slack off. Training camp is over. We're not messing around, okay? He looks around the group and everyone nods. Good. 2 minutes, Coach Saunders yells, and he barely glances up from his whiteboard. Let's get moving. Hands in, I say, and 22 gloved hands reach around mine. Stars on 3. 1, 2, 3. Stars, all the boys yell, and we knock our sticks together. Ethan Richardson, our center, jumps up and down. Grant Everett, our right wing on the second line, hits the wall above the door to the hall. Everyone else hoots and hollers, and I smile at the chaos that's become such an important part of my life. Adrenaline races through me like it always does before we take the ice. Decades of playing hockey, and it hasn't lost its thrill. Every time I get to go out with my brothers and play the sport I love, I consider it a good day. The guys file out of the locker room, but I hang back. Maverick turns to look at me and gives me a nod. It's his subtle way of telling me to take my time. When I'm alone, I touch the tattoo on my thigh, the one hidden by layers of gear and clothes, and I smile up at the ceiling. For you, Mom, I say to the empty room. Always for you. One of the overhead lights flickers, and I laugh. Yeah, I know you're here. You wouldn't miss this. Sometimes I can still hear you yelling at me to get the rebound. I pause, my shoulders heavy and my eyes wet with tears. Damn, I miss you, Mama. I kiss my finger and point up. Feelings in check and ready to shove some grown men into tempered glass, I slowly emerge from the locker room. I find Maverick leaning lazily against the wall waiting for me, and he lifts his chin in my direction. Good, he asks. Yeah, you know you don't have to wait for me. You've been saying that for years, man. When have I ever listened? Never. I tap my helmet against his. My chest hurts, but some of the pain dissipates when I hear the roar of the crowd, when I see the full arena and my teammates waiting for me. And I love you for it. Love you too, Huddy boy. Maverick grins and throws an arm around my shoulder. Let's go win this. My muscles are screaming at me. No amount of training in the off-season can prepare you for being back on the ice where everything moves fast as hell and the stakes are high. I'm getting outskated by a rookie, and I groan when I jump over the boards and off the ice so the second line can take over. Holy crap, Maverick pants. He squirts water on his neck and shakes his head. I'm getting beaten out there. You and me both. I chug down 2 gulps of a sports drink. What was with the penalty you got earlier? I saw you chirping that dude. He liked one of Emmy's photos on Instagram last week and it pissed me off. The hit was worth the 2-minute timeout I got in the penalty box. You're joking. Nope. You might be the most intense man I've ever met. Nah, just an idiot in love. He stands and watches the next line take the ice. His joking grin disappears and he slips into captain mode. A couple of these guys are playing well tonight. Hughes is good at left wing. His passes are sloppy, but I'm betting it's a mix of excitement and nerves. We could use the help on the third line after Delato signed with Vancouver over the summer. I'd like to see more of him. So would I hope he makes the cut. Bailey is doing well in goal. 15 stops through 2 periods isn't bad for a 22-year-old playing in his first NHL game. Liam worked with him during training camp. Nothing says welcome to the big leagues like the best goalie in the sport giving you feedback. Where did he go to school? I ask. Bridge University up in New Hampshire. Won the Hockey East Player of the Year when he was a sophomore and helped his team win the Frozen Four. He played for the World Juniors too. Impressive resume. They've got a solid program up at WBU. I like that kid Donahue who plays for them right now. He reminds me of you, might be the next big thing. Maverick hums but doesn't agree with me. He might be cocky, but he's humble when it comes to accepting praise about his athletic ability. Let's go Johnson, he yells at the defenseman trying to earn a spot on the team. He looks at me as he takes a pull from his water bottle. I've missed this. What, games? Yeah, games, but talking with you, discussing players' strengths and weaknesses, the thrill of it all. He laughs and stands, hitting the boards with his stick when our left wing on the fourth line barely misses a wrist shot. Maybe I'm not ready to go yet. You'll know when it's time. And until then, I hope you'll stick around and keep giving me a hard time, I say. Crap, Grant groans, rolling over the boards. He clutches his side and drops his head between his legs when he collapses on the end of the bench. I'm dying. Hot dog not sitting well, I ask, and he shakes his head. There's a brick in my stomach. I puked during intermission. Think I might fake an injury so I don't have to go back out there. I can spend time in the athletic trainer's room with Lexi. That sounds way more fun than throwing up, he says. Don't compare Lexi to throwing up, Riley chimes in. This is your own fault. Shut up, Mitchie. Grant, you can puke again during the next intermission, but you're getting back on the ice. Riley, focus on the game, not what someone is saying about your girl, I tell them. She's not my girl, Riley grits out. You look at her like she's your girl, Mav teases. Coach is going to add on laps at practice on Tuesday if y'all don't knock it off. I lean against the boards and watch Connor McKenzie, one of our centers, take an elbow to the throat. I clap when the referee points for the Brooklyn Hawks player to head to the penalty box, giving us a much-needed power play. Show these guys the respect they show us. Not all of them are on multi-million-dollar contracts. They're fighting for their lives out there. Damn, Hud, Grant nudges me. You're so full of wisdom and stuff. Someone on this team has to be, I say. Everett, Coach barks out, and Grant sits up straight. Get your head out of your butt. The game ends with us earning a 3-1 victory. I only played 15 minutes, but I don't mind. It's nice to give the rest of the guys a chance to shine. We head to the locker room and shower, then make our way to the bus that will take us to the airport. It's late, but I'm glad we'll be home tonight so I can sleep in my own bed with my dogs. Spending over 50 nights in a hotel room throughout the season loses its appeal pretty fast. Maverick passes out the second we're seated on the charter plane. I snap a quick picture of him for blackmail, and I notice a message from Madeline that came through an hour ago. I swipe it open. Madeline, nice game tonight. I smile and rest my head against the seat. She's probably asleep, but I fire off a response anyway. Me thanks. Safe to say I'm in the clear from your attempted poisoning the other night. Can't wait to see what you try next. 3 dots appear then disappear. I tap the side of the screen and wait, wondering if she's going to answer. Just as I'm about to turn off my phone for takeoff, it buzzes again. Madeline, I'm particularly good with knives. See you soon, Hudson Hayes. 6 Madeline, nerves roll through me as I pace outside Hudson's apartment 2 minutes before noon. I know I'm damn good at what I do, and I've always walked into interviews with my head held high. The reviews about my food and the month-long wait list we had at Carve speak for themselves. This is different. I'm out of my element here. I can cook my butt off, but I'm still not sure how to cook my butt off for the hockey superstar. Clutching the plate of brownies I stress baked in Piper's kitchen last night to my chest like a shield, I take a deep breath and knock. I don't have to wait long before the door flies open, and Hudson is there. I've never been drawn to blonde men, but he's an anomaly. From the deep blue eyes and the scruff of his well-trimmed beard to his shaggy hair and the way he holds himself like he commands the attention of everyone in the room, Hudson Hayes has me curious. Madeline, he smiles, and there's a dimple on his right cheek. Hey, come on in. Thank you. I slip into the foyer, aware of his presence and the scent of his cologne. He smells like oranges and soap, and I do my best not to inhale the fragrance. Thanks for seeing me. Thanks for coming. Did you have a chance to explore the city? I did. There's a lot more history here than in Vegas, and I didn't find a single casino. His laugh is a deep and rumbly thing, and he runs his hand through his hair. I'll point you in the direction of some if you feel like gambling. Probably not the smartest move to throw my money away while I'm unemployed. I shove the plate I'm holding his way. I made you some brownies so you can get another idea of my tastes and flavors. I freeze when I realize what I've said. Not my taste. The taste of the food I like to make. Baked goods, I mean. Brownies, Hudson lights up. His fingers brush against mine when he takes the plate and I shiver. I try to be good about my sugar intake during the season, but I'm a sucker for anything chocolate, anything sweet, really. Noted. I run my hands over the front of my jeans and shift on my feet. Should I take off my shoes? Or a big dog comes charging down the hall, interrupting me. When he gets close, he puts his paws on my shoulder and licks my cheek. Crap, sorry, asparagus. Hudson tugs on the dog's collar and pulls him away. No jumping, asparagus. I smile down at the dog wagging its tail. Do you always randomly call out vegetables? He hides his laugh behind a cough and scratches the dog's head. It's Gus's full name. I tilt my head. Okay, but your dog is named Asparagus. Why? Why not? He gets the dog Gus settled on all fours, then looks over his shoulder. The other one is Millie. She's older and less of a jumper. She shouldn't bother you too much, but if she does, just rub her stomach. She loves belly scratches. There are 2 of them. Who watches them when you're on the road? I ask. They go to daycare. If this turns out to be a good fit, I can keep them here so you can hang out with them while I'm away. They're great company. I'm not sure how that would go with my daughter. She's 6 and they're twice the size of her. Wait. Hudson's smile drops. The air shifts. You have a daughter. I swallow and try not to panic. I didn't talk about her the night we met, but I expected Piper to at least mention her to him. Judging by the surprise in his voice, this is the first time he's learning about her, and I'm afraid I'm about to lose this job before I even have a chance to prove myself. Yes, I say. Her name is Lucy. I miss her so much. I can't wait to get back to Vegas and hug her. This is the longest we've ever been separated, and as excited as I am about this potential opportunity, I really want to be home with her. Lucy, he repeats, and I like how he says her name. I almost like it as much as the way he pronounces mine, Madeline, and he's gotten it right every time. Where was she when we were having dinner? She's back in Vegas with my parents. I wanted to check out the situation I might be getting myself into before I had her do cross-country travel. I barely know Piper and I don't know you at all. Her safety is my top priority. He bobs his head. Got it. If this works out between us, will your husband make the move out here too? I'm not married. Boyfriend, girlfriend. Neither. I'm single and divorced, I add, wincing at the overshare. Okay. Hudson rubs the back of his neck. I've probably made him uncomfortable. I think we should start over. This is my fault. I should have mentioned her before, and I feel like a horrible mother for not talking about her once during dinner. I didn't know if telling you I had a daughter played a factor into your decision-making, I blurt. I love her very much. She's deaf, and she'll need to be with me some nights if I'm here late. Hey. He stops me, smiling my way again, and I swear I can feel his grin everywhere. Please don't apologize. You're right, we don't know each other and you don't owe me any information about your personal life. When you share your daughter with me is up to you, and being a mother doesn't disqualify you from the position. She's welcome here and so are you. If Gus and Millie are going to be in the way, you can put them in my bedroom. They'll sleep for hours. We can tackle that down the road. Okay. I give him a weak smile that hardly matches his. Should we get started with the interview and forget everything I said in the last 5 minutes? His laugh is light, some melodic burst of noise that makes the space behind my ribs ache. I don't know why I use the word interview. You're qualified for the job and the only person I'm talking to. I thought maybe we could spend the afternoon getting to know each other. Nothing formal or anything like that. I just want to make sure we're a good fit outside of your cooking skills. Hudson leads me to his kitchen, and I tell myself everything he said was genuine. I did a deep internet dive into him last night when I was in bed after he texted me his address. I pulled up every interview, every video clip, every piece of information I could find, and they all told me the same thing. Hudson is a damn nice guy, and he wasn't putting on an act when I first met him. He's not putting on an act right now either. His digital footprint is small, and his social media presence is minimal. There aren't any photos with women on boats in Italy. No blurry snapshots of him cradling a handle of vodka while he dodges paparazzi. The 2 million Instagram followers he has seem to be devoted fans, and the 40 people he follows are his teammates and rescue shelters across the country. I think I made it back 8 years before he reached today's level of fame and success, and I still couldn't find anything about him that put a bad taste in my mouth. Your condo is nice, I say, making small talk. Have you lived here long? About 4 years. We didn't have a lot of money when I was growing up, and I've never been into materialistic things. I used the same skates even after my feet outgrew them because I felt guilty asking my parents to buy me a new pair. I'm still not into spending lots of money, but knowing DC is where I'm going to finish out my career, I decided to find a permanent spot. This place opened up, and I took it. When we get to the kitchen, I freeze. I gape at the top-of-the-line appliances, the marble island that's probably 9 feet long, and the massive refrigerator that could hold enough food to last 3 weeks. I squeak when I find the stove, an 8-burner range that probably costs more than 3 of my rent payments back in Las Vegas, and fawn over the double microwaves. Oh my God, I've never seen a residential kitchen this nice, I say. The previous owners did a good job with renovations. It's a shame I can't cook to save my life. It goes to waste, and I swear my oven side-eyes me when I eat a bowl of cereal for dinner, he says. I step into the room and run my fingers along the curve of the brass faucet. I touch the knob on the stove and open the oven, peering inside and finding it ridiculously clean. Is that why you need a private chef? Because you can't cook? It's a major part of it, but I also hate having to think about food after a game. My mind is shot. My body hurts. Some nights I don't get home until 11 o'clock, and I need to refuel after burning so many calories. If it were up to me, I'd be at Taco Bell shoveling down 5 Crunchwrap Supremes. I do go that route sometimes, but I'm getting older. I'm not as quick as I used to be on the ice, and I could use nutrients, not fast food stuff. How old are you? I ask. 25, 26. Wow, he grins again. I'm flattered. Guess the sunscreen I wear works. I'm 31. My birthday was back in July, and you're hang on, you have a 6-year-old. You've been cooking for a while. I'm going to say you look 28, but you're really 33. I glance at him. How did you know? I read an article about you in Food and Wine, he admits, and knowing he researched me like I researched him makes me blush. I wanted to make sure you were legit. You check out, Galloway. What can I say? I know my way around a kitchen. I open the fridge and the lack of food inside is appalling. Do you live alone? I do. Some of the guys on the team have a family they need their chefs to cook for, but I'm all by myself. Gus comes trotting into the kitchen, and Hudson tosses him a toy. I hope that will make things easier for you. Cooking is cooking, no matter if it's for one person or 4. I set my purse on the counter and take a seat on one of the bar stools. I pull out the notebook I brought, flipping it open to a new page. I'm going to be honest with you, Hudson, and reiterate what I mentioned at Piper's the other night. I don't have any private chef experience. I'm confident in my ability to create meals, though. I can handle stress and fast-paced environments, and I'm open to feedback and criticism. I'm also a quick learner, and I think I can make the transition from handling a dining room to handling a weekly menu for you very easily. Why would I criticize your food? I'd be working for you, and my job would be to make things you want to eat. If something isn't up to your standard or you didn't enjoy a particular meal, I hope you'll let me know. You're not going to hurt my feelings. Our restaurant kitchen's exactly what they seem like on the television shows, with everyone yelling at each other. He slides onto the other stool and spins so we're facing each other. He rests an elbow on the island and drums his other fingers on his thigh. And are there a lot of fires? I smile. A lot less fires, to be honest, but the same amount of yelling. It's not mean yelling, more to get your point across, you know. I don't know, but that makes sense. Since we're being honest with each other, my criteria for this position are low, unbelievably low, like in the depths of hell. What are they? I'm looking for someone who can cook good food and not look in my underwear drawer. Oh, and to not hit on me. A laugh bursts from me, but I sober quickly when he winces. Sure, I say. What's the catch? No catch. I've had to let go of the last couple of people I've hired because they've overstepped the boundaries I put in place. I know who I am. I know the notoriety that comes with being an athlete, but I want to feel safe in my home. I don't want to worry if someone set up a hidden camera in my bathroom. I want to come back from practice, eat, and go to sleep. If it makes you feel any better, I can't tell you what number you wear. 24. Good to know. I take a breath, deciding to be blunt. I'm here because I need a job, Hudson. I respect your boundaries, and I'd never do anything that made you uncomfortable. I'll cook the food you like, then I'll be on my way. Thank you, he mumbles, and I swear I can feel the tension leaving his body. I appreciate that, Madeline. You're welcome. I tap my notebook. What kind of things do you like to eat? Any culinary preferences? Foods to stay away from? I love food, any and all kinds. I always have, and I don't have any allergies. Perfect. I'm thinking we'll do protein-heavy plates for your meals. Chicken with sides of starches and veggies. Fish too, for the acids and vitamins. Carbohydrates like pasta 2 days out from your games because that's your main source of energy during exercise, and easier carbs like whole grain toast on game day mornings. I make a list of what I mentioned, and when I look up, Hudson is staring at my notebook. His eyebrows wrinkle, and he frowns before shaking his head. Is everything okay? No one's ever been so thorough with my nutrition before, he says in a defeated tone, and it makes me mad at everyone who's been in his kitchen before me. The only person who has mentioned ever carbohydrates to me are the team's trainers. This is serious stuff, Hudson. Your body is what earns you money. Focusing on the ways to help you take care of it seems like the bare minimum. They were more focused on my body in other ways. What does that mean? They try to flirt with me and get me to sleep with them. He says it like a question, adding a lifted shoulder. His cheeks turn pink and he clears his throat. And then there was the guy who was a super fan and showed me the tattoo he has of my jersey on his calf. My nutrition wasn't important to any of them. I was going to get your name tattooed on my butt, but I'll hold off until next month, I say, testing the waters with sarcasm, and I'm relieved when he lets out a loud chuckle. Bonus points for your humor, Madeline, and thank you for being so kind. I'll take all the points I can get. In all seriousness, that's very disappointing about your previous chefs, and I'm so sorry you were taken advantage of. I know this might not mean a whole lot yet, but I promise to keep things professional between us. I don't date or have personal relationships, so you have nothing to worry about, I say, and I'm more determined than ever to make sure I get this job right. 7 Hudson, I've heard those lines 100 times before, but this is the first time I actually believe them. Madeline means business, and I appreciate how she's not scooting closer to me. I like how she's keeping her legs turned slightly to the side so they don't touch mine. I appreciate that her eyes haven't lingered on my chest and she's kept her attention on my face, not my butt. I think I appreciate her. It's obvious she's good at her job and would take this role seriously. The chicken curry the other night sealed the deal for me, but no one's come into my kitchen and thrown out words like acids and protein heavy before, and damn does that give me hope. Cooking isn't rocket science. I should have a handle on this stuff. My mom was great in the kitchen. I grew up watching her cook, make bread and pasta from scratch on top of her full-time job, and put together Thanksgiving and Christmas Eve dinners for our extended family. But I didn't inherit any of her culinary capabilities. Maybe after she passed, my brain involuntarily shut down. It threw up a defense mechanism and refused to learn how to do anything other than popping a frozen meal into the microwave because that was her thing. And if I take over, it'll mean she's really gone. That's what my therapist would say, and the jerk is always right. Grief is a real pain. Thank you for the reassurance, I say, and she smiles. What was your schedule like at your previous job? I got to the restaurant around 2:30 and left around 11. The days were long as hell, but I loved it so much, she says. What is your routine when you have a game in DC? Morning skate is sometimes optional when we play that night, but we do have a team meeting around 10. I typically go to the arena early to tape up my stick and get in the right headspace. Sometimes I'll do some skating and shooting, but it varies. A couple of the guys and I will mess around together and play a quick game of soccer in the tunnel. Soccer. I didn't know I was in the presence of a multi-sport athlete, she jokes. I laugh. I've never felt this relaxed around a stranger before. Athlete is a very generous term for my soccer skills. It's a way for us to decompress and take the stress off before the game. I'll grab the lunch the team provides for us or head home to eat, then I nap. I try to eat a light meal before I go back to the arena 2.5 hours before puck drop, then I eat again when I get home. Wow, Madeline frowns. I feel like a jerk. A jerk? Why? I thought you showed up to the arena 10 minutes before you took the ice. I had no idea you put so much time into your job before you actually did your job. It's a lot of 14-hour days, and that doesn't include the nights we fly to our away games right after the buzzer sounds at our home matchups. What I'm hearing is you don't have a lot of free time, so I think meal prepping is going to be a good route for us to take. I can batch cook food that will last you 2 or 3 days, and all you have to do is heat it up. I can be here as often as you want, but I also want to be respectful of the hours you get to yourself. Speaking of hours, talk to me about money. I know this might be an awkward question, but what were you making back in Vegas? $110,000 after tax, and it was a fair salary. It doesn't sound like a fair salary to me for the amount of hours she was working, and I do some math in my head. The Stars organization was willing to spend everything they had to keep their core group of athletes together. After our Stanley Cup win this summer, my agent negotiated a monstrous deal on my behalf. 6 years, $65 million. A contract that will take me to retirement and give me more money than I know what to do with. It gives me the luxury to spend that money on people who deserve it, people like her. Everything we've talked about has been really encouraging, Madeline. I think this would be a great fit, and I want to offer you 200 to start. 200,000 for your salary. DC is more expensive than Vegas. Rent is at least $3,000 a month, and that's a robbery for some of the places around here. You want to pay me $200,000 after tasting only one of my meals? Madeline shakes her head. That's a very generous offer. Too high, actually, and way above the average rate for a private chef according to Google. Ah, you know how Google is always right, I say, tempted to laugh when she huffs. You're going to be cooking here multiple times a day. You're going to have to come up with weekly menus and do food shopping. That's going to use up a lot of your energy, and you should be fairly compensated for it. She eyes me and rolls her lips together. Will you let me prove it to you? Prove what? That I'm worth that much. I already know she's worth that much and more, but I give in. Sure. Are you going to spin a knife again? You did that at Piper's, and I'm still trying to figure out how you didn't slice a finger off. Not my first rodeo. Her smile is sharp. Can I make lunch for you? If you can find something around here that could be turned into a meal, have at it. I sit up on the bar stool, intrigued. But good luck. Madeline fumbles through her bag and pulls out a dark blue apron. She slips it over her head and jumps to her feet, her hands settling on her hips. Can I have free reign of the space? She asks. Of course. The stove might weep if you turn it on because it's so excited to be used, so be careful. I don't want the place to go up in flames. A laugh spills out of her, and it sure is a pretty sound. I'll be careful. She does a lap around the kitchen and drums her fingers against her cheek. She opens the fridge, then moves to the pantry. Gus and Millie watch her, and she stops to give them a pat on the head. After 5 minutes of looking in every cabinet and drawer, she washes her hands and glances at me. I'm ready. Should I get a stopwatch out or something? Do you want me to put on a hat and say, yes, chef? You sound like you want to make this a game. It's the competitive nature in me, I offer, and she smirks. NHL player, remember? Oh, I remember. Okay, Hayes, we'll play by your rules. How much time do I have? 30 minutes. I pick a random number and grin. You really think you can make something out of nothing that quick? Doubting me already? Heck no, I tell her, and her confidence doesn't waver. But I will be impressed. Last I checked, I don't even have peanut butter in the pantry. I'm not a show-off, but I've always loved proving people wrong. She flashes me another smile and flips her hair over her shoulder. Start your clock, hockey guy. I fumble with my phone and hit the stopwatch, trying my best not to laugh. The seconds start to tick by, and Madeline moves around the kitchen like she's been here a dozen times. I watch, mesmerized, as she pulls a package of ground beef from the fridge, unwrapping it and dropping it in a large pan on the stove. As she adds seasoning from a mixture of spices I had no clue existed and puts 3 tortillas on a plate. Am I allowed to talk? I ask. Or will I break your concentration? I'm used to cooking in a kitchen half this size with 6 people around me. She reaches for a knife and weighs it in her hand. Keeping her eyes on me, she does that spinning thing again, and I'm on the edge of my seat. I don't know why I think that's impressive. I can handle 2 things at once. What was your first job? I worked at a McDonald's. She grabs a block of cheese from the fridge and sets it on the cutting board she found. I've always liked to cook, and I worked my way up from kitchen to kitchen until I landed my dream job at Carved. Carved, I repeat. Let me guess, it's a vegan place. You're funny. Have you ever considered opening your own restaurant? There's a lot that goes into restaurant management, and I want to make sure I was financially secure before embarking on an endeavor like that. I've dreamed about it, though. Really, you should go for it. Maybe one day. Madeline bends over and rifles through a lower cabinet, holding up a cheese grater I didn't know I had. I have no clue where the heck these gadgets are coming from. How long have you been playing hockey? Since I was a kid. I was born and raised in Georgia, and the sport isn't as popular down there as it is everywhere else in the country. My parents found camps to put me in, and I learned to play while everyone else I knew was playing lacrosse and football. No ambitions to be a lax bro. Not a single one. My parents paid for me to play on a travel team. They supported me when I went to Denver and won the Frozen Four, that's the Collegiate Hockey National Championship. Madeline finds another pan and puts it on the stove after adding olive oil to it. Sounds like you're very dedicated. I guess so. I grew up being told if I'm going to do something, you might as well give it your full effort. That means putting in hours and hours of work. I'm sure you did the same with your cooking. Can you do the knife thing again? I ask, and she laughs. Flips the knife in her fingers, then stabs it on the cutting board. Sensational. I'll teach you. She hums and doles out a spoonful of the cooked meat into one of the tortillas. After adding cheese and shredded lettuce she dug out from the fridge, Madeline folds the tortilla. She sets it in the pan with the oil, flips it 2 times, then slides it on a plate. Here you go, a knockoff Crunchwrap Supreme. You're joking, I say, and her smile is proud and assured. How much time do I have left? 8 minutes. I can't believe you made this from the stuff I have in my kitchen. It's a real-life Chopped episode. Those were the rules, right? I like to follow instructions. I thought you'd hand me a piece of bread with mayonnaise on it, not I grab the wrap and take a bite. I don't bother holding back my groan. Not heaven in the form of ground beef and melted cheese. Heck, this is delicious. And you didn't even have to stop at Taco Bell. Yeah. I'm upping your pay to $250,000, and I'm not going to let you argue with me. I use my thumb to wipe away a piece of cheese from the corner of my mouth and grin. You've got yourself a job, Madeline. She takes a step back and puts a hand over her chest. Really, really. Thank you so much. This is so kind of you. I need to do a lot of things, honestly. She plays with the strings of her apron, a bright laugh falling from her. I need to find a place to live here in D.C. I have to pack up my apartment and move my daughter across the country. I need to find schooling for her, and her eyes cut back over to me. When would you like me to start? When would you like to start? I've been surviving off nachos I make in the microwave. I take another bite of the Crunchwrap and wonder if this is going to be my life now. Delicious food made by someone who makes me laugh and might even be a new friend. I can last another week or 2. Could I have 2 weeks? That will let me get everything figured out with my daughter, and then you'll have my full attention. Lucy, right? I ask, and the way Madeline lights up at the mention of her is nothing short of magnificent. Her eyes sparkle and her shoulders roll back. Her smile is full of joy and love, and I bet her daughter is the best kid in the world. That's right. She's a big fan of the team, so I apologize in advance for the dozens of questions she's going to ask. Her eyes drift to the dogs. She's also going to love Gus and, what was her name? Millie, and I'll answer any questions she has. Speaking of apartments, y'all are welcome to stay here if you want. Road games take me away from home for long stretches of time, and the place will be empty anyway. I have plenty of space. You'd be okay with a 6-year-old running around here. Can't be worse than my teammates running around. I had some of the guys over during the summer, and one of them ended up with 10 stitches on his forehead because he hit the corner of the coffee table when he was being an idiot, which I'm now realizing makes it sound like my apartment is a death trap and I can get a new piece of furniture. Madeline grins. Thanks for the offer. I'll see how the apartment search goes and I'll let you know. Lucy's never lived with a man before, but I'll keep it in mind. There's a story there. One about her ex and who I'm assuming is Lucy's dad. I want to know what happened, but it's not my place to ask. If she wants to tell me, she'll tell me on her terms, and that's fine by me. You know where I'll be. I point to the uneaten food in the pan. Make yourself a plate. We can talk about schedules while we have lunch. Thanks. Madeline sets a portion for herself on her plate. A happy sigh falls out of her when she leans over the counter and takes a bite. Crap, that's good. Bury me with these when I die. I finish my lunch and sit back on my stool. I think this is going to be the start of a beautiful partnership. She gives me another smile, a sly and coy one that does something to my chest. I couldn't agree more, hockey guy. 8 Madeline, me thank you so much for the tickets to DC. First class too. I feel spoiled. Hudson, I'm still dreaming about that Crunchwrap and the plate of brownies I ate in 2 days. If there was a private plane that would get you back here faster than commercial, I would have put you on it. Me, I'm getting the sense food is your love language. Hudson, what gave it away? Me, wait until you try my gnocchi soup. You're going to lose your mind. Hudson, counting down the minutes. Y'all are staying with Piper for a few days, right? Me, yeah. She wants to see Lucy, and then I'm going to dive into apartment hunting. I started planning out a menu for you, and I figured we could meet next week. Hudson, let's do Thursday. I have the morning off. Me, sounds good. Hudson, text me when you land and get settled. Me, will do. Thanks, hockey guy. Hudson, you're welcome, knife girl. The flight back to DC goes much faster when I have Lucy with me. The 2 weeks I've spent at home were jam-packed, and I barely had a second to breathe. Between getting everything ready for the move, selling my car, packing our lives into a handful of suitcases, reviewing my divorce and child support paperwork, enrolling Lucy in school, and researching nutrition for athletes, it doesn't surprise me 4.5 hours pass in the blink of an eye. It was Lucy's first time on a plane, and I spent the majority of the flight signing to her about the clouds and the sunset outside our window. She was ecstatic about the snack options, and the flight attendant was sweet enough to load us up with a bag to take off the plane. The extra pretzels turned out to be a godsend because it's Friday evening and we're stuck in rush hour traffic. The streets are packed with cars and commuters trying to get home and out of the city, and Lucy is becoming more and more irritated in her booster seat in the back of our Uber. I'm hungry. I rest my hand on her knee. I know, baby. We're almost there, and I promise we'll get some food soon. Do we have a house? Not yet, but I'm going to figure that out on Monday. Until then, we're staying with Miss Piper. She's the nice lady from the hockey game a couple months ago. She gave you the Stars jersey you love to wear. Lucy lights up. She's the one who signs too, that's her. I liked her, Mommy. So did I. Piper's been nothing but helpful in the days that have passed since I accepted Hudson's offer. She sent me apartment listings and pointed out areas in the city to avoid. She set up the second guest bedroom in their home for Lucy and even put a stuffed animal against the pillows. She's answered every question I've had without any irritation, and I'm beginning to wonder if she's an angel. After what feels like hours on the road, our driver finally pulls up in front of Liam and Piper's place. He's kind enough to help unload our suitcases on the sidewalk, and I'm going to make sure to tip him more than 20%. He deserves all the money in the world for not batting an eye at my antsy daughter in the backseat of his luxury Volvo, for having a spare booster seat and letting us borrow it after I realized I left hours back in Vegas. The October wind whips through the air, and I shiver. The temperature is cooler than back home, and I'm regretting my choice of linen pants while I try to wrangle all our bags together. Go wait inside, I tell Lucy, and she frowns. I want to help. There's too much stuff and it's all bigger than you. I'll be right there. You can see me from the window. With a huff and an eye roll far too mature for a 6-year-old, she stomps past the doorman and sits on a couch in the lobby. Sorry, I say, and the man tips his hat. It's a different guy from who I met the last time I was here, and I don't want him to think we're loitering. We're staying with Liam Sullivan and Piper Mitchell for a few days. Need a hand with the bags, ma'am? That would be great. You're here. I glance up from the row of suitcases, and Piper is bounding toward me. Her blonde hair flies everywhere, and the wide smile on her face is just as kind and welcoming as it was 2 weeks ago. I was tracking your flight and didn't realize you landed. We could have come and picked you up. Traffic is horrible. I wouldn't have let you sit in that gridlock for us, I say, laughing when she stands on her toes and hugs me. I'm so glad you made it back okay. Let me help with your stuff, she says. Did you move out of your place in Vegas? Kind of. I decided to sublet it, and I put some of my furniture in a storage unit and the garage at my parents' house. They're going to stay in Vegas for the time being. My dad is part of a bridge club, and apparently the ones here in D.C. aren't nearly as good. I can't wait for that to be my life. Bridge, pickleball, shuffleboard sounds way better than the corporate grind. Piper motions me inside and pulls 4 of our suitcases behind her. Come on in. Liam is cooking dinner, and it should be ready soon. I don't know the last time someone cooked for me. I follow her and do my best to not trip over my own feet. Thanks for sending me all those apartments listing, by the way. A couple of them looked promising, so Lucy and I won't need to stay here long. The last thing I want to do is be in your way with the season starting, and I know all about starting over, and sometimes it takes longer than you think. You're welcome to stay with us for as long as you need. If you can't find anything on Monday, we'll try again. Until then, you'll have a roof over your head. All of you are so accommodating. Between your hospitality and Hudson's generosity with purchasing the plane tickets for us, I'm going to start to think everyone in this city is nice. Don't be fooled. Some people around here are jerks. Not everyone has the heart of gold like Huddy does. Piper grins and turns her attention to Lucy. She squats so they're on the same level, and she waves. Hi, Lucy. My name is Piper. She spells out her name, then makes a B-thumb handshape, placing it on her chin and brushing it down to show her name sign. Do you remember me? You gave me Maverick Miller's jersey. I wear it all the time. I'm Lucy. Lucy spells her name, adding in her own name sign of touching the corner of her lip with the tip of her finger and moving her palm outward like she's smiling. She really does love that jersey, I add. The numbers on the back are peeling off because I have to wash it so often. We'll have to see about getting you a new one, Piper signs. You and your mom are going to stay with us for a few days. If you need anything, just ask, okay? Lucy nods. Is your place nice? It is, and we have lots of toys ready for you. You're so sweet for letting us stay with you, I say. I know I've already said it, but thank you again, especially for introducing me to Hudson and getting this whole thing started. Hey, women need to stick together. If we don't lift each other up, who the heck will? The elevator doors open. We file out with 2 suitcases in each hand, and she stops us at their door at the end of the hall. Let's get some food. Piper shows Lucy the living room and the side of the apartment we'll be staying in. We laugh when Lucy jumps on her bed and cradles the stuffed bear to her chest. When we make it to the kitchen, I lift Lucy and put her on one of the bar stools. I set her coloring book on the counter and take the spot next to her. Hey, Liam, I say, smiling when the man at the stove turns to look at me. I only spent a couple hours with him when I was here before. He was busy with practice and team obligations, and I forgot how big he is, with broad shoulders and long limbs. There's a tattoo on his forearm, and a lock of dark hair curls across his forehead. Madeline, he says, good to see you. How was the flight? Tell me Hayes put you in first class and not 2 middle seats in the last row of the airplane. We did have first class seats, which meant we got chocolate chip cookies halfway through the flight. Pretty sure Lucy is going to be disappointed sitting in economy from here on out. What are you making for dinner? It smells delicious. Chicken parmesan. Piper told me there were no allergies. I hope it's okay. Sounds perfect. I don't mind helping if you need a hand, I say, not wanting to come across like a freeloader. He and Piper have already done so much for me. Not that I'm doubting your cooking skills or anything. Next time, he tells me, and the stiffness in his jaw loosens. Liam turns his attention to my daughter, and I brace myself for something. A disparaging comment, a hostile look, the "what's wrong with her" question I'll get from time to time. It's instinct after so many years and so many people being jerks. He does none of those things, and I feel horrible for ever thinking he might. Instead, he lifts his hand. He glances at Piper, lips twitching when she gives him a subtle nod. I tap Lucy's shoulder and she looks up. When her eyes land on Liam, her mouth pops open. He's the goalie. He is the goalie, I say and sign so everyone can be included in the conversation. I see him on TV. Hello, Liam signs. He touches his chest with a flat palm. My. His first two fingers tap the top of his other two fingers in the shape of a cross name is. Then he slowly spells out Liam with the ASL alphabet. Lucy lights up. She doesn't meet many adults who use sign language outside of her classroom and my parents, and I'm not sure he knows what he's gotten himself into. I'm Lucy. I'm 6. How old are you? Do you have any dogs or cats? I like cats too. Cat, he tells her. P-I-C-O-D-G-A-T-O, he spells, and I laugh. Isn't that a silly name, Lucy? I ask, speaking and signing at the same time again. I don't know the extent of his ASL vocabulary, and I don't want anyone to feel overwhelmed. Do you know what it means? She shakes her head. No. A type of salsa is picodgllo. The Spanish word for cat is gato. He combined the words, and his cat is named. I struggle with how to explain it to her. Salsa cat, salsa cat. She repeats my hand movements, giggling. That is silly, Mommy. I'm sorry I don't know more sign language, Liam tells us. I'm learning. It's more than enough. Thank you for conversing with her. I tuck a piece of Lucy's hair behind her ear and she goes back to coloring. I can't believe I'm here. I can't believe I'm going to be working with Hudson and cooking for him in that insane kitchen. It kind of feels like I'm dreaming. Piper holds up a bottle of wine my way and I nod. Did he tell you about the other people he's tried to hire? Yeah, and I feel bad for the guy. Is he attractive? Yes. But he still deserves to have someone in his corner who will help cook food that's going to fuel him. Have you talked to anyone from your restaurant? How are they doing after losing their jobs? The ones I've talked to have found something temporary. I wish I could have done more to help everyone, but the market is so competitive. I'm really hoping they all land on their feet. They're so talented, and it sucks to have to scramble to find something. I accept the wine from Piper, then take the 2 plates Liam is handing my way. I give Lucy the smaller portion and cut the noodles for her. Looks good, doesn't it, baby? I'm so hungry, I could eat my toe. Don't do that, silly. Eat the spaghetti instead. Lucy doesn't need telling twice. She dives into the meal and a splatter of sauce lands on the counter when she twirls her noodles around her fork. Sorry about the mess. I wipe the splotch of red up with my sleeve. We're still working on our manners. Don't worry about it. Whatever you miss, Pico will clean up later, Piper says. Did you figure out where Lucy is going to go to school? I did. I was able to get her enrolled at Kendall Demonstration Elementary. It's under Gallaudet University's umbrella, and I'm so excited for the resources they have for kids who communicate like her. You're a wonderful mom, she says, and it's been so long since I've heard that from someone other than my parents. The compliment bursts its way into my heart, into the depths of my soul, and I know without a shadow of a doubt we're going to be very good friends. Lucy is so lucky to have you. I'm the lucky one, I say thickly, fumbling with my wine glass. Okay, wow, this is not how I saw my night going, but I guess crying in your kitchen is on the agenda. Piper cries in the kitchen all the time, Liam adds, and that makes me laugh. Way to throw me under the bus, Piper says. It's true, he says, but he follows it up by kissing her forehead. It's cute, though. Nice save, Sullivan. She tugs on his shirt and sits next to Lucy. Guess what? We have ice cream in the freezer for after dinner. I love ice cream. She puts a huge bite of pasta in her mouth, clearly in a hurry to get to dessert. It's my favorite. We all laugh and warmth settles in my chest. I've been back in D.C. for all of 2 hours and I can already tell this is going to work. We're going to be happy here and my decision was the right one not just for me but for the love of my life too. 9 Madeline me hello, hockey guy Hudson if it isn't knife girl. How was your first real weekend in D.C.? Me the weather was shitty. Don't tell me it's like this all the time. Hudson it's not. You caught us on a bad day. The rest of the week looks nice so that's promising. Me I should V brought some of the Vegas heat with me. Are we still good to meet on Thursday? I figured I'd create a plan with you for the next week or so. Then I'd head to the grocery store and stock up on ingredients I'm going to need. Friday could be my first day, and then you won't have to eat anything out of a can or box ever again. Hudson, what about my ravioli? Me, you'll survive. Hudson, Thursday sounds great. How is Lucy adjusting with the move? Is she doing okay? Me, she's taken Liam's cat hostage as her own, so I'd say it's going well. I told her she'll get to meet 2 dogs soon and she was beside herself. Hudson, Gus, and Millie can't wait either. What are you doing today? Me trudging through the city with Piper to find an apartment. It's bleak, but I'm hopeful we'll get there. Hudson, good luck. Well, I look around the apartment from the small kitchen and put my hands on my hips, glad Lucy isn't here to see this. This sure is something. The mouse in the living room really makes it feel like a home. Piper wrinkles her nose and steps away from the mold on the windowsill. How is this place not condemned? The better question is how are they asking for $2,500 a month for a place this shitty? That should be a crime. You can't live here, and you can't live in the other 6 apartments we saw this morning. In fact, I don't think you should live anywhere besides our place. You don't think having to get a tetanus shot before living here sounds fun? Madeline, you cannot be serious. Using humor is a coping mechanism for me, and these are dire times, Piper. I sigh. I'm going to have to find my own place eventually. I appreciate your offer to let us stay with you rent-free, but my moral compass won't let me rely on other people long-term. I'll figure something out. I'm an optimist too, and even I can recognize how shitty this situation is. From what the guy in the front office told me, all the decent apartments were snatched up by college kids and people who moved in this summer. The pickings are slim. I stare at the stove that has a burner missing and I can't help but laugh. And Slim left a while ago. If he's smart, he'll never come back. That makes Piper giggle, and soon we're cackling in the middle of the dilapidated hellhole that might be my future residence. Me, Lucy, and the family of mice living in the walls. There were shit stains on the toilet, she wheezes, and when she reaches out to hold the counter so she doesn't fall over, I bat her hand away. You need an immunization before you touch anything in here. Did you see the shit stains on the walls? I have a lot of questions. I groan and hug my purse to my chest. What the hell am I going to do? We'll figure it out over lunch. I invited my friends to join. Between the 4 of us, I'm sure we can come up with a plan. Her smile is sympathetic, and I'm grateful I don't have to go through this ordeal alone. Let's grab a bite to eat so you can tackle this afternoon with a clear head. And leave this place so soon. What a bummer. I head for the door, eager to get out of here. Where are we going? There's a sushi place close to the arena I've been wanting to try. I have to head to the office after to get some work done, so I can't join you for the next part of your house hunt. Lucky bitch, I say, and we laugh all the way to Piper's car. The drive to the restaurant is short, and when we walk inside, the hostess leads us to a table occupied by 2 women. One has long red hair and a splash of freckles on her cheeks. She looks vaguely familiar, someone I've definitely seen before, and her shirt shows off sculpted arms. The other has her brown hair up in a messy ponytail. She's talking animatedly and using her hands, and I can tell she's someone with a big personality. Nerves hit me like a ton of bricks. I had a few girlfriends back in Vegas, a small group of moms I saw once a week when we chat over charcuterie boards. My coworker, Alice, who I grabbed dinner with every now and then when I had a rare night off. It was all surface-level stuff, though. I've never really had a friend. Someone I could spill my guts to and call crying in the middle of the night if I needed a minute to vent. I always felt like a bother, like I was interrupting something more important, so I kept to myself. I've always wanted that strong friendship, a woman or two I could have in my corner when the going gets rough and my heart races with anticipation as we join the pair at the table. Maybe this can be a friend group. Maybe these women have space for me, and I'm more nervous than I was when I met Hudson at his apartment. "Hi," Piper says brightly. She reaches over to hug the redhead and sits next to her. I slide in next to the brunette and smile her way. "Sorry we're a few minutes late. We were in the 8th layer of hell, also known as apartment hunting. This is Madeline. She's Hudson's new private chef." "Hi." The woman beside me grins and there's a twinkle in her eye. "I'm Lexi Armstrong, the DC Star's head athletic trainer." "And I'm Emerson, but you can call me Emmy," the redhead says, and now I recognize her. "Oh my God. My daughter is such a fan of yours. She's obsessed. I think we own about 10 of your jerseys, which I'm now realizing is embarrassing as hell to admit when meeting you for the first time. I promise I'm not a crazed fan." "I'm flattered, truly," Emmy says. "What's your daughter's name? I'd love to write her a note." "That's so kind of you," I say. "Her name is Lucy. She's 6, and I'm going to be the coolest mom in the world when I pick her up from school and show her this. We need more girls who are hockey fans." She scribbles on a napkin with swoopy handwriting, adds a heart at the bottom, then hands it over to me with a smile. "Tell Lucy she's welcome to a game anytime. I've never seen you smile this much." Lexi puts her elbow on the table and tips her head to the side. "You need to spend more time in Bali." Emmy flips her off. "Is that better?" Lexi laughs. "Much, thanks, babe." "Thank you for letting me join you all," I say. Piper was helping me look for an apartment this morning, but we're striking out left and right. When I moved here, I stayed on the couch of a friend of a friend of a friend. Some guy named Craig. I woke up to him watching me sleep and I bolted. I found an apartment that was out of my price range at the time, but at least it didn't include any creepy dudes, Lexi says. "I'll see if my building has any openings. I'm only 4 blocks away from Hudson." "Where did you move here from?" Emmy asks. "How do you know Piper?" "Las Vegas. We met at the Stars game last season. She gave me her card and I reached out to her a few weeks ago about needing a job," I say. "Now she's Hudson's chef and she's probably going to set the record for being the longest tenured employee at the Hayes household." Piper laughs. "Not that it would take much, poor guy." "Hudson is great. He's so kind and thoughtful," Emmy smiles. "A 10 out of 10. I'm glad he finally found a chef. He's been stressed about it all summer. When he was in the athletic trainer's offices during the off-season, he'd always ask if we knew of anyone who would be willing to help him out." During Lexi's phone rings on the table and she laughs. "Speak of the devil," she answers and hits speakerphone. "Hi, Huddy boy, I'm talking about you." "Good things, I hope," he says. "What are you doing?" "Getting lunch with Piper, Emmy, and Madeline." "What are you doing?" "About to hop in an ice bath." "Are you free for a massage before team dinner? My hamstring is killing me." "I'll be back in my office in an hour or so. Come by whenever and I'll take a look." "New pain?" Lexi asks. "Yeah," Hudson answers. "It's probably from getting back in the groove of things, but I want to tackle it early." "We'll get you fixed up, Hayes." "Thanks, Lex, appreciate you." "Hi, Hudson," Piper says, and his laugh echoes around us. "Hey, little P, I figured I was on speakerphone." "It's a good thing you didn't say anything inappropriate." "Inappropriate," Emmy snorts. "We all know Hudson is a please and thank you kind of man, even when he's, let's save the talk about my personal life for later." Hudson cuts in, and I bite back a laugh when he adds a reluctant please. "Told you," Emmy whispers loud enough for him to hear. "Madeline and I were out looking at apartments this morning. There's nothing available in this city." Piper sighs and puts her chin in her hand, defeated. "She should just live with you." "I offered," he says, then he pauses. Can you let me talk to Madeline, please, and take me off speakerphone? Hello, I say when Lexi hands over the phone. Hey, he answers. The search is that bad. It's not great, but it's fine. I have faith there will be a breakthrough this afternoon. I'm serious about that offer, Madeline. You can stay at my place if you want. I have Lucy, remember. I didn't forget about your daughter. I have 4 bedrooms and there is plenty of space. Wouldn't that be a massive invasion of your privacy? Not unless you're going to record me in the shower. My cheeks heat at the thought of him under hot water. I would never do that, I blurt. I know you wouldn't. I'm just giving you a hard time. Think about it. You'll be around almost every day. Sometimes late at night. Might be easier for you if you walked down the hall after dinner instead of trying to get across town. And I don't like the idea of you alone on the streets when it's nearing midnight, especially with Lucy. I didn't consider the transportation aspect of my job. I don't have a car in D.C. Taking the metro to and from his place multiple times a day, sometimes with my daughter and bags of food in tow, sounds like a logistical nightmare. We don't know each other, I say. What do you want to know? You could have a foot fetish. I don't have a foot fetish. You could be a murderer. I don't have enough free time to be a murderer, and I saw how good you are with knives. I wouldn't stand a chance against you. That makes me laugh, and I bite my bottom lip. Why would you offer your house to someone you don't know? Because it's the right thing to do, Hudson says, voice calm. You work hard. You want the best for your daughter, and you're a good mom. I have space, tons of it, and it should go to good use. I've always had a good intuition, and it's only gotten better since becoming a parent. I know with every fiber of my being Hudson is a decent guy. Someone who would never ever hurt me or Lucy. Someone I can trust, someone who would help. And in a city where I don't have any resources on hand, where I'm essentially alone, I need all the support I can get. Okay, I whisper, and I swear I can hear his smile through the phone. That sounds good to me. Great. I head out of town tomorrow for an away game, but I'll be back late Wednesday night. What do you think about meeting somewhere neutral on Thursday, and then y'all can move in on Friday? I know a great frozen yogurt shop near a park. Might be less overwhelming. She loves frozen yogurt. We could do after school on Thursday, as long as you're okay with pushing back our menu planning another day or two. The menus aren't going anywhere, and I have the Thai restaurant around the corner on speed dial. You're in charge here, Madeline. Tell me how you want me to introduce myself to her, and I'll go off your directions, Hudson says. And if it doesn't work out, I'll help you find a place where you and Lucy can be comfortable. I really like the frozen yogurt idea. Let's do that. I'll text you when I get back from our away game. If you need me before then, you know where I am. I do. Have a good day, Hudson. Later, knife girl, he says, and I hand the phone back to Lexi. They finish their conversation, and when Lexi hangs up, all 3 women look at me. What? I ask, put on the spot by their attention. I can understand why you're hesitant. Bringing your daughter around a man she hasn't met is a big deal. I'm not a mom, so I'm not going to pretend to tell you what to do, but Hudson is the best guy, Piper says. We can vouch for him, Lexi chimes in. I don't feel safe around many men, but I feel safe with him. Emmy twists her hair around her finger, and I can tell there's a secret there. Something deep and meaningful buried behind her reassurance, and it makes me want to hug her tight. You'll be in good hands. Yeah, I say, giving into their praise. It's impossible not to. I got that impression from the moment I met him. Lexi lifts her water glass, and we all mimic her. A toast, she says. What are we toasting? Piper asks. To new beginnings and new friends. I blush and dip my chin. A smile pulls at my mouth, and I let it burst into a grin. To new beginnings and new friends, I repeat, glad for the twist of fate that brought me here with these 3. 10 Madeline Hudson. Hey, I'm here. I left the dogs at home. Didn't want to create too much chaos. I'm sitting on a bench under a tree. Me will be there in just a second. Sorry to make you wait. We accidentally went the wrong way on the metro, and it took me 3 stops to realize my mistake. Hudson happens to the best of us. At least you didn't end up in Shady Grove. I did that once after a night out with my teammates. Never again. Me, I don't think I'd be able to find that on a map. Hudson, I definitely can't, and I've lived here for years. Is this the way to the frozen yogurt shop? Lucy asks as we walk down the sidewalk. It is. And remember how I said we're meeting someone special today? You said I'm going to know who he is. Is it Elmo? I laugh and pull her close to my hip. It's not Elmo, but I think you'll like him. Who could be better than Elmo? I didn't say he was better, I tease, and she giggles. We're going to meet him at the park, then walk to get ice cream. Okay. It's warm today and I have on my boots. She lifts her leg and shows off the rain boots she demanded to wear to school this morning, even though there's not a raindrop in sight. We can walk as far as we need to. We make our way into the park through an iron gate, and I spot Hudson right away. He's scrolling on his phone, and when he looks up and our eyes meet, he grins. He gives me a wave and flips his hat backward before walking toward us. Jesus Christ, shit like that should be illegal for men to do in public. His gray joggers hug his thighs and his plain white t-shirt stretches across his chest. He slips his phone in his pocket, smile never wavering. Do you know who that is? I ask Lucy, and she covers her mouth with a hand before answering me. He plays hockey. What is he doing here? Are we going to play hockey? No hockey today, sweetheart. Remember how I told you I was starting a new job? I'm working for Hudson and he offered to let us live in his apartment. Wow. Lucy stares at Hudson and she giggles. He's famous. He is famous, I agree. Should we say hi? Do we have to? There y'all are, glad to see the Metro didn't defeat you. Hudson stops a few feet away from us. He squats and smiles at Lucy. Is it okay if I say hi, except? I'm realizing I don't know any sign language. Damn, could you, is it rude to ask you to say hello for me? I'm sorry. I should have thought about this ahead of time. It's not rude at all. I stroke Lucy's hair and bend down to her level. She's staring at Hudson like he's the coolest thing she's ever seen, and it's hard to break her attention away from him. This is Hudson, I tell her, making sure to speak at the same time so he can understand. He doesn't know sign language, but he wants to say hi. Hudson waves and my daughter lights up. She giggles and waves back. He looks just like he does on TV. She says you look like you do on TV, I explain. She watches the Stars games while I cook dinner. I'm flattered. He reaches in his pocket and hands Lucy something. I brought her a gift. It's nothing big, but I figured she might like it since she's a fan. What is it, Mommy? Lucy asks. It's a trading card, I say and sign. And it looks like, wow, baby. It's signed by all the boys who play on the Stars. I'm going to be the most popular person at school. Thank you, she frowns and looks at me. How do you spell his name again? Hudson, I say, going slow so she can learn it. Hudson, she signs, and I kiss the top of her head. Thank you so much, I say when she examines the card, not caring about us anymore. Happy to do it. He stands upright and rolls his shoulders back. The frozen yogurt shop is around the corner. I thought we could get our bowls, then hang out here. It's nice enough to sit outside. Lead the way, hockey guy. It takes us forever to make it back to the park. Lucy loaded up her cup of yogurt with 8 different toppings, and Hudson and I had a disagreement at the register over who was paying before he tapped his phone against the card reader and told me better luck next time. He stopped to sign an autograph for a young fan who held up a napkin and a pen, and 30 minutes later, we finally get comfortable on a wood bench beneath a large oak tree. Lucy sits in the grass, content and happy with ice cream on her face, and I sigh up at the late afternoon sunshine. I scoop out a bite of my vanilla ice cream and eat it. I can't wait for her to meet your dogs. They're going to go crazy. I'll do my best to keep them under control. Hudson looks at Lucy and smiles. Was it difficult to learn sign language? It was. I still get tripped up on words from time to time. When she was younger, we did a lot of flashcards and picture books. I relied on resources people in the deaf community sent my way, but it's a curve. I can't do it all. I'm so grateful she gets to go to a school that has students and teachers who communicate like her. I want to ask a question, but I'm not sure if it's insensitive. She's the first deaf person I've met, and the internet only gave me so many answers. I'll tell you if something is offensive, I say, but no part of me believes he'd ever make an inappropriate comment. You can ask anything you want. We're going to be living with you, and I want you to feel comfortable. I'd never not feel comfortable with her around. His eyes flicked to me before bouncing back to my daughter. There's softness there, a hint of tenderness no man has ever shown her. Was Lucy born deaf, or did it happen over time? She was born deaf. I eat another bite of my yogurt and shiver. She failed her newborn hearing test a few hours after her birth, and she failed it a second time. An audiologist confirmed her hearing loss, so it's all she's ever known. When you're talking with her, you only sign. When I'm around, you sign and speak, he says, and I like that he's curious. Why? It's called SIMCOM, which is short for simultaneous communication. It's to make sure Lucy is a participant in the conversation even though she can't hear. The last thing I want is for her to feel excluded. When I'm with her or other people who understand sign language like my parents, Piper, or Lucy's teachers, I won't speak. When there are people around who don't know sign language, I'll do both so she's a part of what's happening around her. Noted. Hudson nods and tosses his empty cup in the trash can. Was Lucy's dad deaf? Nope. No one in either of our families is deaf. Is he still in the picture at all, your ex? He's not. Okay. Hudson nods again, and I prepare myself for the next round of questions, the ones where he asks what happened. Where did things go wrong? How could I ever leave a man who seemed to love me so much, but they never come? Got it. You're not going to ask me about my ex. He turns to look at me. Do you want me to ask about your ex? Everyone else does. If you wanted to tell me, you would tell me. People are allowed to keep things inside without sharing them with the world. Do you do that? I ask. Keep things inside. Sometimes. There's a lot I don't want the world to know. That must be hard with your job. Don't you have a microphone in your face after every game? I've gotten good at deflecting. He leans back against the bench. When Lucy glances at him curiously, he sticks out his tongue, and she dissolves into a fit of giggles. I have morning skate tomorrow, then I'm doing a PT session with Lexi in the afternoon. Y'all can come by the apartment whenever you want and move your stuff in. I'm happy to help with bags too. I'm planning on dropping her off at school, then swinging by. I nod at his leg. How is your hamstring? It's all right, I'm surviving. He smiles again. I swear this man is always smiling, a sunshine boy who's never sad. Lexi has a gift for healing. That's a cool party trick. Mommy. Lucy taps my knee. Can I have my Barbies? I dig in my bag for her dolls and hand them over. Thank you. I finish my ice cream and lean forward on the bench so I can grab Lucy's empty bowl. Do you have any siblings? Nope, I'm an only child. I wanted a sibling when I was growing up, but now I have 24 teammates who are my brothers. They're more than enough. Are you all close? Yeah. His smile shifts to wistful. They're my best friends. I've called them in the middle of the night and they've answered. We celebrate birthdays and holidays with each other. When someone is going through a breakup, we'll all sit on the couch and eat pints of ice cream together. I laugh, and he accidentally nudges my knee with his. I'm serious. I'd walk through a fire for them and they'd do the same for me. That's sweet. I never knew if you all were people who happened to be on the same sports team or if you actually got along. We get along. When Emmy played on the Stars, I got in the first fight of my career when I found out what her ex said about her. I decked the asshole in the face, and I've never been more proud. I wouldn't peg you for a violent guy. I'm not, but if you mess with someone who's important to me, Hudson trails off and shrugs, we're going to have a problem. You're protective. I hum. That's a good trait to have. That's what I'm told. His gaze cuts over to me. I can't believe how much Lucy looks like you. She does, doesn't she? My brown eyes, my dark hair. Her smile is mine, too. I noticed. What's it like to have a miniature version of yourself running around? Slightly terrifying, but also my greatest accomplishment. I'm proud of a lot of things in my life, but Lucy takes the top spot. I can see why, Mommy. Lucy climbs in my lap and rests her cheek against my chest. Can you ask him what his favorite color is? Lucy would like to know your favorite color, I tell him. He rubs his beard and taps his cheek. He pretends to be deep in thought, then he points at the grass. Green, he says, and I pass that along to Lucy. That's my favorite too. Will you ask him if we can be friends? Lucy would like to know if you want to be her friend, I say to him, and the smile he gives me is his biggest one yet. Yes, he says without hesitation. I'd be honored. He says yes. I kiss Lucy's forehead and she giggles, and he's very excited about it. We spend another 20 minutes sitting together. I pass along Lucy's questions to Hudson, then answer for him. She yawns and rubs her eyes, and I know she's getting tired. It's been a long few days, and the last thing I want is for her to get burnt out. Do y'all want to ride back to Piper's? Hudson asks when Lucy closes her eyes. Thanks, but she needs a booster seat in the car. We're okay with the Metro. I push off the bench and hold her against my hip. She's getting so big, but I love holding her. I'll be by late tomorrow morning and we can get this rolling. Big week in the Hayes household, he says. New roommates, good food, I'm excited. You are? I ask. Yeah, I could use some fun in my life, and I can tell y'all are going to be great additions to the roster. We're excited too. I give him a wave. I'll see you soon. Hudson stands and looks down at us, that smile still on his face. Looking forward to it, knife girl. 11 Hudson Puck Kings G-Money. I think we need a new group chat name. This one is getting lame. Sully, I think we need to win a game before we worry about chat names. Easy E, relax, Grumpy Gills. We're 0-2 to start the regular season. We'll survive. Mitchie Cap, are you worried? Mavi, nah. Most of us barely played in the preseason and are still finding our rhythm. Can't judge how we're going to perform in June today. And I'm glad Emmy got the win against us. G, Money my guy 333. Mavi, don't forget book club tonight. Connor, where are we meeting? Easy E, I forgot to read Law, whoops. Me, we picked the motorcycle club book for you, Ethan. Easy E, let me borrow your audiobook, Goalie Daddy. Sully, screw off. G Money, that wasn't a no. Mitchie, the calendar says Hudson is in charge for October. Easy E, Huddy boy ye. I love his apartment. There are so many blankets. It's so cozy. Me, what is wrong with you? Easy E, food coma. Too many croissants from that bakery by the arena. Me, I love their croissants. I ate 6 last Wednesday after strength training. Don't tell coach. Easy E, you get it. Me, I'd normally love to host, but y'all are going to have to pick somewhere else. I also can't make it tomorrow. I'll be there next month. Mavia, the hell, G Money, this is a hostage situation, isn't it? Easy E, he said he ate 6 croissants last week. That's definitely Hudson. Mitchie, all good. H, me, all good. G Money, blink twice if you need help. Sully, all of you need help. Easy E, I love when he talks dirty to us. Madeline, hi. I dropped Lucy off at school and I'm headed your way with suitcases. Me, make sure you don't go the wrong way on the Metro again. Madeline, not funny. Me, I laughed. Maybe you need a new sense of humor, Galloway. Madeline, wrong thing to say to the girl who has a pack of knives with her, Hayes. I didn't take the Metro, by the way. Piper let me borrow her car. Me, she did. I could have picked you up. Madeline, that's okay. I'm going to unload our stuff, drive back to Piper and Liam's, then pick up Lucy from school and take the Metro to your place where we'll be for good. Me, you'll tell me the next time you need a ride. Madeline, okay, bossy. I didn't want to inconvenience you. Me, it's not an inconvenience if it's something I want to do. There's a knock on my front door and I jog to open it. Hey. I lean against the frame and smile down at Madeline with her half a dozen suitcases. Welcome home. Thanks. She steps into the foyer and lets go of the bags she's lugging. This is so much better than the apartments I saw that had leaky pipes and cockroaches in the bedroom. The worst thing you'll find here is my sweaty gear after games. Avoid the bathroom off the kitchen when you see my jersey in there. The smell is horrific. I grab 2 of the suitcases and tilt my head. Come on in. I'll give you a quick tour. Where are the dogs? Madeline closes the door behind her and follows me down the hall. I expected to get assaulted by Gus, and I hate to admit I'm disappointed I didn't. I laugh. They're at daycare so we can have some peace and quiet. The lady who runs the place has a son on the Titans. She wanted athletes in the city to have a spot for their animals that didn't have restrictive drop-off and pick-up hours. On game days, I take them in late morning and I pick them up on the way home. The Titans, she repeats. That's baseball. Close. Football. That's not close at all. She huffs and I look at her over my shoulder. Her oversized sweater hangs past her waist, and her leggings are half covered by thick socks that come up her calves. She brushes her bangs out of her eyes, and I smile at the white ribbon tied to the end of her braid. I've only ever seen your pantry and kitchen. Remind me how many bedrooms there are. 4. The one on my side of the condo shares a wall with my bedroom and has its own bathroom. The bedrooms on the other side of the condo don't have a bathroom in the room, but they share one in the hallway. I walk into the living room and wheel her bags next to the couch. You can pick whichever ones work best for you and Lucy. Wow. Madeline puts her hands on her hips and surveys the room. Look how much natural light you get. Gus and Millie love to hang out here in the afternoon. I swear they sleep for hours in the sun. I motion for Madeline to follow me and we head down a different hall. Let me show you around. This is a nice space, she says when we get to the room that might work for Lucy. What were you using it for before? Nothing important. I had a desk and a piece of weight-lifting equipment in here, but I haven't touched either in a year. It's all in storage now. You can do whatever you want with the room. I was going to buy a mattress, but I have no clue what 6-year-olds sleep on. Cribs, race car beds. A refurbished canoe. Definitely not a crib. Madeline smiles and walks to the window. A low loft bed would be perfect, but I'm glad you didn't get anything. I don't want you to spend money on us. I join her by the window and tap her shoulder. My southern hospitality won't let me do otherwise. You're paying me to work for you. I can afford a bed. Doesn't mean I don't want to help. Let's table the furniture talk for a few minutes. Come see what I thought could be your room. We exchange small talk as we walk to the other side of the condo. Madeline tells me she likes the paint I picked out for the walls. I mention the 2-hour debate I had in the Home Depot between eggshell and white dove, and she laughs when I say I finally gave up and picked Chantilly lace. When we make it to the room next to mine, she gasps. Her hand flies to her mouth and she blinks. This would be for me, she whispers. All of it. Yeah. I point to the double doors. That leads to the balcony. Over there is an ensuite bathroom, and you can't forget the nook where you can put books or a desk so you can plan out meals. This room alone is almost as big as our place back in Vegas. The downside is you'll have to share a wall with me. I hope that's not too much of a plight for you. Do you snore? Nope. Do you snore? I'm snore-free, so you don't have to worry about me. I don't mind sharing a wall with you. I'm not used to having so much separation from Lucy, but I think this will be good for us. She's getting older, and she needs to learn some independence without me hovering over her every 5 seconds. I don't want to be a helicopter parent, and being on top of each other won't give her space to grow on her own. You're a good mom, I say, and her bottom lip quivers. I remind myself to tell her that frequently when she's around. I'll let you get settled. Come find me when you need a break. Madeline smiles, and it's shy, on the edge of hesitant, but she squeezes my biceps and electricity jolts through me. Thank you, Hudson. I'll bug you in a bit. I rub my eyes and stretch my arms above my head. It's almost 1, and I've spent the last hour and a half watching footage from our first couple of games. I see what Coach mentioned at practice the other day. I'm slow on offense. It's like I'm a beat late, a second behind everyone else when we cross center ice, and I hate that I haven't been as aggressive as my teammates. Hey, do you mind if we talk for a minute? Madeline asks, and I look up from my laptop. Sure, anything beats watching film of my shitty skating. Didn't you win the Stanley Cup? Your skating can't be that shitty. Look at you knowing your hockey lingo. I smile and point at the seat next to me. What's up? It's an awkward conversation. She slides into the chair and folds her hands on the table. But I figured we should get it out of the way. Is this about the foot fetish again? For someone who claims to not have a foot fetish, you sure are mentioning it a lot. I could say the same about you, I toss back, and she smirks. It's not about the foot fetish. I know this is your place, not mine. You've graciously opened your home to me and my daughter, but I was hoping we could lay out some ground rules so we can cohabitate cordially. I tip my head to the side, intrigued. What kind of rules? Where I dump my skates and gear. The blades are sharp, but I keep a guard on them when I'm not wearing them. Lucy won't cut her fingers. Not exactly. It's not lost on me you're an attractive professional athlete. Madeline rolls her eyes. Okay, wipe that grin off your face. You know what you look like. A compliment is still nice to hear. Thank you for the flattery, Madeline. You're welcome, she answers, and her cheeks are a little pink. I'm not totally familiar with the athlete lifestyle. From what I've read online, it can be, how do I put this delicately, wild. What? I'm grateful for the hospitality, but I think it would be inappropriate for my 6-year-old to see things she shouldn't be seeing. Like women sneaking in and out at odd hours of the day, bras on lamps and underwear on the kitchen counter. Madeline swallows. Her face is bright red now. Those kinds of things. I make a show of glancing around. I don't see any of that here, do you? No, not currently. I don't want to assume anything, but I figured it would be best to set those expectations now. Fair enough. I lean back and rest my ankle on my thigh. I've never been the guy who likes random hookups. I've never had a one-night stand, and I don't sleep with a woman unless she means something to me. Never, never. I like relationships, meaningful conversations, getting to know a person before things get serious. I swear that's not a line I'm using, I add, and it's my turn to blush. I didn't expect to be having this conversation in my kitchen. Why? Blame my parents. I rub my thumb over my bottom lip and laugh. My dad met my mom when they were 17, and he was a goner from the moment he laid eyes on her. She wanted the chase, though, because she knew he was going to be it for her, too. But she was adamant he worked for it, so they didn't date until they were 19. They got married that same year and never looked back. So, you're a romantic. Are you not? No, Madeline shakes her head. Not at all. I think it's all kind of bullshit. Nothing lasts forever. Ah, that's a bummer. I guess I am a romantic. I believe in soulmates and happily ever afters. One person for you kind of thing. I've always cared more about emotional attraction than physical attraction. I'm not going to lie and say I don't enjoy intimacy. I do. I just enjoy it more when it's with someone I care about, which does not include someone I meet at the bar one night and immediately bring home. That's how some of my teammates act, but not me. It's not my style and never has been. I promise there won't be any bras or underwear around here. You won't see random women sneaking in and out. I give her a salute. What else do you have for me? That was it, honestly. What you do behind your closed door is up to you. I was only worried about what Lucy might see. I'll be on my best behavior. You don't have to do that. You can be on your worst behavior if you want to be. Nah, this is more fun. I laugh, and it's cute how flustered she is. You sure there's nothing else? I guess communication. Madeline says it like a question. If Lucy and I are in the way or you want some space, please let me know. I get plenty of space on the road. Trust me when I say it's isolating as hell. It'll be nice to bring the dogs home and have someone here, but I agree. If there's something we need to talk about, we talk about it before it becomes a problem. No avoiding the issue in hopes it goes away. I think this roommate thing is going to work out just fine. She smiles at me, and I savor the damn thing. It feels like a perfect summer day. Sun on your face and wind in your hair. Now that we've gotten the awkward conversations out of the way, want to talk about food. You're speaking my language, Galloway, I say, and she laughs as she opens her planner. She runs through the list of meals she has planned, and I nod enthusiastically. We brainstorm an eating schedule that works around morning skates and game nights, and talk about the habits I want to create when it comes to nutrition. When Madeline stands and says she's going to grab Lucy from school, hours have passed, and I can't help but think about how today is the best day I've had in a long, long time. 12 Madeline, I barely see Hudson my first week and a half in the apartment. We pass each other in the hall with a hello and a wave before he heads to practice, or I rush out the door to drop Lucy off at the bus stop. He leaves for 2, 3 days at a time, getting back late after I've gone to bed. I make his meals for him and put them in the refrigerator, cooked and ready, and only needing a quick reheat before they can be enjoyed. Sometimes I'll write instructions on a sticky note and leave it on the aluminum foil so he's not confused. Every morning when I get up, his dirty plates are arranged neatly in the dishwasher. The sink is clean, and there's hardly a trace of him to be found. The only sign he's been there is a different sticky note on the counter. Always in the same place right by the stove and always with the same message. A thank you scribbled in his messy handwriting, with a little smiley face in the bottom right corner. It's a silly thing. Something I wouldn't usually notice, and I don't know why it makes me laugh when I'm groggy and sleep-deprived. But it does. Our schedules barely overlap, and besides the meals I leave for him, it's like Lucy and I live in his big condo alone. She loves the space, loves spending time with Gus and Millie. She's taken to sitting in the sun that sneaks through the living room curtains late in the afternoon while she reads her book, the dogs never more than a few feet away. I've caught the 3 of them napping on the couch, and wherever Lucy goes, Gus and Millie are hot on her heels. I yawn and stretch my arms above my head as I walk down the hall. It's just after 6 and I'm desperate for a cup of coffee. My body is screaming for caffeine after I stayed up too late last night planning out this week's menu for Hudson to review. My eyes can barely open past a squint. My neck hurts from staring at my computer for hours while laying on my side, and it's becoming scarily obvious I'm not in my 20s anymore. When I get to the kitchen, I freeze. There's a tall, imposing figure lurking in the shadows by the coffee maker. My hand comes up to cover my mouth, and the edges of my vision turn hazy. Damn. No, no, no. Did I lock the door last night? My heart surges up to my throat, and I fight the urge to turn back and barricade myself in Lucy's room. I look around and search for a weapon. The knives are too far away, and a ladle won't cause enough damage. Somewhere in my subconscious, I know I'm about to make a stupid decision, but I rush forward and grab a banana from the fruit bowl on the counter. Pulling my arm back behind my head, I launch the fruit at the mass of a man as hard as I can. What the hell? The voice that fills the dark kitchen is deep and scratchy, and oh, I've definitely heard it before. Hudson spins around with a cup in his hand, and I'm not too humiliated to register relief that it's not, in fact, an intruder. Madeline, hi, I say weakly. What are you doing here? I live here. I thought you were getting back from Seattle this afternoon. We left late last night because of inclement weather. Got in 45 minutes ago and I'm a zombie. He bends and scoops the banana off the floor. Did you hurl this at me? No, I'd never assault my employer after mistaking him for a burglar, especially after he invited me and my daughter to live in his nice home. Hudson's mouth twitches. He sets the offending item on the island between us and takes a slow sip of his coffee. Must have been the ghosts, he says in a level voice, but a laugh cracks through the last word. They act up every now and then. Kudos to them for wanting to protect the condo. That explains the creaking I heard a couple nights ago. I see a mark on his neck, a light pink indentation below his ear, and I wince. Damn, the ghosts really landed that throw, huh? It's my fault. I should have given you them a heads up I was getting home this morning so there weren't any surprises. The ghosts are delirious and you startled them. It won't happen again. At least it wasn't an apple. That might have earned me a concussion, and I'm not sure how I'd explain to Coach I was injured by paranormal spirits. I forgot to tell you I'm actually the Grim Reaper masquerading as a chef. Is the Grim Reaper a woman? She is now. Secrets out. Hudson flashes me a full smile, and the beam wakes me up. So does the thin white shirt that shows off a sliver of skin on his stomach. The thing is like a damn crop top, and the sweatpants sitting low on his hips. Want some coffee? Yes, please, I say, and his eyes flick to my thighs for the quickest of seconds. The heat of his gaze causes me to look down and realize, horrifyingly, I'm in an oversized shirt that hit inches above my knees, socks that come halfway up my calves, and no pants. Jesus almighty. I pull on the hem of my shirt, trying to make it longer, but my efforts are futile. I'm half dressed in front of him, and my knotted hair and the sheet marks on my face are not helping my cause. Determined to maintain my professionalism despite having pigs on my feet, I march over to the coffee maker and stand by his side. How do you take it? He asks. Pardon, I answer, my mind stuck somewhere in a gutter because I got a glimpse of his belly button. Hudson turns toward the cabinet and reaches for the top shelf, pulling down a mug. The bastard doesn't have to stand on his toes like I do, and I curse my 5'7" stature compared to his impressive 6-foot-something height. Your coffee, milk, sugar, black. Oh right, yeah, a splash of milk and half a spoonful of sugar. How do you take yours? Extra sweet. A little bit of milk but a hell of a lot of sugar. Hudson slides the sugar my way and I add a scoop of it to my mug. I'm not a huge coffee drinker, but I'm dragging this morning. I need something to wake me up. You and me both. I get my coffee to the right shade and lean against the counter. I cross my ankles and take a sip from my mug, grateful to be revived. I sent you a menu last night for the week. I know you haven't had a chance to look at it, but when you do, let me know if there's anything you want to change. I'll check it out right now. He runs a hand through his messy hair, then taps his phone. He hums while he scrolls through his email and opens my color-coded attachment. I'm glad you include salmon every week. It's one of my favorite foods. Is it? I'll keep it in the rotation, but I'll find different variations so you don't get bored. Teriyaki, coated with breadcrumbs, seasoning and spices. The world is our oyster, Hayes, he laughs. I can't wait to see what you come up with. Your chicken noodle soup last week was delicious, then you went and topped it with the best steak tips I've ever had. Why didn't I find you sooner? If you tried to poach me from my job in Vegas, I would have laughed in your face. But I'm glad I'm here now. I swallow down another sip of coffee and set my mug on the counter. Should I get started on some food while you look over the menu? I can make an omelet and potatoes. Maybe some avocado toast so you're carb-loaded for practice. We don't have practice today because it was supposed to be a travel day, so that changes things. How do you feel about pancakes? Strongly. They're my favorite breakfast food. Might even be in my top 5 foods of all time. That's a bold statement. It's a shame we can't use the banana you launched at me. His grin is wry and teasing as he dips his chin and scans the menu. It's too bruised, like my neck. Don't you get pushed into walls for a living? We call them boards, and technically I get shoved into tempered glass, but yeah, I do, and I never thought a banana would be my demise. You know what? Smartasses don't get pancakes. You can have toast for breakfast, and I'm going to make sure it's dry as hell. Come on. Hudson pouts. I need my energy for the day. Fine. I roll my eyes, pretending like he's asking me to move mountains, but only if you promise not to sneak around the condo anymore. Announce your presence so there are no more fruit catastrophe. Would it help if I shared my location with you? Then you wouldn't have to wonder if I'm an intruder armed with piping hot coffee as my weapon of choice or a lawful resident of the space. You don't have to there. He taps his screen, then tosses his phone on a stack of magazines. I can't believe he's giving me access to his whereabouts just like that. Menu looks great, by the way. You don't need to change a thing. If you think of something you want to add or swap out, let me know. I'll make adjustments as needed. Sounds good to me. He finishes off his coffee and drops his mug in the sink. We should start on the pancakes before I wither away. We wouldn't want that hockey guy. I move around the island and stand on my toes to try to reach the mixing bowl. When I come up short, Hudson takes pity on me and grabs the cookware. His arm brushes against mine as he hands it my way, and a shiver races through me. Thank you. You're welcome. Are we doing chocolate chips, straight up buttermilk? Lucy will be up for school soon and she loves chocolate chips. I can make a couple batches and chocolate chip it is. How can I help? Will you hand me an egg, the milk and butter too? You're making these from scratch. I lift an eyebrow. You thought I was going to use a boxed mix. I did, and I'm learning it was a wildly offensive assumption. Forgive me, chef. You're forgiven. I grab a whisk and we work around each other. We make casual conversation about his game, about Lucy's art project that involves dried macaroni and a whole thing of glue, about the dogs getting in trouble at daycare because they stole treats from a puppy. Hudson is easy to talk to, and the company in the kitchen is nice. It's even nicer to be around someone who makes me laugh, and when he starts the mixer and batter flies onto his face, I wheeze until my sides hurt. Damn. He wipes a chocolate chip away from his cheek and pops it in his mouth. I should leave this to the professionals. What did you do for breakfast before I got here? I pour the salvaged batter onto the griddle and pull out a spatula from his utensil drawer. You did eat, right? Hardly. It was mostly cereal, toast. Bananas that weren't chucked at my head. He chuckles and wets a paper towel so he can clean his face. I'd swing by my friends' places and steal some of their food. I tried to make scrambled eggs once and the final product ended up burnt. It was a tragedy. I can still hear the trill of the smoke alarm. You poor thing, you're lucky I'm here. Yeah, Hudson beams at me. There's still batter in his beard, on his Adam's apple and his nose, but he doesn't seem to care. Lucky indeed. 13 Hudson Puck Kings. G-Money. I fucking hate wearing suits to games. Every other league lets their players wear whatever they want, and then there's the NHL, making us dress like we're extras on the set of fucking Bridgerton. And I still hate our chat name. Mitchy good show. Me great show. G-Money. My Uber driver asked if I'm in finance. Gag me. Easy E. I have a meeting with the commish next week because of my excessive roughness last season. Want me to pass along your opinion, G? I'll ask if we can roll up in sweats from now on. Mavi. Whoa, wait, you do? Me, why didn't you tell us, Ethan? Easy E. No big deal. I had too many penalty minutes and they want to make sure it doesn't become a habit. Sully, it's fucking hockey. If they wanted us to not be rough, we'd be in the NBA. G-Money. Shots fucking fired. Sully, it's true. Look how physical their league used to be. Now a tap on the arm is reviewed for a flagrant foul. Sure as shit hope we don't go that way too. Is a minor for high sticking going to become a major? Me, he has a point. Sully, of course I do. Easy E. It's fine. I'm going to tell him I'll play nice and all will be well. No worries, brachachos. G-Money. I can't wait to take off these clothes. I feel like I'm suffocating. I normally don't mind being choked, but from a tie, no thanks. Mitchy. No one wants to hear that. G-Money. That's what you think. Madeline. Hi, hockey guy. Me. What's up, KG? Madeline. This is not time sensitive, so please feel free to ignore me. Do you have a panini maker? Me. Ooh, I'm pretty sure I don't. But I've also never looked at what I have in the pantry, so maybe don't get your hopes up. Madeline. No worries. Me. Why in the world do you need a panini maker? Madeline. To make soup. Me. I like your sarcasm, Galloway. Madeline. Lucy wants a panini. I can use a burger press instead. Me. I have a burger press. Madeline. You have too. Me. Huh, you learn something new every day. I just ordered a panini maker and it'll be there tomorrow. Madeline. Thank you. Hope you score lots of points in your match. Me. Don't throw bananas at anyone while I'm gone. Canada can kick fucking rocks. Maverick takes the seat next to me on the charter plane and crosses his arms. I'm still mad Toronto took Emmy away from us. Away from me. And for what? Justin Harper, who immediately left DC that summer and went to California. Finn came back after he got traded. Emmy could have come back so I could play with her every day. None of it should have happened. It was seasons ago. You married her, she plays for Baltimore now, and you see her every night. I pop in an AirPod and close my eyes. Remind me never to piss you off. You know how to hold a grudge. Dude, he tugs on my jacket. Dude. I take out my earphone and glance at him with one eye open. You're incredibly needy. Probably because I was abandoned as a child and I'm making up for it as an adult. That's what my therapist says. Fuck you for making me feel like an asshole. I'm just messing with you. He flashes me his signature grin and stretches his legs out in front of him. 80 seats on this plane and you keep sitting next to me. I must not bother you that much. You bother me plenty, but I love you so I overlook all of it. What's up? I have a bone to pick with you. A bone. I frown and turn to face him. I rack my brain trying to remember if I missed a workout or team meeting this week and I come up short. I didn't do anything. Pretty sure your private chef moving in with you is something, man. How the hell did you hear about that? I know everything about everyone on this team. People think they can keep a secret, but nothing gets past me. You had no clue Liam and Piper got married in Vegas. I draw out and he flips me off. Fuck you, so. Is it true? Is what true? Riley drops his stuff in the row behind us and leans over the back of our seats. Who's in trouble now? After Maverick, I'm closest with him and Liam. When you spend almost every waking second with a guy on and off the ice for months on end, he becomes a part of you. Your right-hand man who knows your game and you better than you do, and I won the lottery with my teammates. Hudson is living with a woman, Maverick says, and Riley gasps. I know, right? And the fucker didn't think to tell us. What, you have a new girlfriend? Is that why you skipped book club this week? Y'all are annoying with your interrogation. I shuck off my jacket and toss it on the middle seat. I unbutton my sleeves and roll them halfway up my arms. It's warm in here all of a sudden and I adjust the air vent above me. Yeah, Madeline is living with me. No, we're not dating. I invited her and her daughter to stay in the condo because it made sense logistically. Her daughter. It's Maverick's turn to gasp. Holy shit, Huddy boy is in lovey. I reach over and knock the back of his head. When Riley laughs, I lean back and flick his forehead. I know I have a history of serious relationships, but I'm not in love with her. I barely know her. She's a single mom, Riley asks, and there's less teasing in his voice now. Dude, that must be hard. I'm sure it is, but Madeline makes it look easy. Between making my meals, getting her daughter out the door for school and helping with homework, I don't know when she has time for herself, I say. When I got home from weight training yesterday, I found Madeline and Lucy in the kitchen. I did my best to not disturb them because they looked busy. There were 3 worksheets spread out on the kitchen table. I saw erasers and mechanical pencils next to their cups of water, a stack of pink folders by a half-eaten apple. Lucy noticed me, though. She perked up and waved, asked if Gus and Millie could sit with her, and productivity went out the window. I apologized to Madeline for interrupting, but she only smiled, shrugged and said kids, like I know what it's like to be a parent. She got up to start dinner shortly after, and I'm really trying to figure out when the hell she slows down, when she takes a second to breathe and doesn't put other people first. I'm starting to think she never does. Do you know what happened to the ex? Maverick asks. Not in the picture from what she's told me. I don't get it. Madeline and Lucy are great. Fucking fantastic, really, and I don't know why someone wouldn't want them. Some people aren't meant to be parents. Riley hooks his thumb over his shoulder and I glance down the aisle. Connor, Ethan, and Grant are filming a video for some social media site and I snort. Look at Ethan. Dude would be the world's worst father. The day he has a kid is the day hell freezes over. Maverick rifles through his bag. He pulls out an eye mask and sets it on his lap. Time to get some sleep before we land, and coach makes us head immediately to the rink for practice. Fucking sadistic bastard. I'm happy for you, Hud. Riley puts a hand on my shoulder and squeezes. You seem like you're in a much better mood these days. Glad you don't have to stress about the chef position anymore. Can't believe I was worried about something so small. People in this country can't afford to eat, and I was complaining about not having someone to make a meal for me. I pop my headphones back in and sigh. The plane taxis out to the runway, and I close my eyes. Talk about perspective. The Toronto Stingrays are a hell of a team. Even more than that, the energy in their arena is electric. They won the Stanley Cup a couple of years back, and the hometown crowd is hoping they'll do it again this year. They'll have to go through us first, though, and we're on a mission to be back-to-back champs. Fucking love away games, Maverick calls out as we jump onto the bench for a line change. Especially when we're playing well. And tonight, we are. We have a 2-1 lead with 8 minutes left in the third, and it feels like we've finally found our groove as a team. Liam gave up a goal early in the first, but he's been unstoppable since. Maverick drained a pretty one-timer in the second, and Ethan scored off a rebound at the start of this period. The pressure we're applying is making the Rays scramble, and they're turning sloppy. Frantic almost, and I know the rest of our first line is ready to get back out there so we can put this game away. That goal of yours is going to be a top 10 play for sure. I squirt water in my mouth and wipe my neck with a towel. You feeling good? Every time I'm out there, I remember why I love this game so fucking much. Mav grins and looks at me. I have to show off tonight. Emmy is watching from home, and she said if I scored at least 1 point, she'd let me. Don't finish that sentence. I lean over the boards and watch Grant skate backward. He does a good job on defense, stopping a high hit with his glove before dropping the puck and taking off toward the other end of the ice. You're going to make my ears bleed. We need to get you a point. Maverick hits his stick against the boards when Connor misses a shot that goes wide right. You haven't scored yet this year. We've played 10 games, and you know I don't care about scoring. I fix my helmet and track the puck, waiting for coach's signal to switch lines. Just want the win. Selfless as always. Riley slings an arm over my shoulder and shakes me. Do you think your chef is watching? I don't think she gives a crap about any of this. I wave my glove around the packed arena. She didn't know who I was the first time we met. I highly doubt she's spending her night watching us. I clap when Liam dives on the puck and stops the Stingrays' aggressive offensive push. It's not her thing. Bummer, dude, Maverick says, but I shrug. I don't care that she doesn't watch hockey. It's refreshing to come home and not talk about practice or games. It's nice to have a part of my life that doesn't involve around skating or how many assists I had the night before. I like knowing she hangs around the kitchen and pretends to clean up while I eat dinner because she likes me as a person, not me as an athlete. The clock ticks down to 5 minutes, and Maverick, Riley, and I tumble back onto the ice. The puck gets passed to Ethan, who drops it back to me. I skate across center ice and toy with the Stingrays player who keeps trying to go for a steal. He moves to the right, so I move to the left, passing to Riley, who passes it over to Maverick. His backhand shot hits the goal and ricochets off the post. I'm there to scoop up the rebound, skating backward while my teammates get in position. Take it, Hud, Maverick yells as he powers himself forward, and I eye my other options. The obvious play would be to pass it to him or Riley. They're the best shooters on the ice right now, but neither are lined up in a good position. With 3 minutes left, we're going to get one more break before we head back in for the rest of the period. Our second line doesn't have the defensive intensity our first line does. If we don't score now, there's a good chance the Rays will try to tie it up when we head to the bench. One more scan of the ice tells me it's now or never, because an opponent is charging toward me. He slices his stick at my skates and I jump, taking the puck with me as I move to the right. I pivot and pretend like I'm going to pass the puck inside the crease to Maverick. The opposing goalie tracks my movements and turns, positioning himself to brace for an up-close shot. I take advantage of his misread and pull back, knocking the puck with a slap shot to the upper right corner of the goal. It sails straight into the net and the horn sounds. The crowd groans in disappointment. My teammates surround me and I knock their helmets with mine in celebration. I go down the bench to give all the guys a high five, then I skate to Liam and tap his helmet. About time you got one, he grunts, and I laugh, heading back to the bench. Incredible shot, man, Riley says, and Maverick hugs me. Y'all need to stop acting like I just won us the cup, I say. Not yet, but maybe in June. Grant touches my knuckles with his glove and jumps over the boards. Love you, Huddy. Nice shot, Hayes. That's the kind of aggression I want to see this season, Coach says, and I beam at his praise. Thanks, Coach. I'll keep working on it. We close out the game with a well-earned 3-1 victory. After a short interview with Piper, I drop into my chair in the visitors' locker room and start to peel off my gear. My phone buzzes in my cubby and I reach up to grab it. It's probably a message from my dad. He sends a thumbs up after every game and he hasn't missed a single one since he got a cell phone. I slide my finger across the screen, surprised to see a message from someone else. Madeline, nice game. Me, you watched. Madeline Lucy turned it on, but she fell asleep after the first quarter. There was nothing else on TV, so I figured I'd keep it on and to learn. Me, did you learn, Madeline, so much? I fight back a laugh and rub my thumb over my bottom lip. What are you laughing at? Maverick asks, pulling his jersey over his head. Something Duke said. Yeah, I answer, not correcting him from thinking it's my dad I'm talking to. You know Duke. Funny as always. He strips off the rest of his gear and stands there in just his briefs. Tell him I say hey. I nod and my fingers fly across the screen. Me, what would you do if I told you hockey has periods, not quarters, and there are only 3 of them? Madeline, that makes so much more sense. Yay, sports. Me, I didn't know everything when I started playing. I used to think figure skaters and hockey players used the same skates. I found that out after I showed up to my very first practice in figure skates. Madeline, I'm trying hard not to laugh, but I'm picturing you in a figure skating outfit. Me, laugh all you want. Wait till I tell you I go to figure skating classes in the off-season with some of the guys. And the Pilates classes Lexi teaches downtown. It keeps us in shape. Liam also goes to ballet classes to help with his flexibility. Madeline, wow. There's no such thing as toxic masculinity with you all, is there? Me, not at all. Just don't look at our teeth. Madeline, funny. I should head to bed. It's late. You'll be back tonight. Asking so I don't assault you again. Me, yeah. I'll be at the apartment around 2 a.m. You still have my location, right? Madeline, I do. Cheez-It Arena has a nice ring to it. That was a really nice goal you scored, by the way. I think I could get into hockey. I'm grinning like an idiot, but I don't care. Madeline watched our game, and that makes me even prouder than the goal did. 14 Hudson. The first month of the season flies by. Madeline, Lucy, and I settle into a routine. And whenever I'm home, they include me in the things they're doing. We went to the National Air and Space Museum last Sunday, and today we're working on Lucy's Halloween costume while she's at school. It's a character from a show called Blue Eye that's been on the living room television every afternoon, and Madeline spent the last 15 minutes explaining how it's a kid's show for adults. I still don't understand. I appreciate your help. Madeline holds up the fabric she's been stitching all morning. It's much faster with 2 people, and I'm working on borrowed time after Lucy let me know yesterday she needs something to wear for class tomorrow. I'm not sure I'm actually doing anything. I nudge over the piece of felt she needs to finish the costume, but I'm happy to assist. What are you up to the rest of the day? The calendar shows no game tonight. No game, but I have a meeting with Coach at 5. I'll be back in time for dinner at 6:30. Meeting. She puts the needle between her teeth and sets the costume on the table. Are you in trouble? Hope not. Coach likes to talk to us individually every other week. He checks in and makes sure we're doing all right mentally and physically. I've never played a sport before. Really? I didn't get that impression with all your sports expertise. Madeline tosses a spool of thread at my head and I laugh. Does every coach have meetings with their athletes? She asks. God, no. Some don't even bother to learn every player's name. When I was a rookie, our coach thought my name was Harold. Coach Saunders is a hard-ass, but he's the best of the best. He's young, so he's easy to relate to. Sometimes he'll join us in our workouts so we're not out there busting our asses alone. We've only gotten better since he's been with the team, and a Stanley Cup championship wouldn't have been possible without him. He sounds like a good guy. Madeline sticks the fabric with the needle and pulls the thread through. You were young when you started playing hockey, right? Yeah, I was 7 or 8. I watched Miracle on Ice and I became obsessed. Wouldn't shut up about it. I smile at the memory of following my parents around the house, begging for a pair of skates and promising to pay for them with lemonade stand money. It's humbling to know how far I've come. To know I was able to pay off their mortgage and completely wipe out the cost of Mom's medical bills because of the sport. I took some lessons, joined a club team, realized I was good, and here we are. Making Halloween costumes for a stranger's kid, she muses. A yacht in Turks and Caicos would be way more fun. Are you a stranger? I know a few things about you. Like what? You're always wearing socks and you hate cabbage. How do you know I hate cabbage? Because you made a face when you were cutting it up for coleslaw the other night. Madeline lifts her chin. You noticed that. I notice a lot of things. Oh, she's quiet for a minute, working the needle through the fabric again. No one's done that in a long time. Done what? Notice the little things. She shrugs, still hyper-focused on that damn needle and thread. There's nothing special about me. I frown. She's not wrong about many things, but she's wrong about that. Madeline Galloway is special, and I'm sad she's been led to think otherwise. Agree to disagree, I say, and her cheeks turn a faint shade of pink. Talk to me about cooking. You said you worked at McDonald's, but did you always want to be a chef? For as long as I can remember. My mom used to let me help her in the kitchen. She was a stay-at-home parent while my dad worked as a plumber, and cooking was something we did together. She'd pull a chair up to the counter so I could reach, and by the time I was a teenager, I was making 4-course meals like it was nothing. We still cook like that together sometimes. She's the best. The usual pang of sadness hits me like it always does when someone talks about their mom. It's a jealous ache of knowing they get to spend time with a person important to them and I don't. How old were you when you learned that knife trick? I ask, swallowing down my emotions, and her laugh is soft. A gentle sound that makes me smile and feel instantly better. 2, 3, 16 actually, and I nearly lost a finger the first time I did it. Now that is a cool party trick. I tap my phone to check the time. Lucy's bus comes soon, right? It's already 2. Where the hell has the day gone? Madeline stands and takes a long look at the costume. It's not the worst thing in the world. I could cut up a sheet and told her to be a ghost. This is a little more creative. You also could have given her one of my jerseys and let her be a hockey player. Damn it, Hayes, why didn't you say something sooner? Because it's unoriginal. I run a hand through my hair and toss her a sheepish grin. And I didn't think of it until you were halfway through the second ear. It felt cruel to mention it when you had been working so hard. Too late now. My fingers will just be bruised for a week. She holds up her hands, showing off the red marks between her knuckles. I should have offered to help more, even though I don't know how to sew. It's fine. Next time there's a costume contest, I'll make sure Lucy doesn't tell you. She can raid my gear drawer and call it a day. Fine by me. Madeline grins and heads for the door. She slips on her jacket and fixes her ponytail. I'm going to wait for her downstairs. See ya in a few, KG. When the door closes, I walk to the kitchen and grab an apple from the fruit basket. Lucy always eats one after school, and I cut it into the slices she likes before sliding it onto a plate. 10 minutes later, feet thunder through the apartment. I smile and grab a small notebook sitting on a stack of mail. Gus and Millie climb out of their beds under the window and trot toward me. I wait at the end of the hall and Lucy waves when she sees me. I smile and flip to the first page of the notebook, my pen poised above the paper. Hiya, Lucy. How was school? I write, holding up the notebook so she can read it. She gives me a thumbs up, then beelines it for the dogs, giggling when they lick her face and forgetting all about me. Is it okay if I communicate with her like this? I ask Madeline, tapping the notebook. I want to do things right, and I'm not sure if this is the way to do it. You'll want to keep it to basic questions. Asl, the sign language Lucy uses, is different from the English you and I use. She does read and write at school, but her primary form of communication is with her hands. It might be hard for her to have full conversations with you on the pages, she explains. But we can try. Got it. I whistle, and the dogs follow me to the kitchen with Lucy in tow. I set her on the bar stool, laughing when she smiles at me with a missing tooth grin, then sliding the plate of apple slices her way. Thank you, Lucy signs, which is one of the only phrases I've picked up on, and I nod. She bites down on the apple and looks at Madeline, signing something else to her. Lucy wants to know if we can take the dogs for a walk, Madeline tells me. Oh yeah, they need to go out and I could use some fresh air, I say, and I don't like that I have to use Madeline as the middle person to communicate. We'll go to the park up the road. Hudson said we can take the dogs, but you have to finish your snack first, she explains, and Lucy doesn't waste a second. She eats the apple slices in record time and jumps off the stool with another eager grin. I grab the dogs' leashes from the pantry and gesture for her to come close to me. Without words, I show her how to hook the leash to their collar, and I let her do the second one. She's careful and gentle, placing a kiss on Millie's head when she's attached. Way to go, baby. Madeline opens Lucy's backpack and hands over her coat. Make sure you zip up. It's getting cold outside. I hate the cold, I say, and Madeline moves Lucy's empty plate to the sink. I'd rather be in 90-degree weather. You play on ice. I know, and I wish I were in a sauna. I lead the dogs to the foyer. Madeline and Lucy trail after me, and I pull on a hoodie. I love to sweat. Your socks got mixed in with mine last week, and I almost gagged when I opened the washer, Madeline admits. Why do you bring that stuff home? I don't bring game stuff home. The place would need to be fumigated. I hold the door open for them and we move into the hall. Just some practice gear. I say this respectfully, but it's horrific. When Piper gave Lucy Maverick's jersey, I had to wash it 4 times before it didn't smell like a dead body. Been around a lot of dead bodies, Madeline. I told you I'm good with knives. I laugh. Trust me, I know how horrible all of it smells. I shower after the game, then I shower when I get home. Feels like it takes 2 washes to get clean some days. Lucy runs ahead and presses the button for the elevator. Gus and Millie sit beside her and she strokes their fur. I'm glad she and the dogs get along. She loves them. We've never had any pets because my schedule has always been too chaotic, so it's good to see she's not afraid of them. Madeline smiles and gently ushers Lucy into the elevator. Have you always been a dog person? No, actually. I was terrified of them growing up. When I entered the league, I realized how isolating this career can be if you're not into the party scene or married with kids. I didn't like sitting around the house alone, so I went to the shelter and adopted Millie. Gus came later, when I had a better handle on balancing my responsibilities. They help keep me sane when it feels like the world is up against me. They don't care if the Stars win or lose, and it's nice to be loved even if I make a mistake. That's parenting, she says as we head for the ground floor. I've made so many mistakes as a mom. I've messed up, but despite it all, Lucy loves me unconditionally. It's scary, honestly. The doors open to the building's lobby and we file out. Here. I stand behind Lucy and lift her arm so she's holding the leashes. I fold my hand over hers so I'm still in control, but it lets her feel like she's the one leading Gus and Millie. I have a good grip on them so they won't yank her. Does that feel okay, baby? Madeline asks and Lucy nods. If they're too strong, let me know. Mr. Hudson will take over. Mr. Hudson, I laugh. That's what the kids at the Stars summer camp call me. Makes me feel ancient. Then you have my teammates who call me Huddy Boy. What do you prefer? Hudson is just fine. Beyond that, Huddy Boy, Hayes. I shrug and let Lucy dictate our pace. Millie and Gus realize they're on a short leash and they don't sprint ahead like they do when we go out for a jog. The internet calls me Blonde Bombshell, but I'm not a huge fan of that one. Blonde Bombshell. Madeline starts to laugh and she covers her mouth. Sorry, that's people actually call you that. Don't ever look at my social media comments. It's a scary place. Wow. She opens the gate to the dog park, and I show Lucy how to unhook the leash from the collar. Gus and Millie take off across the grass with Lucy not far behind. I think I'll stick with Hudson. That feels safe. I smile. I like how my name sounds coming from her. Fine by me. Hudson Blonde Bombshell Hayes, you know what? I take it back. That is what I'm going to call you from now on. It's too good. Damn it, I should have kept my mouth shut. You should have. Too late now, BB. You've got a nickname for life. Watch your back, Madeline. I'll think of something just as humiliating to call you. I'd like to see you try, Bombshell. Oh, her laugh is loud and she holds her side. This is going to be so good. Shut up. I nudge her with my elbow, a move that makes her laugh even more. We're no longer friends. Madeline wipes a tear from under her eye. Her shoulders shake and she tips her head back so she can look at me. You're stuck with me, hockey guy, unless you want to go back to eating peanut butter for lunch. Her smile grows and there's an ache in my chest. The spot that's been fractured for years feels warmer, brighter, like a stitch has gone through it, like I'm being pulled back together. I guess there are worse people to be stuck with, I say. When she sticks out her tongue and waves to Lucy, I know I made a damn good choice with these two. 15 Madeline, I've never been the kind of person who likes to go out and party. I respect the women who like to put on a cute dress and spend their night at the club. I admire their ability to stay up past 10, but after a week where Lucy had a field trip to the Pentagon, and Hudson played 3 games in a row at home, which meant cooking 3 meals a day for 6 days straight, the blissful quiet of a Friday evening on the couch with my Chinese takeout and reality television sounds like a fucking dream. I curl my legs under me and sigh. Lucy fell asleep hours ago. Hudson is out with some of his teammates. The dogs are snoozing on the floor, and for the first time all day, no one needs me. I flip on the TV and relax into the cushions. One bite into my spring roll, my phone buzzes. A number I don't recognize pops up on my screen and I slide the message open with a greasy finger. Unknown number has added you to girls just want to have fundamental rights and good sex. Unknown number, there we go. I added her. Piper, hi Madeline. Welcome to the group chat. Unknown number, it's Emmy. Unknown number and Lexi. Unknown number and Maven Lansfield. I know we haven't met yet, but hi, I'm a photographer for the stars. I smile and set down my carton of food, making sure to save their contact information. Me, hi, everyone. I don't think I've been in a group chat before, but I'm happy to be here. How is everyone's night? Emmy Maverick came home from being out with the guys and had food all over him. I asked what happened, and he said instead of going to the bar like they planned, they decided to have a massive food fight. He wouldn't stop giggling when I told him there was spaghetti behind his ear. Piper, are they 12? Maven, they did this sober. Emmy, oh yeah, only water tonight. And apple juice for Grant, who started this whole thing when he launched a breadstick at Ethan for making fun of his drink choice, apparently. Lexi, boys are so fucking weird. Piper, wait. I looked at the photos on Mav's Instagram story and they're really funny. That one of him and Riley with lettuce in their hair is so cute. Emmy, it is cute, isn't it? Me, I've never really looked at any of their social media before. Emmy, Maverick has your name tattooed on him. Lexi, yes he fucking does. Maven, multiple times. Piper, find the photo of him wearing her jersey. Me, wow, that's love if I've ever seen it. Emmy, I'm a lucky girl. Gotta run. He says he's not getting out of the shower until I come in there and join him. Lexi, someone is going to come. Piper, Liam just asked why I laugh so loudly. Have fun, Em. We'll all get together soon. Piper, the week after next. Me, sounds good. Night, everyone. I lock my phone and smile, glad to be included in a really fun group of women. Turning my attention to dinner, I polish off the spring rolls before I move on to the white rice and orange chicken. When I finish, I put all the empty food containers on the coffee table and pull a blanket over my lap. Before I can get too comfortable, the front door opens then closes with a soft click. I crane my neck and see Hudson walking down the hallway. Hey, I mute the television and smile. How was the food fight? How'd you hear? He leans against the wall and matches my grin. Could you smell the garlic sauce from the foyer? I was added to a group chat with Emmy, Lexi, Maven, and Piper. I sniff and wrinkle my nose. But now I can smell it. Did you bathe in it? I might as well have. He sits in the chair next to the couch and grimaces. I think it's in my hair. I hope you retaliated appropriately. Yeah. His grin widens to a beam. I launched a whole bowl of tzatziki at Grant's face. Ah, to be 30 again. Hudson leans forward and grabs the collar of his stained shirt with one hand. He pulls it over the back of his head and all the way off, leaving him in a clean undershirt. I glance over, caught off guard by seeing him change. Broad shoulders give way to sculpted arms. His skin is smooth and blemish-free, his summer tan fading away as we move through November. There's a mole next to his belly button and veins that travel down his arms. My mouth goes dry, and I know I'm no better than a man with the thoughts racing through my head. I'm staring at him like I haven't been fed in goddamn years, but I can't help it. Hudson Hayes is built like a god and he's hot as hell. I could pretend to be oblivious to it before. Sure, he has a pretty face, a smile that can make you blush and eyes that twinkle when he thinks something is really funny. But now I know he has a six-pack. Now I know he's been hiding a body that looks like it was handcrafted out of the finest marble, but he does and he is, and my brain nearly short-circuits because of it. Jesus Christ, I mumble. What? He asks nothing. I the smell. I stare at his ear instead of his chest. I've never seen such a good-looking man before. I could bounce a quarter off his stomach if I wanted to, and I really kind of want to. Did you have a good night? Yeah. Hudson sets his shirt in his lap and laughs. Drops his head back and spreads his thighs. We're all dumb as hell, but at least we know how to have fun. I like that your idea of fun is a food fight, not a strip club. Not my style, knife girl. His eyes roam over the empty cartons on the coffee table and my position on the couch. Am I interrupting you from watching bad television? Not at all. Some company would be nice. I smile and rest my elbow on the pillow to my left. I promise I won't hurl any leftover lo mein at you. You hurled a banana at me. I won't hurl any food at you again, I amend. Do you want a glass of wine? Hudson's laugh is soft and slow, an indulgent sound, and he bobs his head. Why not? I have grilled chicken in my hair. I'm allowed to have a drink, but only one glass. A headache at practice tomorrow sounds like my idea of hell. So, you're a lightweight. I can't wait to see this. I'm 200 pounds. It's going to take more than one glass of alcohol to get me drunk. He stands and drapes his shirt over his shoulder. It's absurd he walks around looking like that. Do you need anything while I'm up? Nope, I say. I'm fine. I'm treated to a view of his back muscles as he walks away, and I push the heels of my palms into my eyes. It's wrong to be gawking at him. That's exactly what I said I wouldn't do when I took this job, but here I am. My tongue almost hanging out of my mouth, my skin flushed and my pulse racing. Starry-eyed like I've never seen a man before. And fuck, is Hudson a man? Every inch of him shows off the hours he spends on the ice and in the gym perfecting his physique. I'm torn between throwing a blanket his way so he has to cover up and asking him to model for a picture so I can commit every line, every divot, every curve of his body to memory. It doesn't help that I haven't been with anyone in years, that the only physical contact I've had since my divorce has been my fingers and a vibrator. I'm aware this is a natural reaction to seeing someone like him without clothes, but the other things are very not good. Like the way I'm imagining what's under his jeans, what his hands would feel like on my thighs and his mouth on my neck. If he's as nice in the bedroom as Emmy claims, or if he's someone else entirely. Didn't feel like cooking, Hudson asks when he returns with a glass of wine and the bottle tucked under his arm. My stomach swoops low when I notice he's changed into sweatpants and a thin t-shirt. That's not much better than what he was wearing before. I didn't think to tell you about some of the restaurants around here, but it looks like you found one. I ordered takeout and it was delicious. I shift across the couch so I'm not taking up all 3 cushions and point to the other side of the sofa. Sit wherever you want. Thanks. He takes the spot beside me and swirls his drink around his glass. I'm not a big wine guy. What's your drink of choice? Beer, typically. If I'm feeling fun, I love whiskey. I like whiskey too. I'd say we should pour some of that, but it'll get me in trouble. Trouble? You mean like going 30 miles an hour instead of 25? Wow, throwing me under the bus. His throat bobs with a sip and he leans back. I know how to have fun, believe it or not. I don't always behave. I'm sure you don't, I say, and I'm hopelessly wondering what kind of trouble he's talking about. What have you been up to tonight? Watching TV, greasy food, enjoying the quiet. It's been a long week, hasn't it? Too long. Hudson rests a foot on his knee and blows out a breath. Next week isn't going to be any better. I have book club and a home game. After that, we're getting into the holiday season with Thanksgiving, and things won't slow down until the new year. Book club. I finish off my drink and reach for the bottle. Who do you have book club with? My teammates. We read romance books. You're kidding. Nope. It started when Maverick was trying to impress Emmy. He does that a lot, by the way, and it's become a regular thing during the season. It's silly, but I think it's helped us play better hockey. It takes our minds off the games, gives us something else to put our time and energy into. Plus, it's fun as hell. I never would have guessed that. An outlet is good, though. It's not the only outlet. Ethan rides motorcycles. Grant carries around this small notebook but won't tell us what is inside. He claims it's to play tic-tac-toe with himself, but it's obvious he's lying. I'm wondering if he's drawing or writing a book. Maverick spends most of his time obsessing over Emmy. What else do you do? I ask. I hang out with the dogs, go for long walks, enjoy the peace and quiet when I'm not surrounded by the hooligans I have to call my teammates. I laugh. You love them, don't you? Hudson's smile melts into something nostalgic almost, and he nods. With everything I have, which is something male athletes are told they shouldn't say, but whatever. They've got me through some rough days, and I'm not sure I'd be here if it weren't for them. I lift my glass. We need a toast. What are we toasting? To the family you're born with and the family you meet along the way. He scoots toward me, raises his glass and knocks it against mine. I'll drink to that. Cheers, Madeline, he says in a husk of a voice, and we might have a problem. 16 Hudson, order. Order, Maverick yells, and he knocks his rubber mallet on the fireplace. Can you all shut up for 2 seconds so book club can commence? Hey. I put my pinkies in my mouth and whistle. That quiets everyone down and the boys settle in their spots in Grant's apartment. There we go. Leave it to Huddy Boy to get us to listen. Riley pats an empty spot on the couch and I sit. We're loud, aren't we? Loud is an understatement. I set my book on my lap and flip through the annotated pages. I can hear Ethan and Grant's voices ringing in my ears when I'm trying to sleep. That means you're getting old, Hayes, Ethan tosses back. 10 suicides at practice tomorrow, Richardson argue, and I'll make it 15. Maverick sits next to me, gives me a sharp grin. Remember when we were the young and dumb ones on the team? Speak for yourself, Miller. I was never dumb. Bullshit. I remember a hotel in Cleveland and sneaking into the kitchen at 2 in the morning because we were fucking starving. Do you remember the part where I left money in the fridge because I felt bad for taking their leftover fettuccine alfredo? I ask. You left $200, he laughs. That's when I realized you were always going to hold my ass accountable. Think it turned out okay? I gesture around us. Look at what you've built. What we've built, Hud. Maverick ruffles my hair. Glad you got all the food cleaned off you. You helped start that mess. I tap my paperback and look at the group. I know y'all said last month's pick was controversial. How did we feel about this one? It was mediocre, Liam says. I liked the narrators, I didn't like the story. How did you not like the story? Ethan asks. It's about a basketball player pretending to date his best friend's sister, and she says she doesn't like him. It's gold. I'm tired of books that claim the main characters don't like each other. I want to see it. Give me a dagger to the throat, Liam says, and Grant nods in agreement. Pretty sure that could be considered assault, Riley chimes in. Not in dark romance it's not, Grant says. That's why I like that shit the most. Yeah, because stalkers are more believable than two people not liking each other, I draw out. They could be, Grant challenges. And fantasy too. When they're sword fighting and he's all I hope you're prepared to meet your end, and she's all I'd sooner die than let you win, and then he nicks her cheek and smirks. I live for that shit. Holy shit, should we bring swords to the arena and fight? Ethan asks. Not happening, I say. I don't trust half of y'all with sticks, let alone a weapon that could slash someone in half. Mitchie, Maverick asks. Thoughts on the book? Riley clears his throat. I liked it. I really liked the scene where, he trails off and grabs his beer, taking a long sip. The car scene. The car scene. Ethan slaps the table. That was hot. And illegal, I say. My God, man, have you ever had any fucking fun in your life? We know you'd never get a woman off while operating a motor vehicle, but you have to admit it was fun to read, Ethan says. 10 pairs of eyes look at me. Yeah, you set yourself up with this one. I silently berate myself and then sigh, knowing the guys aren't going to let me off easy. Fine. No, I will not be getting anyone off while driving. Yes, it was fun to read. Yes, it was hot, I admit, and Ethan pumps his arm in the air. But I'm not saying another word about things I enjoy in the bedroom. That's all you're getting. Prude, Connor calls out, and I flip him off. I'm not a prude. I just don't want y'all knowing what my girl might like. That's for me and her, not you nosy assholes. Besides, I've never had any complaints. One ex even sent me a message a month after she broke up with me because she missed my hands, I say. The admission sets them all off. Ethan tackles me. Grant jumps on top of us. Maverick is cackling and even I can't help but laugh. Huddy boy is a fucking dog, Grant yells. I knew he'd be a freak in the bedroom, Ethan says, and I untangle myself from them. I'm not a freak. I just know how to listen, I say. Helps a lot. We need to make him watch the Juno positions clips and figure out which ones he likes. Grant drops to the floor and thrusts into the rug. Have you ever tried this one, Hud? If that's how you treat women, Grant, it's no wonder you have to use your hands so much, I tell him. I don't know why y'all care about my relationships. I'm not an interesting person. But your hands. Riley lifts my arm and I knock him on the head with my book. What is it about your hands? Do you want me to start conducting a survey? I ask. Yes, they all say. Who are you dating right now anyway? Connor asks. You haven't mentioned anyone in a while, I shrug, because I'm not dating anyone. Uh-oh, did our resident romantic turn into a cynic? Riley sighs. Damn it, you were my only hope for believing in love, Hayes. I'm not a cynic, I shrug. I don't know. I'll get back out there, but for now it's nice to enjoy what's happening around me. You love to date, Maverick says, and I shrug again. I don't say the things I'm thinking, how I'm always worried I'm too much. Too over the top, like women in the past have called me. That the therapy I've been doing since my mom's death is working, but I still feel like I'm this ball of emotion who loves people too fiercely, who cares too deeply, who wonders if my brain might be hardwired wrong. Too soft for an athlete, an ex called me. You're mature, but I want someone who's a little wilder, another said. Maybe I am losing hope. Maybe every day I become less of a romantic and more okay with the possibility of being alone. Maybe not everyone finds that great love, and I'm one of the unlucky ones. I do. I also have 2 new roommates and a hockey season to focus on. I'm busy doing other things, and that's okay, I say. Now that we've gotten the conversation about my non-existent dating life out of the way, can we get back to the book, please? Not yet, Liam says. How's it going with Madeline and Lucy? That surprises me. Liam's never been one to care about what goes on off the ice. In fact, he actively avoids it. There's a hint of protectiveness behind his question, though, and it makes me think I need to answer very carefully or he'll put a fist in my face. Really well, I say. We go to the park with the dogs and hang out. Madeline is a great chef and we get along well. I leave out the part where we sat on my couch together the other night, how her laughs turned into snorts and how I couldn't help having one more glass of wine because it meant spending a little more time with her. I didn't regret a single minute of it when I got to practice the next day. Piper likes Madeline, and I love Piper. I'm not going to be happy if the woman I care about loses a friend because you can't keep those precious hands of yours to yourself. When did tonight go from book club to a Pylon Hudson discussion? I grumble. It's not like that with her. We're friends and we established a professional relationship early on. Good. Liam smiles and it freaks me out. Why did you like the book? Oh, I thought it was relatable. It's a professional athlete falling for a woman with a normal job who doesn't care about how much money he made or what his stats were. She loved him, not the fame. Riley pinches my cheek. I knew that romantic guy was still in there. Can we talk about NBA money for a second? Ethan interrupts, and I'm glad to get the attention off myself. What's with the NHL's bullshit $17.6 million a year rule? You've got point guards in the NBA earning $55 million a year and I'm out here getting fucking 8. I should have learned how to hoop. They don't let gingers shoot the ball, Grant says, and chaos ensues when our center launches himself at our right winger. I lean back and let them go at each other. They're always like this, and they won't cause any actual damage. At 23 and 24, they're the youngest of the group, and it's good to see they're not growing up too fast. How long are you going to let them flail around before you stop them? I ask Maverick, and he snorts. It would be nice to leave them here for the rest of the night, but I guess I should step in, right? That's why you wear the big C on your jersey. Could be because of my big C, ow, you fucker. Ethan flips Grant onto his back and straddles him. Apologize for pulling my hair. Never, Grant yells. If you don't want to apologize for acting like a tool bag, you have to answer one of my burning questions. Ethan smirks. What the fuck is up with that notebook you carry around with you? It's full of numbers I get from girls, he's quick to say. A way to keep track of their names. There's no way you're pulling that much, Ethan says. Fuck you. I can pull whoever I want. I get plenty of action. Maybe you should try and pull Hudson's new roommate. If he's not going to, someone should. I hear she's hot as fuck. You could show her you know how to use a stick. Get it? Hey, I say sharply, and everyone stares at me. I'm not one to raise my voice, but I hate hearing this kind of shit. I don't care if that was a joke. Knock it the fuck off or save it for the bar when I'm not around, and keep my roommate's name out of your mouth. None of you are touching her and you're not going to talk about her like that again. Got it? Sorry, they both mumble, and Ethan hangs his head. I come to book club to talk about books. Why? Because the last 5 years have been really fucking shitty for me, and this right here. This is what I look forward to every month. I get to hang out with my brothers and not think about hockey for a couple hours. It's one of the only bright spots in my life right now, but I'm not going to stick around if this is how it's going to be every month. I pause to take a breath, fired up. I know y'all like relationships. I like them too, even though it's been a while. I just don't want it to be my entire personality. We can talk about Dave's dogs instead, and how they're going to name a hot dog after me. Ethan climbs off Grant and offers him his hand. They could cater our next book club. I laugh. I'll take Dave's dogs over learning how many women Grant has dated. It's not as many as you think. Grant stands and drapes an arm over Ethan's shoulders. Let's listen to Huddy Boy and get back to the book. Are you good? Maverick asks when everyone starts arguing over the lack of third act breakup in the story. Not sure I've ever heard you so fired up about something. Sorry, I laugh again. I didn't mean to go off like that. Wish I could have gotten $100 for every time you said fuck. I'd be rich, says the guy with the league's biggest contract. You sure you're okay? Yeah. I turn to the chapter with the grand gesture Ethan's raving about. I'm with you guys. Doesn't get any better than this. 17 Madeline. I tie my apron around my waist and smile at the food spread out on the counter. I always love this part of my job. Mise en place. Getting my hands on the ingredients I'll be using and bringing my visions to life. It's when everything goes from an idea, a concept in my planner, to a full plate of food, and I'm still pinching myself I get to create dishes in a kitchen as nice as Hudson's. I start the playlist I like to listen to when I'm knocking out smaller tasks like cutting onions, cooking meat and shredding carrots, and I hum as T-Rex fills the space around me. I never would have pegged you as an English rock band fan, Hudson says, and I look up from the head of lettuce I'm slicing in half. And Jeepster too. Solid choice, KG. Seems like you judged too quickly, hockey guy. I laugh. I like the tempo. It's not too fast where I feel like I'm going to start sprinting around the kitchen, but it also keeps me on my toes. It's part of the creative process, huh? Exactly. It also makes the food taste better. What are you making? He asks, joining me at my side. Right now, a salad. After this, I'm tackling the vegetables for the week. Broccoli for your pre-game meal of chicken and rice. Brussels sprouts for your post-game meal. Some tomatoes, too. I'm going to throw a wrench in your plans and ask if you're busy tonight. I live with my 6-year-old daughter and I'm in a city where I barely know anyone. I am, shockingly, not busy tonight. Good. The team does this thing every year called Friends and Family Night. It's an event where players bring guess what their friends and family to the arena for a night of skating and hanging out. I thought you and Lucy could come. Sounds fun. I brush the hair out of my eyes with my arm. Lucy's never skated before. I haven't either. It might be a recipe for disaster. Skating isn't required and it's a pretty low-pressure event. I even bring the dogs. Gus and Millie love the ice. Is it safe? Do the players move around like they do in games and slam each other into the wall? Lucy might get trampled. I won't let her get trampled, and the guys are all really chill. Half of them are trying to get the attention of someone's friend or cousin. They won't be skating like lunatics. What do you think? I weigh the invitation even though I know what I'm going to say. Lucy's been begging me for skating lessons since Emmy entered the league. She keeps telling me she's going to be the second woman in the NHL, and I've held off on signing her up for any classes. I'm not sure I can do that any longer. She sees Hudson's gear and lights up, asking me a dozen questions about sticks and pads and helmets that I don't have the answers to. It's not because I don't think she's capable. Lucy is the most coordinated kid I've ever met, determined too. I'm sure if she laced up a pair of skates, she'd be unstoppable on the ice. I'm just afraid, terrified of something bad happening to her because she's my everything. I can't imagine a world without her in it, and a contact sport with sharp blades sounds like a parent's worst nightmare. But it's her life. She's going to do 100 things I'm not on board with over the next 50 years, and I'd never want her to think she doesn't have my full support when she wants to chase her dreams. Okay. I exhale, and there's a heavy weight sitting on my chest when I give him a tentative smile. Let's do it. Would you mind showing Lucy the ropes? If I knew how to balance, I'd be out there with her. I'd love to. His grin stretches wider, and he lifts a shoulder. But when she sees Emmy, she'll probably want a lesson from her instead. Lucy would freak. Is that something Emmy would do? Without a doubt. He checks his phone and groans. I need to run. I scheduled a stretching session with Lexi, and if I'm late, she's going to torture me. I'll text you directions to the arena. Come by whenever you want. Okay. My smile matches his. We'll see you tonight. The arena is buzzing with energy. There are dozens of people skating around the Stars logo in the center of the ice and more mingling in the front row of seats. The glass that's usually up during games has been put away, letting the skaters stop and chat with folks on the side of the rink. Wow, Lucy grins. Look at how close we are. Guess what? Hudson told me he's going to teach you how to skate, I tell her, and her eyes get wide. And Emerson Hartwell is going to be here. She is. Lucy scans the building, tugging on my sweater. I don't see her. We'll see if we can find her. Let's get you some skates first. We head around the curve of the rink to the opposite tunnel. Lucy makes me stop every 5 feet or so to point out things she's seen on TV this year. The large screen above the ice, the bench where the players sit, and the penalty box. I nod when she tells me how this arena is different from the one back in Las Vegas, how it's newer and nicer. I love that she pays attention to details. You're here, Piper exclaims when we get to the other side of the rink. She hugs me tight, then bends to give Lucy a hug. When Hudson told me you two were coming, I was so excited. This is my favorite night of the year, she says using Simcom, and I appreciate her inclusion of my daughter. I can see why. It's so nice they do this for everyone, I answer, and my attention snags on a woman in the middle of the rink doing spins and jumps. She's in a black skirt with leg warmers covering her calves, and I can't stop watching her. She's so good. Is she a hockey player too? Look at her spin, Luce. She looks like a ballerina. Who? Piper follows my gaze. That's Hannah, Grant's sister. She's a professional figure skater. She smiles at my daughter and transitions to only signing. What size shoe do you wear, Lucy? 12. I've never skated before. I haven't either, I add. Hudson said he'd help her. I'm going to go so fast with him. Lucy stands against the boards and watches everyone on the ice. Piper has a quick conversation with the man handing out equipment and grabs a pair of small black skates along with a helmet. He should be over in a minute, she says. I can take her until he gets here. I'm not great, but I can keep us upright. She's lying, a deep and familiar voice says. I turn and Hudson pulls up to a stop in front of us in a hoodie and jeans. He leans on the half wall with a grin. Piper is a liability when she's on skates. I've gotten better, she challenges. I didn't fall when I did a lap with you all after practice last week. Liam pulled you the whole time. Of course you didn't fall. He glances at me. Hey KG. Hey hockey guy. I'm glad y'all are here. Does Lucy still want to learn how to skate? She does, and she's very excited to go fast with you, I say. Just not too fast, okay? I promise I'll keep things controlled. Under 60 miles an hour, he teases. If I'm going to teach Lucy, I'm going to have to touch her. I'll have to hold her hand and put my arms around her so she learns how to balance. Are you comfortable with that? I am. I nod, chest pinching tight with his check-in. Thanks for asking. You two have fun. I'm going to watch from here. I can skate next to you and interpret directions to Lucy. Piper directs her offer to Hudson, so she's aware of what's going to happen. You know I love teamwork. Hudson points to a row of seats and jumps over the boards with ease. I'll lace up her skates. Let's go over here, baby, so Hudson can get you in your skates, I say. He's really good at that, isn't he? Lucy asks, and I smile. Very good, and he's going to take care of you while I sit and watch. Lucy drops into a chair and swings her legs back and forth. Hudson buckles her helmet, then crouches on his knees to untie her sneakers. He takes her left foot and rests it on his thigh, making quick work of slipping off her shoes and slipping on her skate. His fingers then double knot the strings into a neat bow. He turns her ankle to the left and then the right, giving a satisfied nod. The skate should be snug but not painful. We also don't want her foot moving around inside it, Hudson tells me. Does that feel okay, Luce? I ask, and he waits before moving to the next skate. Do your toes hurt? Can you wiggle your foot around? Lucy makes a face, then smiles. It feels like a glove for my toes. She said it feels like a glove, I interpret, and Hudson nods again. That's perfect. 5 minutes later, Lucy stands on wobbly feet. She grips Hudson's arm and he helps her to the ice, keeping his eyes on her and directing a group of guys in Stars gear away from them so they have plenty of space. Piper follows the pair, explaining to Lucy about her head and shoulders and keeping her feet close together. Hudson skates backward in front of Lucy and holds her hand while he moves at a slow speed that seems effortless. I dig my phone out of my pocket and record them making their first lap around the rink. They take their time, pausing every few minutes so Piper can mention another tip and Hudson can move them a little faster. By the time they get back to me, Lucy is smiling from ear to ear. Her cheeks are pink and she's practically tugging on Hudson's sleeve to keep going. "Did you see me, Mommy? I'm flying." "You're so fast I can hardly see you out there," I say. "How do the skates feel? Are you warm enough?" I'm sweating like I'm at recess. I laugh and reach over the wall so I can unzip her jacket. "Is that better? Much? Can I do another lap?" "Hudson might need a break," I say, and he shakes his head. "I'm good. Does she want to go again?" "Another lap," I tell him. "I could take Lucy to meet Emmy," Piper suggests, and Lucy claps. "Should we go see the coolest girl in the world, Luce?" "Yes, can I go, Mommy?" "Of course you can, sweetie." I kiss the top of her head and fix her beanie. "Make sure you show her your jersey, okay?" "Let me know if you need help, little P," Hudson says, and she nods. Lucy is less stable with Piper by her side, but she stays upright. They get over to Emmy, and I laugh when Lucy throws her arms around Emmy's legs. "Should I be concerned by how willing my daughter is to go places with people who aren't me?" I ask Hudson. "That means you've taught her how to be a good judge of character." He taps the half wall with his knuckles. "Want to do a lap?" "I mean we can, but I don't want to injure you or myself. I might turn into a human bowling ball and take out half the team." "That's not going to happen. And if it does, then I'll yell strike and we move along." I laugh. "Fine. But no making fun of my horrible technique. Scout's honor." He holds up 3 fingers and gives me a salute. "What size shoe do you wear?" "A 9, I tell him, and he heads to the equipment booth to grab a pair of skates. "Is this the part where I have to strip down to my socks, and before you buy me dinner? Scandalous." Hudson lowers himself to his knees again and sits back on his heels. "Take the shoes off, Galloway." I find an open chair and take off my sneakers. "You're sure on the ground a lot tonight." "I don't mind." His mouth hitches up in a smirk. "There are worse places to be." My skin flushes hot at the idea of him on his knees somewhere else like in his room, and I clear my throat. "Do I tie them like a regular shoe?" "Kind of. You want them tight so you have a good base, and I always double knot. The more your ankle caves in or out, the more off balance you're going to be. We don't want any movement." "Are those professional hockey terms?" "Yup." Hudson grins, and I'm treated to the sight of his dimple. He wraps his fingers around my ankle, guiding my foot into the skate. He yanks on the laces, working methodically from the toe to the heel. He repeats the motion with my other foot, then taps my shin. "How do those feel?" Heavy. That's normal." "So I'm supposed to think I'd sink to the bottom of a lake if I got tossed into one." "Noted," I say. When he raises a brow, I mime zipping my lips and tossing the key. He chuckles, then continues. "When we get on the ice, I don't want you to think about picking up your foot like you're taking a step. I want you to think about pushing the ice and gliding away." "Does that make sense?" he asks. "Oh, sure, totally," I say, and he helps me to my feet. "I could suit up for a game tomorrow night." Hudson hops over the small lip that leads to the ice and looks at me. "You're going to be great." My foot almost slips out from under me when I enter the rink. I grab the half wall beside me and hold on for dear life. This was a very bad idea. I haven't updated my will. I haven't seen the Grand Canyon or the Great Barrier Reef yet. I'm too young to die. Hudson holds out his hand. "I won't let anything happen to you," he says in an even-keeled voice. "Do you promise?" "I promise, Madeline," he murmurs. "I've got you." I blow out a breath and lace our fingers together, believing him. "Okay." He gently moves me away from the wall. My legs shake and I hunch forward. There's a red mark on the ice that looks suspiciously like blood, and I wonder who injured themselves here. I'll probably be next. "Try standing up straight. There you go. That's perfect." Hudson smiles when I roll my shoulders back. "And try to look up, not down. Don't you want to stare at my handsome face?" "No offense to your supposedly handsome face, bombshell, but looking down means I can see if I'm about to fall." I'll catch you before that happens. I don't want to hit my head, I admit, and Hudson moves closer to me until our sides are pressed together, until I can smell his cologne and the hint of toothpaste. He loops an arm around my waist and secures himself to me. That's what I'm most afraid of. A reasonable fear. It took me weeks to learn how to get from one end of the ice to the other without falling. Now it's second nature. In this position, if you fall, I'll fall too, and I'll soften the blow for you, Madeline. That's so chivalrous. I try to focus my attention on other things around us. Gus and Millie sliding on their bellies, a group of guys eating hot dogs and chatting on the players' bench, a man in jeans and a black t-shirt watching Grant's sister do another pirouette with the hint of a scowl on his face. If I die, tell my daughter I love her. I'm not going to let you die. Who would make me dinner every night? You know how to pop leftovers in the microwave, don't you? Debatable, he says, and I laugh. The longer we skate, the less stress I carry. My body unravels with every lap we do. I can tell I'm relaxing, and Hudson's grip on me never wavers. Half an hour and no collisions later, we stop next to Piper, Emmy, and Lucy, who's almost jumping up and down. I'm doing so well. I haven't fallen. She is really good, Piper adds, and Emmy nods. You should get her into lessons. She's a lightning bolt on the ice. It helps that kids are so fearless, Emmy says, but I can tell she has natural skills. She didn't learn it from me. I gesture at the mark on Hudson's arm I left behind from gripping him so tight. I'm fighting for my life out here. You're doing just fine, he says. Are you going to hang out for a bit? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to get Lucy to leave anytime soon. I smile as she gets a high five from one of the players. And that's fine by me. Good. I'm going to say hi to some people, but I'll catch up with you later. Hudson smiles at me again. I'm serious, by the way. You did really well for your first time. Thanks. I tuck a piece of hair behind my ear. Having a good teacher helps. With one more glance my way, Hudson takes off. He makes sure to stop and give Lucy a high five too, and seeing the way he makes a point to include my daughter has my heart growing 3 sizes. There are a lot of men in the world, but I'm learning there's only one Hudson Hayes. 18 Hudson, good morning. I yawn and give Madeline a wave when she looks up from the eggs she's whisking. You're up early. Morning. She smiles and turns on the stove. The thunderstorm kept me up last night, so I decided to make breakfast instead of tossing and turning. I yawn again and start the coffee maker. Same. I don't mind the rain, but I could do without the lightning every 5 seconds. It was bright with the curtains closed and the dogs were freaking out. Oh no, the lightning scared Lucy too. I held her in my bed for an hour or two before she finally fell asleep. Next time we should make a fort in the living room and have a party. I like that idea. She sets a pan on the burner and grabs a spatula. You're heading to the arena early today, right? If you give me a few minutes, I'll have some scrambled eggs ready for you. Coach canceled practice. Guess he lost power and decided to let us relax today. He also gave us off the day after friends and family night. Don't remember the last time I had this much free time, so there's no rush. That's a nice surprise. Don't be fooled. He's going to kick our asses to high heaven tomorrow, I say. Okay, maybe it's not a nice surprise, Madeline laughs. What do you have planned for your unexpected day off? You're going to think I'm dull. Now you have to share. Come on, hockey boy, tell me. I'm going to go to the bookstore, then catch up on a few emails from my agent. He wants me to do a marketing campaign with a protein drink company, but the shake they sent me is disgusting. I gagged when I tried it the first time, and I have to figure out a way to politely decline the sponsorship they're offering. Send a video of you hurling. That'll get the message across, she says. God, I don't want to know what those comments would say. I pull down 2 mugs from the cabinet behind her and fill them each with coffee. I add a splash of milk and half a spoon of sugar, remembering the way she made it the morning she threw a banana at my head. Coffee for you. Thank you. Her smile is wide and bright and she takes a sip of the caffeine. Fuck, this is good. Right, feels like I'm drinking more and more of it this season. I think I'm getting old. I take a sip from my own mug. What are you doing today? How do you and Lucy spend your weekends without school? My list is a mile long. I need to do Lucy's laundry and put together the dollhouse I got her. My muscles are still sore from skating, and the last time I washed my hair was when you came home from your food fight. Soaking under hot water until my skin is red sounds like heaven. I also wanted to get my hair cut, but there's no way that's going to happen. I can put the dollhouse together. That's okay. It shouldn't take long. The instructions said only one person is needed, so that gives me some hope. Her phone dings on the counter and she taps her screen. Shit. I forgot I signed Lucy up for story time at the library later today after soccer. It's the only time slot with an interpreter and I don't want her to miss it. She loves story time. Hair washing will have to wait. Could I clear my throat? If you're comfortable with it, I could take Lucy to soccer and the library. It would give you some time to yourself, to wash your hair and put together the dollhouse, or anything else you want to do. Madeline eyes me, and I think I might have crossed a line. I don't know many people with children. Ryan Seymour, one of my teammates, is a dad. Dallas Lansfield, a buddy who plays for the DC Titans, also has 2 kids. I'm sure they'd tell me spending the day with a child who isn't mine is a touch aggressive, but it feels like the right thing to do. The offer slipped out before I could stop myself, and I'm not mad I said it. You want to take her? Madeline asks. I'd love to, I say. Do you think you could handle that? I don't mean to be blunt, but you can't really communicate with Lucy. It's going to be a lot of work. You've been running yourself into the ground with training and games and media events. The last thing I want you to do is give up free time you so rarely get to entertain my child. She's not wrong. My bones are exhausted. My brain is foggy. It's like I'm on overdrive, but I can tell Madeline is tired too. I know how hard she's working to feed me. Add in helping Lucy with her schoolwork and going food shopping 2 times a week, and she deserves a break. We'll figure it out, and if we can't, I know how to get a hold of you. How will you get around? Her soccer practice is on the other side of the city. I bought a booster seat after you told me she couldn't ride in the car without one. It's in the hallway closet. You did. Madeline blinks. You didn't have to do that, Hudson. Yes, I did. I know her safety is important to you, and it's important to me too. With the weather getting colder, y'all don't need to be walking around when the temperatures drop. You'll take my car from now on when y'all want to go somewhere or if you need to go to the grocery store. That was so thoughtful of you, she says softly. Truly. I really appreciate it. It's nothing, really. Happy to do it. Madeline gnaws on her bottom lip. We spend a few minutes in silence as she adds green peppers and onions to the eggs. She doles out the breakfast onto 2 plates, and I realize she's going to have to make another round when Lucy wakes up. More food, more dishes, more work for her, and now I'm determined to get her to agree to take the day off. Okay, you can take Lucy, she finally says, laughing when I pump my fist in the air. But she's a ball of energy. She can run laps around you, bombshell. I don't doubt it. I shovel down a bite of food and sit at the kitchen table. Tell me more about your kid. Madeline brings her plate with her and sits next to me. She draws her legs to her chest and scratches behind Gus's head before taking a bite of her breakfast. Lucy needs to eat every few hours or she'll get grumpy. I keep snacks in my bag when we're out doing errands. She loves cheese sticks. Something I can relate to. Is she allergic to anything? Bees? Ants? What do you do while she's at practice? No allergies, and I sit on the sidelines. That's probably going to be harder for you to do. You're going to draw some unwanted attention from the other soccer moms. I'll throw on a hat and some sunglasses. If anyone asks, I'm Hudson's twin brother. Good luck with that. I saw you in a commercial last night. The car one. I didn't know you were so passionate about Hyundais, Madeline says. Don't you drive a Range Rover? I do, but the owner of the dealership is a friend. Someone I met before my rookie season, and he's a good dude. I know the weight my name carries, and it's good to give back to people who have been on your side since the very beginning. I down half my coffee. I'm appreciative of anyone who's a fan, but I have a special place in my heart for the ones who were there before the lights got bright. She rests her chin on her knees and holds her mug with both hands. Who else would be on that list? The PE teacher I had in kindergarten who told my parents I had athletic abilities. Mr. Wilson was his name. My junior year English teacher, Mrs. Dimetro. She saw I was struggling with SAT prep, tutored me after school twice a week, and helped me get into college. My parents, obviously. My neighbor and friend from childhood, Jimmy Silva. He's come to a couple games. Sounds like you have quite the support system around you. You have to as a professional athlete. What about you? Who's been in your corner? My parents for sure. They've helped me navigate motherhood, and if it weren't for them, I'm not sure where I'd be right now, she says. I think you'd be right here on 2 feet. You're a great mother, and it's obvious Lucy is so loved. She's my pride and joy. I know every parent says that, but I'm so lucky she's mine. I wouldn't want it any other way. I'm excited to hang out with her. Is it okay if some of the guys come to the library with us? I thought Liam could join and do some interpreting for me. She groans and hangs her head. Lucy is going to hate hanging out with me after spending the day with a bunch of cool hockey players. Madeline grins. I trust your judgment, Hudson. Invite whoever you want. She'll be over the moon. I'm going to jump in the shower so I can get ready. I grab my empty plate and stand. Don't want to keep her waiting when there is soccer to be played. Lucy and Huddy's day of fun. Kind of wish I was joining. You'll join in on the next one. She holds up her hand, lifting her pinky. Promise. I bend so our eyes meet, then I hook my pinky around hers. Promise. Me, I have a favor to ask. Piper, I'm sorry, Hudson. I don't see you that way. I'm going to have to respectfully decline your advances. Me, oh, fuck off. Piper, kidding. Everything okay? Me, can you call the salon you go to and book an appointment for Madeline? Use my name if you have to and tell them I'll tip double the price of the services. Piper, I can do that, but you're going to have to tell me why. Me, you're nosy. Piper, I'm curious. Me, she mentioned she wants to get her hair cut but doesn't have time. I'm taking Lucy so she can have the day off. Piper, that's thoughtful of you. Can I ask her if she wants to join girls' night tonight? Me, as long as she's okay with me putting Lucy to bed. I don't want her to feel like I'm stealing her daughter. Piper, there's a big difference between kidnapping and lending a hand, Huddy. Me, I know. I'm just trying to do the right thing. Piper, and you're a good guy because of it. Puck kings me, is anyone free this afternoon? I'm taking Lucy, Madeline's daughter, to the library for story time. Mavio, hell yeah. I could get behind some story time. Mitchie, count me in. Sully, Piper told me I'm required to go, so I'll be there. G-Money, what kind of story time are we talking? Me, probably a book with Clifford since she's 6. G-Money, not as entertaining as the book I'm reading right now. There's accidental cannibalism in it, lol. Me, I don't want to know. Lucy is still in her jersey, shin guards, and the big pink bow she wore in her hair during soccer practice. It was a fight to get her to put her jacket on, but I gave her a cheese stick, and all was right in the world. We FaceTime Madeline so Lucy could tell her about the goal she scored, and we hang up as we walk into the library for story time. This place is awesome. Grant looks up at the high ceilings of Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Library. I would have read a lot more growing up if I had a spot like this to hang out. You're from Florida, it wouldn't have helped, is what Liam tosses his way before he signs something to Lucy. She smiles and signs back, and our goalie looks at me. She needs to use the bathroom. Oh, okay, I scratch my beard. What do? Do we let her go in by herself? I can't go in with her, that would be weird, right? What if someone steals her while she's in a stall? What if she falls in the toilet and drowns? For fuck's sake, you all can be so dense. Liam holds out his hand and Lucy takes it, swinging their arms back and forth as they walk to the information desk. I glance at Maverick, Grant, and Riley, who shrug and follow after them. We need a family bathroom, he says to the woman scanning a stack of books. Please, I add, and Liam rolls his eyes. She looks at Liam and Lucy, then me and Maverick, then Grant and Riley. All of you together. No, no, I point at Lucy, who's smiling. My teammates and I must look like fucking idiots. Just for her. We're codependent, but we're not that codependent, Maverick says. Speak for yourself, Grant says. Riley sighs. None of you are helping. The family bathroom is on the first floor, the woman says. Liam leads the way, and after a few minutes of us standing guard outside the door and waiting for Lucy to wash her hands, we find the large room designated for story time. Riley directs us to the section closest to the interpreter, and we settle on the floor. This is a whole production, isn't it? Grant says. There are props. And backdrops, Maverick adds. I really hope they pick Liam as a volunteer for something, Riley says. Fuck you, Liam growls, and Grant gasps. Not in front of the kids, goalie daddy. I laugh and tap Lucy's shoulder. She turns to look at me, and I point at the stage. I give her a thumbs up, then a thumbs down, smiling when she gives me a thumbs up. The story is more entertaining than I thought it would be, and the interpreter keeps eye contact with Lucy throughout the performance. Liam does get picked as a volunteer, and after shooting daggers at us, he puts on a pink apron and pretends to pour tea, much to the delight of the 36 giggling children. Think we need to petition the team store to do a pink Sully jersey, Maverick whispers, and I hold back a laugh. Only if you want to get murdered. My phone buzzes. I pull it out of my pocket and see Madeline's name on the screen. Madeline, hey, hockey guy. How's it going? Is Lucy doing okay? I angle my phone and take a photo of her from the side. Lucy climbed into my lap 10 minutes ago and is leaning against my chest. Her eyes keep closing, and I adjust my position so she's comfortable. I send the picture to Madeline, and I only have to wait 10 seconds before I get a response. Madeline, that's the cutest thing I've ever seen. Me, we're having a blast. Madeline, I'm so glad. Piper invited me out tonight with the girls. Is it okay if I join them, or do you need a break? Me, no way. Go have fun, we'll be fine. Liam will probably hang out with us too. I know you had salmon on the menu for tonight, but can we have pizza for dinner? Madeline, is there anything better after a day of fun? She's going to love you forever. Pepperoni is her favorite, permission granted. Can you do me a favor, me, anything? Madeline, attachment, one video, sorry for the awkward clip. That's how you say mommy loves you. Can you pass that along to Lucy, or show her? Me, I'd be happy to. Have fun tonight, KG. I promise your girl is in good hands. Madeline, I know she is. I click off my phone and smile when Lucy puts her hand in mine and sighs. This isn't how I pictured my Saturday afternoon, but it beats the hell out of any other plans. 19 Madeline, how did you like the salon? Piper asks me in her living room. That lady is a miracle worker. I touch the ends of my freshly trimmed hair and flip the locks over my shoulder. Thank you for getting me in. Your curtain bangs are so bouncy. I wish I could pull them off. She grabs her purse and slides it up her arm. And now you get to enjoy a night out on the town while looking like a knockout. Damn, Madeline, that shirt is something else. It's a bodysuit, and I'm afraid I won't be able to pee all night. There's no way I'm getting back into it in a public restroom. I nearly dislocated my shoulder getting it on. Who thought snapped buttons on my vagina were a good idea? She giggles. Whatever it is, it's working for you. Your style is respectfully out of control. Your look, incredible. I smile and touch the black fabric that dips below the top of my shoulders. I haven't dressed up this much in years, and while I'm still learning to be comfortable in my body post-baby, it feels good to step out of my comfort zone of leggings and baggy sweaters. The last time I went out with a group of girlfriends was before Lucy was born. Don't let me drink too much and embarrass myself, I say. I'd never let that happen. I'm excited to go out with you all, but I kind of wish I could see how Hudson and Liam do with Lucy tonight. I swear the only thing hotter than a guy with a kid is a guy wearing a backward hat. So true. We head out of her apartment and to the elevator. I'm sure it'll be great. They got through the day in one piece, and I'm getting updates every hour. I wouldn't be surprised if they end up with butterfly clips in their hair and wearing sparkly eyeshadow. If that happens, I need a picture. Maverick sent me one of Liam earlier today in his star role of old woman at story time. I'm going to frame it and put it on our nightstand. You don't think he'd hate that? From anyone else, he'd probably break the frame. From me, she shrugs. I think it'll get him to smile. Your relationship sounds so special. It's funny. Liam and I haven't been together long, but he's made me happier than my ex ever did. And I was married to that guy for almost a decade. It's not the length of time that determines your happiness. It's the person, I say. You can be with a really shitty person for years and never be happy, but you can meet someone right for you and feel like you're floating after only a week or two together. I like floating. Floating is so much better than drowning, Piper says. The restaurant is a short walk away, and the November night air isn't as cold as it was last week. My coat keeps me warm, and Piper loops her arm through mine. She asks how the job is going, how Hudson and I are getting along, and if I've gone through his underwear drawer at all. That makes me laugh, and when we make our way into the restaurant where we're meeting Lexi and Emmy, an excitement I haven't felt in years thrums in my blood. The hostess leads us to our table, and after a round of hugs with the other women, I get comfortable in my chair and open my menu. It's been too long since we've done this, Lexi declares as she pours us all a glass of wine. I'm sad Maven can't be here because of stupid football, but I'm proposing a motion to make sure we have girls' night at least once a month. I don't like feeling like I'm out of the loop with your lives. I see you every day at the arena, Piper says. We ate lunch together this afternoon, and you told me about the guy you went out with last night. A date? I ask, sipping my Cabernet. I've enjoyed the glass or two I've had in Hudson's apartment, but the alcohol tastes better when I'm surrounded by women who are becoming my friends. How did it go? Horribly, like every other date I've been on. The second I mention I work for a sports team, the accusations come out. You've probably slept with most of them, right? And do you actually know anything the sport? She clucks her tongue. This guy hit me with a new one last night. He said something like, so, what, do you hand out band-aids? I'm going to start telling people I'm a lawyer so they stop asking me such stupid fucking questions. Is that what dating is like these days? I wrinkle my nose. It sounds exhausting. Yes, all three women say in unison. When was the last time you dated someone? Emmy asks. Dinosaurs roamed the earth and I believed in happily ever afters, I joke. I haven't been out with anyone in years. Before that, it was only my ex-husband. You've only been with one guy, Lexi asks, but it's not judgmental. If anything, she sounds appalled on my behalf. You poor thing. After he left us, I actively avoided dating. Now that Lucy is older and busy with 100 different activities, I don't have any time. My daughter is my top priority, and I'm not going to give up a night with her for a man who's going to make me want to be celibate for another 6 years. And what's the point? There's no guarantee it'll end in anything but heartbreak. We date for 3 years and then he leaves. No thanks. I agree with you. Lexi drops her elbows on the table and frowns. But we need to back up. What do you mean your ex left you? It wasn't an amicable divorce. That implies it was a mutual decision. I snort. Lucy failed her newborn test right after she was born, then she failed it again. We learned she was deaf, and a week later, divorce papers showed up at our home. I haven't heard from him since. You're fucking kidding me. Emmy turns to face me with cheeks as red as her hair. I'm going to need a full name and address so I can burn his fucking house down. I'm coming with you, Lexi says. He's a worthless human, and this is exactly what I mean when I say men aren't shit. They want something until it gets difficult, then all they want is an out. What kind of pathetic excuse of a man abandons his wife and newborn? That must have been really hard for you, Piper says, and it helps to bring the violence level down a degree. I thought my divorce was bad, but going through it with a child must have been even more difficult. I'm so sorry, Madeline. Those were the darkest moments of my life, I admit. There was the postpartum depression, which is debilitating by itself, but then there were the intrusive thoughts, the ones that would keep me up at night, where I wondered what I could have done differently to keep my family together. How I would explain to Lucy why her father wasn't around and what made him leave. That was him, and only him, Madeline, Piper says. If it wasn't Lucy being born, it would have been something else down the road. I know it's hard to see, and you still might not be able to see it, but him leaving was a blessing. You shouldn't be with a man who's not all in on you and the children you have together, no matter who they are. I know that now, and it's why I'm steering clear of men for the next 10 years. My daughter is my priority. I laugh and drink some more of my wine. My skin is warm. My head is fuzzy, but it's good to get this off my chest, to share it with someone else. I swear I'm not always such a downer. We can talk about dicks or something more fun. What branch of dicks, the anatomical kind or the douchebag kind? Lexi asks. I prefer the anatomical kind. That one. I smile and refill my glass, glad I'm not driving tonight. I haven't seen one in ages. Do they look the same as they did 6 or 7 years ago? A lot more are pierced these days, Lexi says, and I almost choke on my drink. Definitely makes things more fun. Maverick told me one of the guys on the team is pierced, but he wouldn't give me a name. Emmy rolls her eyes. Damn locker room bro code. Pierced, I ask. But where here? Lexi taps her phone and scoots it across the table to me. I blink, and an image of a hard dick with a hoop attached to the tip takes up the screen. I zoom in and tilt my head to the side. This is from my folder titled Unsolicited Photos from Weird Men I Meet on Dating Apps. You're looking at Miguel's penis, which he sent to me at 11:27 in the morning, immediately after matching with him. Wow, does that feel good? I put my hand over the picture when our server approaches the table. It looks like it would hurt. Best orgasm I've ever had, Lexi says proudly, and Emmy lifts her glass. I'll drink to that. After ordering one of every appetizer off the menu instead of individual dishes, I listen to the three best friends fill each other in on what's been going on in their lives. I add a few comments here and there, content to be an included bystander rather than the center of attention. Lexi orders us another bottle of wine after we finish the first one, and I'm busy taking a bite of a meatball when a question gets lobbed my way. How's it going with Hudson? Emmy asks. It's great. He's easy to be around, and there isn't a meal I've made that he hasn't liked. I pause to wipe a drop of marinara sauce away from the corner of my mouth. I wasn't sure if we'd have anything in common, but we're friends now. At least it feels that way. He's a good guy, isn't he? Emmy says. All the boys on the team are amazing, but there's something special about Hudson. It's like he really wants to know you. Once you're close with him, he has your back. He'll do anything for you, no questions asked. Remember when he beat up your ex? Piper asks. That game was something else. He mentioned he did that. I look at Emmy. Was he provoked? I told him the things my ex said about me, and he didn't like them very much. He and Maverick decided he'd be the one to start a fight so Mav could finish it. I think that's the only time he's gotten physical on the ice, but he's a loyal man. Wow. I imagine him shoving a guy into the glass during a game. My cheeks heat in a blush I know isn't from the wine, and I twist my hands together. I saw him shirtless the other night and realized how attractive he is, which is a big problem. Am I allowed to think he's hot? Probably not, but I do. I'd never act on it, I hurry to say. It's just, I'm learning it's not the worst thing in the world to be living with a man who looks like him and is sweet as hell. Why wouldn't you act on it? Piper asks, and it's my turn to laugh. Because it's unprofessional. Because I have a good thing going right now with this job. I'm doing what I love. I get to be with Lucy every minute she's not at school, and stability is important to me. When Hudson is out of town, we get to go to the museums and the parks. This is the most time we've spent together, and I'm grateful for it. Sticking my tongue down his throat is not going to help with stability. What about a friends with benefits thing? Lexi asks. Oh God, I'm not sure I remember how to have sex. And that would be awkward as hell the next morning. Probably for the best. Hud is an all-in kind of guy, Emmy says. He'd want a relationship, not something casual. He told me he's a romantic, and I'm not. I don't believe in all that sappy shit anymore, and I'm not sure I'll ever be ready for another serious relationship. I'll just admire him from afar, I say. He's a great guy, and I hope he finds someone who's as lovely as he is, but it's not going to me. Let's drink to admiring hot men, Emmy says, and when I clink my glass against hers, I realize it's fun as hell to finally have friends like this. 20 Madeline hours later, I tap my key fob against the door to Hudson's condo. I slip inside as quietly as I can, smiling as I shrug off my coat and hang it on the hook on the wall. I didn't mean to stay out so late, but the drinks were flowing. The food was delicious, the company was even better, and I laughed like I haven't laughed in years. I'm happy to be back, though, and I follow the soft glow from the television down the hall to the living room. When I round the corner, I freeze. Hudson is asleep on the couch, and his body takes up all the cushions. Next to him, Lucy is curled against his chest. Her face is buried in his shirt, and his left arm is wrapped around her, as if he's keeping her from falling off the sofa. Gus and Millie are on the floor beneath them, snoozing soundly. My breath catches. It feels like someone is squeezing my heart unbearably tight, and I pull my phone out of my purse so I can capture this moment. I want to be able to remember it 2 months from now when I'm having a bad day and need something that will make me smile. Making sure the flash is off, I snap half a dozen pictures of the group. Lucy stirs ever so slightly before grabbing a fistful of Hudson's shirt and going back to sleep. I walk toward them, wanting to get closer, wanting to feel like I'm part of the magic of this place, because looking at them brings me immense joy. The floor creaks under my footsteps and Hudson cracks open an eye. He blinks and yawns, his sleep-heavy gaze finding mine. "Hey," he croaks, and I like how hoarse and rough his voice sounds. "You're back." "I am sorry I'm so late. What time is it?" "Midnight, so way past my bedtime." "Knife girl knows how to party. How was your night? Did you have fun?" "So much fun." I sit on the edge of the couch near his thighs, and I don't miss the way he scoots over so I don't fall off. Those girls are something else. I learned all about pierced dicks. Casual Saturday night. He flashes me a smile that's tired at the edges and sits up. "Lucy did great tonight. I put her to bed around 8:30 after Liam left, but she came back out an hour later. She let me know she couldn't sleep, so I let her hang out with me. Guess we both passed out at some point." "Yeah." I hold up my phone so he can see the picture of them. "Now I've got some blackmail on you, bombshell. Hope you can't see any drool in that photo. I didn't mean to keep her up past her bedtime. She's been asleep for a while now, I think, and it's the weekend. She'll sleep a little longer in the morning and she'll be fine. Kids are resilient. Much stronger than my ass, because I'm going to be fighting a hangover when the sun comes up. Let me get her to her room so you can head to bed." "I can do it." Hudson climbs off the couch and stands. He scoops Lucy in his arms, looking down at me. "Come say goodnight, Mads." "Mads, I like that." Hudson steps over the dogs and they don't budge. I follow him, and my heart does that weird, painful thing again when he puts a hand on the back of Lucy's head so she doesn't bump the wall. When he gently sets her on her mattress and pulls the covers up to her chin. I expect her to wake up, but she rolls onto her side and lets out a breath. I kiss her forehead, glad she's safe and content. When I close the door behind me and head for the kitchen to grab a glass of water, I'm surprised to find Hudson lingering by the sink. "Do you want some food? There's leftover pizza in the fridge," he says. "A couple slices of pepperoni." "You couldn't finish a whole pizza." I'm shocked, I say. "We might have had 6 breadsticks first." The truth comes out. I laugh and open a cabinet. I stuffed my face tonight too. I'm pretty sure I'm going to explode like a can of biscuits when I take off my jeans. Hudson blinks, and it's like he moves from unconscious to wide awake in the span of 2 seconds. His gaze roams down my body, and he's never looked at me like this. Intentionally and without a hurry. Under his attention, I'm aware of the thin straps of my bodysuit slipping down my arm, the way my shoulders are framed and how tightly my pants hug my thighs. It's like he's studying me almost, and when his eyes get back to my face, they're full of warmth. Wow, you look, he stops mid-sentence. His throat bobs around a swallow. Incredible. I do, yeah. His voice is deeper than before and he can't stop staring at my collarbone. I like your shirt, top thing. I think I'm a little drunk. I think my conversation with the girls earlier is making me a little bold because instead of hiding, I stay in place. I lean back and rest my hands on the edge of the counter, pushing my shoulders back ever so slightly. Hudson's eyes flick to my face for a millisecond before he glances at the floor and cups the back of his neck, acting like he got caught doing something he shouldn't have. I wonder what it would feel like if he hooked his thumbs in my bodysuit straps and adjusted them on my arms. I wonder what it would feel like to have his hands on me. I've been wondering about these things more and more lately, and I wonder if he's wondering about them too. Thank you, I say, and since he looked at me, it's only fair I look at him. So I do, at his messy hair, at the mark on his arm from the couch cushions and the pair of gray sweatpants sitting low on his hips. Even when he's not trying, he's a work of art and my throat goes dry. You're welcome. He lifts his chin, eyes zeroing in on the corner of my mouth. He steps toward me and I don't know what's happening. You have something on your face. What? I brush at my cheek, self-conscious. Is it gone? No. Hudson chuckles and grabs a napkin. Give me a second. Cupping my chin, he tilts my head back. He moves the napkin to my face and I think I'm being electrocuted. It's the most physical contact I've had in years and sparks ignite at the base of my spine. A million synapses fire in my brain. My insides are dangerously close to melting into liquid mush and I'm burning up. Hudson keeps his eyes on me as he wipes the napkin across my skin. It's torturously slow, achingly tender, and I stopped breathing 10 seconds ago. He goes from my cheek to my jaw to the pulse point on my throat, his touch lingering there. This is the best feeling in the world. Better, I whisper. Perfect, he says. He doesn't pull away and I don't step back. We stay exactly as we are, and it takes everything in me to not tilt my head, to not turn my cheek and nuzzle into his embrace, a plant begging for sunlight. I don't believe in romance or butterflies, but I do believe in needing connection to survive, and his single finger is keeping me alive. Thank you, and thank you for watching Lucy today. I'm glad I could enjoy some time for myself without feeling like I'm being selfish. Were you two able to communicate okay? Not as well as I would have liked, that's on me, but we managed. Liam brought over a whiteboard, so we used that occasionally. He helped me out with interpreting. Hudson's mouth twists into a frown. I should be doing more. You're doing enough. I touch his chest. The threadbare cotton of his shirt is soft against my palm and his heart is racing. More than enough. Tell me more about your night. We watched a princess movie while we ate pizza, had ice cream, obviously. My lips twitch. Obviously. We played a mean game of Scrabble that ended with Liam storming out. Man, I wish I could have seen that. It sounds like a good night. Just missing you. His fingers graze down my neck the tiniest amount before he drops his hand away. I miss him. It's late. I should get to bed. Coach is going to kick our asses tomorrow after giving us today off. Me too. What time do you want breakfast in the morning? Want to meet back here at 8? Yeah, I do. I fill up a glass with filtered water from the fridge and smile at him. I'm already looking forward to it, to seeing him again. Good night, hockey guy. Good night, Mads. 21 Madeline girls just want to have fun Damental rights and good sex. Emmy Thanksgiving is at our place on Thursday. I hope you all can come. Maven the Titans are away, and since we're off, the kids and I are going to fly out to California for the game. Piper all. That'll be fun. I'll be at Thanksgiving, M. Lexi, me too. Me, thank you so much for the invitation. I'm not sure if Lucy and I can make it, but I appreciate you offering. Emmy, of course. Bring something if you want, but it's not a requirement. We eat a lot of food, so there's always plenty to pick from. Lexi, any day I can unbutton my jeans at the table is a good day. Piper, I feel like there's a double meaning there. Lexi, I like how your brain works, Piper. Lucy sets a piece of artwork next to my ceramic mixing bowl and tugs on my shirt. Look what I did at school. She points at the paper, boasting a turkey decorated with feathers and glitter. That's my hand. I'd recognize your hand anywhere. I lift her and set her on the counter beside my ingredients for lemon pepper chicken. Does your turkey have a name? Princess Diamond Horseshoe Ridgewood. That's lovely. Where should we put her? On the fridge. She points to the stainless steel appliance to my left, next to the other pictures. I'll ask Hudson if we can hang it up. Lucy smiles. She stirs the egg mixture I've been working on and wrinkles her nose before letting go of the whisk. Why is it yellow? It smells funny because there are eggs in it, and the smell is garlic. You like garlic. I put it on the bread you had for dinner last night. I love bread. I laugh. I know you do, Angel. Can I help you? Of course. You're going to get your hands dirty, like in the sandbox at school. That's okay. I smile and walk to the pantry, grabbing the tiny apron I bought for her last year. We rarely got the chance to cook together when we lived in Vegas, and I never wanted her to think she had to enjoy something just because I did. She's been more curious here in D.C., asking about what I'm putting in the meals I'm making and giving her opinion on the tastes and flavors I'm working on. I love it. I roll Lucy's sleeves to her elbows and carry her to the sink so she can wash her hands. Once she dries them off, I put her back on the counter and help her coat the chicken breasts in the egg mixture. It's so cold. She giggles and moves the chicken to another bowl with Parmesan cheese and flour. My fingers are freezing. Sometimes I wear gloves when I do this. I let her put the covered chicken on a plate and kiss the top of her head. Great job. I'm a chef just like you. I don't know why, but that makes me unbelievably proud. We work for the next 30 minutes, coating all the chicken in Parmesan and putting the breasts in a skillet. We melt butter and garlic in a different pan and add broth, lemon juice, and pepper before pouring it over the cooked chicken and garnishing them with lemon slices. This is one of my favorite meals to make, and it's even more fun with my daughter by my side. I like teaching her how to slice the lemons without cutting her finger and the way I clean up as I go. We'll let the food cool, then we'll eat it with the rice I have going in the rice cooker, I tell Lucy, and she nods. I help her to the ground and she gives Gus and Millie a pat on their heads. Footsteps echo down the hall and they start to wag their tails. Holy shit! What smells so good? Hudson drops his keys on the counter and walks around the island. Fuck! Is this the lemon butter chicken I like? He's been busy with an away game, a home game, and a community outreach project, and I've barely seen him since the night I went out with the girls. Since the night he touched my face and made my stomach swoop low, and I'm glad he's here. I'm glad to have a few minutes with him because I'm learning I miss him when he's gone for too long. It is. I slap his hand away when he tries to touch the plate. 10 minutes and it'll be ready. Perfect timing. He turns for the sink and washes his hands. I thought I was behind schedule, and I didn't want y'all waiting on me for lunch. Morning skate ran late because we opened practice to the public, and I got tied up signing some trading cards. Are all your practices open to the public? I ask, pulling down 3 plates. No. Some teams do that, but we only open them around the holidays and at the beginning and end of the year. With Thanksgiving being the day after tomorrow, Coach was fine with people coming down and watching. Hudson glances at the turkey Lucy drew. What is this masterpiece? I tap Lucy's shoulder and she looks up. That's what Lucy made at school today. Her name is Princess Diamond Horseshoe Ridgewood, I say and sign, and he nods like he's familiar with the name. She wanted to know if she could hang it up on the fridge. Of course she can. He moves a greeting card to the left and taps the spot next to 2 photos of Gus and Millie. Right here will be perfect. I bet he's the kind of guy who keeps every birthday and Christmas card he's ever received. There's probably a box of mementos somewhere in his closet. Memories from the past 10, 15 years tucked away, and he'll never get rid of them. Hudson said you can put your art up, Luce, I tell her. She jumps to her feet. She grabs her artwork and stands on her toes, trying to reach the spot Hudson designated for her, but she's too short. He laughs and lifts her up by her middle. He puts her on his shoulder and helps her attach the construction paper with a magnet that looks like a hockey puck. Damn my heart for skipping a beat. It's like the damn Louvre in here, he says. I want 100 more drawings. Hudson wants you to do more art, Luce. She lights up and nods. I'll make more turkeys. Can I go play with my dolls, Mommy? Only for a few minutes. The rice will be ready soon. She nods again, and Hudson sets her down. She takes off down the hall, the dogs chasing after her. Thanks for appeasing her, I say to Hudson when she disappears in her room. Appeasing her? I'm not appeasing her. I like having that on the fridge. He glances around the kitchen and his eyebrows wrinkle. Makes this place look a little more welcoming. I open the utensil drawer and pull out 3 forks and 3 knives. Are you around this afternoon? Yeah, I'm stopping by the bakery up the road to grab a couple of pies for Thanksgiving. Emmy told me she invited y'all to her and Maverick's place. Hudson pauses and rubs his jaw. You don't want to come. It's not that I don't want to come. I just feel like we'd be an imposition. What? No way. There are 60 people that show up and I don't know who some of them are. That's okay. We'll be fine with Chinese takeout and some homemade mashed potatoes. Interesting combination. It's tradition. Mashed potatoes are my favorite food. I spend every other day out of the year cooking for everyone else, so no matter what I eat on Thanksgiving, I always have to have a bowl of mashed potatoes too. There will be mashed potatoes at Mav and Emmy's, so you can keep up with your traditions, Mads. You're not going to let me say no, are you? I ask. Of course you can say no. Lucy and I have spent the last 6 Thanksgivings with my parents. It's always been a small affair. A turkey I spend all morning cooking. Some sides my mom throws together, including box stuffing and mashed potatoes. We sit in front of the television so my dad can watch hours of football, and then we fall asleep early. We FaceTimed them earlier today because we couldn't fly out due to bad weather making it across the country. Lucy showed off all her other artwork. My mom told us what they're doing for the holiday. It was good to catch up with them, and we promised we'd talk more soon. Maybe I'm a little lonely because the idea of being here without Hudson suddenly sounds unenjoyable. Okay, I relent, and he pumps his fist in the air. Under one condition. Anything, he's quick to say. You can bring your pies, but I'm going to make an extra dessert or 2. I refuse to show up somewhere empty-handed or with something store-bought. Come on, Hayes. We can do better than that. The team is going to love you, Madeline Galloway. 22 Madeline. Every corner of Maverick and Emmy's apartment is full of people. It's loud. It's crowded. It's perfect. Piper swooped in, handed me a glass of wine, and stole Lucy 30 minutes ago. When I last checked on them, she was showing my daughter Emmy's wall of framed jerseys, and I've never seen Lucy's eyes so big with wonder. I already decided I'm going to get her skating lessons as a Christmas gift. There's no way I can get through the holiday season without her asking for more time on the ice. Dinner in 5 minutes, Maverick yells. He snaps his fingers at a red-headed guy standing near the coffee table in the living room and scowls. Ethan, I swear to God, if you get a drop of ketchup on my rug, you're never allowed to eat here again. Aye, Captain, the guy says with a mouth full of food. Ladies and kids will go first, then it's a free-for-all after that. Last 4 people to grab a plate are on cleanup duty, Maverick adds, and the dark-haired guy wearing glasses next to me groans. Not fair, I'm always slow, he grumbles before glancing my way. Hi, I'm Riley. I got here late and didn't have a chance to meet you. Madeline, I smile. Nice to meet you. You're Hudson's chef, right? You're the 8th person to come up to me and know who I am. I have no clue who any of you are, but yeah, I am, that's me. Because they're annoying as hell, Hudson says. He flicks Riley's ear, then drapes his arm over his shoulder. And hardly worth mentioning. Wow, see if I back your ass up at the game on Saturday, Riley says. You will when you find out we brought pumpkin and pecan pie plus a pumpkin roll, apple spice cake with cream cheese icing and sugar cookies courtesy of Madeline here. Snickerdoodles are my favorite, but I know I'm going to be a convert once I try these. Whoa, Riley gapes at me. You made all of that from scratch. I did, I say. Hudson's kitchen suffered in the process, and I'm pretty sure I'm never going to get the pumpkin stains out of his quartz countertops. Worth it, Hudson says with a grin. Everything is fucking delicious. How have you not gained 10 pounds? Riley hits Hudson's stomach and he keels over with a moan. You're going to turn into a big boy soon, Hayes. I'm already a big boy, Mitchie, he tosses back, hooking his arm around Riley's neck. I could level you on the ice if I wanted. Boys, Lexi says, joining our conversation, and Riley stands up straight. He fixes his shirt and runs a hand through his hair. Why the hell are you terrorizing Madeline? She's a guest. She doesn't want to watch you two act like idiots. It's kind of fun, I admit. Come on, let's get our food before these heathens take it all, Lexi teases as she leads me to the kitchen. I'm so glad you're here. I know it can be overwhelming at first, so feel free to tap out in the guest room down the hall if you need a few minutes to yourself. Thank you. I adjust the hem of my corduroy skirt and wave to Lucy and Piper, who are loading a plate up with turkey and mashed potatoes. Hudson said there would be a lot of people here, but I wasn't expecting this. It's packed. The guys try to do team dinners once a week, and when we get to the holidays, it's a whole production. It's nice of Maverick and Emmy to include everyone. I've been the person sitting in a hotel room alone on Thanksgiving wishing I could be surrounded by loved ones. This side of things is way more fun. How long have you worked for the Stars? I've only been with them a couple years. I was with an all-team in Oklahoma before coming to D.C. Getting promoted to head athletic trainer is a recent development, but I've put in a lot of time to get here. I don't doubt it. It's amazing what the guys put their bodies through night after night. Keeping them healthy must be a hell of a feat. Some more than others. Lexi hands me a silverware roll-up and a plate. Make sure to get a slice of the garlic bread. Riley made it and it's surprisingly good. He seems like a nice guy. I add salad and a pour of dressing to my plate, then move on to the bread and rolls. He doesn't wear glasses when he plays, does he? This is the first time I've seen him in glasses. She glances over her shoulder, and I wonder who she's looking for. I had no idea he was a contact lens guy. I lose Lexi in the dessert line and wander over to find a spot in the dining room. Lucy is next to me at the long table that's been set up, with Piper and Liam on her other side. She keeps giggling at the cat photos Liam shows her on his phone, and his smile gets bigger and bigger every time she asks him to swipe to a new picture. Mind if I sit here? Hudson asks, pointing at the seat to my right. I wouldn't mind at all, get comfortable, bombshell. He laughs and folds his large body into the seat. His knee presses against mine under the table and he keeps it there while he gets settled. How does everything taste so far? Delicious. How much of this is homemade? I ask around a bite of turkey. Your desserts and that's it. Lexi said Riley made the garlic bread. Okay, that's 2 things. Everyone relied on store-bought stuff, dishes they ordered from restaurants or their chefs made it. I look around the room that's full of laughter and energy. Maverick and Emmy are at the head of the table, smiling at each other in a secret way none of us are privy to. 8 other players take up the opposite side of the table, and all of them are eating like their lives depend on it. Did anyone else bring their chef? I met most of the players. No, Hudson says. But I consider you more than that. We're friends now, don't you think? Yeah. I watch him wipe his thumb, the same thumb that touched my cheek on his napkin. Heat inundates my body and I take a sip of my water. I do. Huh. His dimple pops when he smiles. He scoots an inch closer to the table and inadvertently me. You don't sound too sure. Guess I need to do a better job at showing you you're not just an employee, that I appreciate you. I'm trying to imagine a version of him that's better than who he is right now, and I'm coming up short. How do you improve on the man who lets me and my daughter take over his condo? How do you top the guy who watches her so I can spend time with the women I'm becoming close with and treats her with respect and kindness? Is there another person out there who will clean up their dishes late at night, even though they're exhausted? He's not just a friend. I don't know how he's done it, but in the 2 months I've known him, he's made himself one of my best friends, and I'm happier because of it. You do plenty, I say. I'm glad I get to be here with your teammates, with Lucy, with you. Thank you for saying I should come. His smile grows and he taps the spot on the table between us. I'm glad you're here too. Listen up, everyone. Maverick scoots back in his chair and stands. You all know what time it is. Oh no, I whisper to Hudson. Is this a human sacrifice thing? Do you all drink blood and that's why you're so fast on the ice? You should come to book club, he whispers back. Grant would love to chat your ear off about dark romances. I laugh and scoop Lucy into my lap. I want her clothes so I can interpret for her, even if it's going to be difficult for me to keep up with whatever speech Maverick is about to give. The potatoes were so good, Mommy. Weren't they? I could have had a whole plate. We're going to share what we're thankful for, Maverick says, and when he catches me interpreting for Lucy, he slows down. It can be a person, a thing, an experience, anything that's made you happy this year, and since I'm the best player at the table, I'm going to kick us off. Lucy giggles. I think he's the best, but I like Hudson and Liam too. They're going to be very happy to know they're your favorites. Feels like we should vote on that title, Ethan calls out, and the guy next to him, Grant, I think nods. Yeah, how are we defining best cap? Because you got smoked in our 3-on-3 scrimmage at morning skate yesterday, he chimes in. 10 suicides tomorrow, Everett, Maverick draws out, and everyone laughs. I know you're all sick of hearing me say it, but I'm thankful for my Emmy girl. Through the good, the bad, you're always by my side, and I can't believe I get to do life with you. This year has tested the heck out of us, but I love you more than I did yesterday, and I'm going to love you even more tomorrow. Thank you for choosing me, baby. You know I'm always going to choose you. He sits and scoots his chair closer to Emmy, and it takes everything in me not to audibly swoon. Do they love each other, Mommy? Lucy asks, and I nod. Very much, I tell her. Do you love anyone like that? Just you, Peanut, and that's more than enough. It's funny. I've been married. I've been deeply in love. But I've never seen anyone, not even my ex-husband when we were at our happiest, look at someone the way Maverick looks at Emmy. It's like she's made of shooting stars and the brightest light in the sky. It's beautiful, and for one blissful, optimistic moment, I can't help but wonder if I'll ever find something close that. I can't help but want to find something like that. Dating terrifies the hell out of me because I know what happens on the other side. I know all about the tears and the pain and the stolen moments you can't get back. Add in Lucy, and it's scary as shit. I have no clue how I'd navigate introducing someone new to my daughter. Is there anyone out there who is worthy of being in her life? Who will show up for her like I show up for her, even though she's not theirs? But seeing that joy radiating off of Maverick and Emmy, I think if I ever do feel like putting myself out there again, it would only be for a man who loves me wholly and deeply. With their entire soul, like we're destined in the stars and I'm the only one in the world. Everyone is going to tell us what they're thankful for, Luce. You get to answer too. I already know what I'm thankful for. She wiggles in my lap. It's a surprise. I can't wait to find out. We go around the room, and my expectations were low for what the guys would be thankful for. I was waiting for superficial answers like OnlyFans or tight skirts, but every piece of gratitude they share is thoughtful and deep. It's obvious these men are more than just hockey players. They exist outside their uniform and the pucks they hit, and it makes me smile. When it gets to be Lucy's turn, I expect everyone to go on with their conversations and ignore the child at the table who doesn't communicate like they do. Except They don't. They smile at her, giving her their full attention, and I'm certain my heart is close to exploding out of my chest when Hudson gives my thigh a gentle squeeze. "It's your turn, sweetheart." "What are you thankful for?" I ask. "What made you happy this year?" "Hudson's doggies," she answers, and I share that with the group to enthusiastic laughter. "I'd pick the dogs over Hudson too," Maverick says. Lucy taps her cheek deep in thought before lighting up. You're the best mommy in the world." "Thank you, Angel. I'm thankful for you too." "You're the best Lucy in the world," I say and sign, and Liam hands Piper a napkin to dab her eyes. "It's true." "You're an unbelievable parent, Madeline," Hudson says to me softly. There's a twist to his words, a hint of sadness right there beneath the surface. "Can you tell Lucy moms are the best and she's very lucky to have you?" Riley clamps a hand on Hudson's shoulder. I'm not sure of the significance, but I nod. I explain to Lucy what he said and she giggles. "I'm the lucky one, Mommy." "Your turn, Madeline," Piper tells me, and I forgot I haven't shared yet. Let's see. I'm thankful for the best daughter in the world. I'm also thankful for fresh starts, for having a soft spot to land when I mess up and being welcomed into a family that's already full but makes room for me at the table, I say and sign, and Lucy kisses my cheek. Damn, those were good. I'm thankful for the people who aren't here but should be. I'm thankful for good health. Hudson drums his fingers on the table, then looks directly at me. Most importantly, I'm thankful for strangers who turn into friends. Friends, I repeat, and from him it's a special word. 23 Hudson, our 4-game win streak is in jeopardy of being broken tonight. We're getting our asses handed to us by the Orlando Hurricanes, and we've played like shit since the puck dropped. It doesn't help that the referees keep sending us to the sin bin for questionable penalties, and it feels like we're one play away from the game getting out of control. To add insult to injury, Coach earned a game misconduct for screaming at the refs after 2 missed tripping calls. He refused to leave the box for 5 minutes before being escorted to the locker room by arena security. Not even our faithful hometown crowd can help revive us. Being down 4-1 with 5 minutes left in the third period, we'd need a miracle to get out of here with a win. Things aren't looking good. "Fucking asshats," Maverick yells from the bench when Grant gets tangled up with an Orlando player. "This is fucking bullshit. We've got a damn target on our back. The worst team in the league beating the defending Stanley Cup champions. Come on. That shit is fuel to the fire." I take a sip of body armor and hand the bottle back to our equipment manager. "Gotta keep our chins up for 5 more minutes, that's it. If I don't wind up in jail at the end of this, it'll be a miracle," Mav grumbles, and we tumble onto the ice in unison for a line switch. Both our offense and defense have been stagnant all night. Each shot we take is an inch wide. Each one of Liam's attempted saves is a half-second too late. He broke his stick during intermission, and I know he's pissed at himself for giving up so many goals when he leads the league in save percentage. "Hayes," Riley calls out. "All yours." He passes me the puck after scooping up a rebound. The rest of our teammates are still behind our net and throwing an extra elbow when they shouldn't be. They're starting shit because tempers are high, and I take advantage of the open ice. I head for our opponent's goal, refusing to go down without some sort of a fucking fight. When my mom was around, she used to tease me. She said I was a giver, not a taker, because I've never really cared about scoring. Some guys want to be the skating leaders with the most points, but that doesn't mean anything to me. I prefer assisting, passing to someone who can sink a pretty slap shot like it's an easy Sunday morning walk. It's almost like I can hear her whispering at me to take the shot for once. She's urging me to charge forward, and after a quick glance up at the rafters, I grin as I pass center ice. The Orlando player who just emerged from the penalty box spots me coming. He takes off in my direction, but he never bothers to track the puck. He's only paying attention to me, and there's a scary look in his eye. I expect him to stop. I expect him to reach out his stick and deflect the breakaway. I expect him to force me left, away and around the goal instead of straight on at the crease. It's a typical defensive play, one I've practiced thousands of times. It's what I would do if I was in his position, but he does none of those things. Instead, he's leaning forward, pivoting his body and turning his shoulder. He's moving faster. 1 minute I'm on my skates and the next I'm airborne. A searing pain shoots up my arm as I flail midair. A yell works its way from my mouth. In an effort to protect my head and wrists as I come down, I land on my side. The ice is cold beneath me. There's an excruciating throb in my arm. Everything hurts and I lie motionless, afraid to move out of fear I broke a bone, or worse. Blinking my eyes open, I see our Stanley Cup champions banner hanging in the corner of the arena. I hear whistles being blown and what sounds like a scream from somewhere behind me. You're okay, I tell myself. You're conscious. You're breathing. That's enough. Hey, hey. Lexi appears at my side, and it's never a good sign when she's on the ice. Talk to me, Hudson. What hurts? My arm. I grimace, holding back the string of curses I want to yell out. My right shoulder. What about your spine, your head? Can you wiggle your toes? Let me try, I grit out, and the relief is sweet when all 5 of my toes on both feet curl and release like they should. I can move my toes. Can you tell me your name, where you are? Hudson Hayes, in the middle of a shitty hockey game where we're getting beat by people from fucking Florida. Lexi smiles and carefully takes off my helmet. Grant's going to be mad you said that. What the hell happened? A cheap shot by that dickbag Davidson. She moves her hand to my chest and stays there while I take a couple of deep breaths. Bending over me, she pokes my back, and I hiss when she drums her fingers against my shoulder. No bones are protruding. I don't think it's broken, but you're looking at a bad bruise and probably riding the bench for a game or two. I want to get your gear off so I can take a better look and run you through some stretches. You're done for the night. What? I'm fine. I can say that without looking like you're going to cry, and I'll let you stay in, she challenges, but I can't. It hurts too damn bad, and I know she's right. Do you want me to get you a stretcher? Absolutely fucking not. I let my eyes close briefly. Help me sit up and I'll be good to skate off on my own. I use my left hand to push myself up. The crowd cheers and I give them a small wave. I turn my neck, noticing gloves strewn across the ice. Sticks are everywhere and an unattended helmet that isn't mine sits right over the logo. None of my teammates are around me like they normally would be after an injury, and I can't help but laugh. Hell, who started it? Who do you think? Lexi asks. Maverick didn't like the hit you took. No one did. Even Liam got involved. Pretty sure we're going to finish the game with our 4th line because of penalties. Was the hit that bad? It was intentional. You had the puck, sure, but the douche made no effort to go for the puck. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'd say it was probably an 8. Not sure there are guys out there who are more loyal than ours. Taking a deep breath, I push myself onto my knees and slowly stand. You're going to put me through hell in the trainer's room, aren't you? You bet your ass I am, Hayes. Icing, pemp therapy. You'll be fine in a few days after I'm finished with you. We're lucky to have you in D.C., Lex. You're the best of the best. She blushes and moves to my other side so she can loop her arm through my uninjured one. I make sure to skate slow so she doesn't fall, and I wave at the crowd again. Hey, Maverick pulls up to my side. You okay, man? Hurts like hell, but I'll be all right. I look at his split lip and the bruise already forming on his cheek. The front of his jersey is bright red from blood, and I laugh. Christ, Mavi, are you okay? You should see the other guy. His grin shows off dried blood on his teeth. Fucked him up real good. You didn't have to do that. Course I fucking did. Shitty play by the Hurricanes player. Riley skates backward next to us. Even he lost his gloves, and I can't remember the last time he was in a fight. I hope the league suspends his ass. Y'all close out this game, I tell them. Tomorrow will be better and I'm going to be fine. Such a selfless guy. Maverick kisses my cheek and I do my best to shove him away. Take care of yourself, Huddy. I don't like skating without you. The rest of the team gives me a pat on my unhurt shoulder as I move toward the tunnel. Our assistant head coach checks in with me, and when I make it off the ice, Lexi and I trudge to the athletic trainer's room. I strip out of my gear until I'm left in compression shorts and hop on the table. She takes me through a series of stretching exercises, tests my range of motion, and numbs the pain with an ice wrap. An hour after the rest of the boys leave, I'm glad to learn nothing is sprained or broken. I'm just thoroughly beat up. With a couple of over-the-counter pain killers in my system and my arm in a sling that makes driving home nearly impossible, I finally unlock the door to my condo. I groan when I bend down to take off my shoes. I rest my forehead against the wall and squeeze my hand into a fist, tired and in pain. When I got banged up in high school games, my mom was there to help clean me up. She never coddled me, but she did wipe away the blood. She plugged in the heating pad and made me laugh. Seeing her made me feel better. I regret all the times I tried to shrug her off when I was younger, when I tried to pull away and tell her I was fine, when I acted like I was big and tough and cool because I really fucking wish she was here right now to take care of me. I sigh and pull away from the wall. It takes me longer than usual to reach the kitchen, and when I do, I find Madeline there. She's bent over the sink with curved shoulders, and the sight causes me to do a double take. "Hey," I call out, "are you okay?" When she turns to look at me, her cheeks are streaked with mascara, and I catch the bloodied paper towel wrapped around her hand. I move to her as quick as I can, registering the knife on the counter and pushing it out of the way. "What happened?" I look around the room, then back at her. "Did someone do this to you? That damn knife is the culprit." "I was cutting some onions for breakfast tomorrow, trying to get ahead of the game, you know," Madeline huffs out a sigh. My grip slipped. I sliced my finger instead of the onion, and I made a mess. "What do you need?" I turn on the sink with my left hand and wet a stack of paper towels. "Do you need to go to the emergency room? What about stitches?" "It's not that deep. I'm just trying to get it to stop bleeding." She holds her hand above her head. Her eyes land on the temporary sling around my shoulder and she gasps. "Oh my God, what the hell happened to you? Bad hit in the game, it's not broken, just bruised." "Wow," Madeline laughs, "what a pair we make. Between the two of us, we almost have a healthy human. Let's get you bandaged up. I have a first aid kit in my bathroom." "I'm okay, really. It'll stop bleeding soon." "That wasn't up for debate, Madeline," I say, and when I turn and head for my bedroom, I'm glad to hear her following me. "Is your head okay?" she asks. "That must have been some hit if you're wearing a sling." "I hurt like hell, but Lexi told me I'll be okay in a few days." I push open the door with my hip and flip on the bathroom light. "Take a seat." "I don't get a tour of your room." Madeline sits cross-legged on the closed toilet seat. "I saw a headboard out there." "Do most people not have a headboard?" "I've heard rumors about men putting pillows on the floor and calling it a mattress. Sheets and a headboard are impressive, yes." "The bar sure is low." I squat and open the cabinet under the sink. I rifle through the toilet paper and electric razors, finding the first aid kit and setting it on the vanity. "Antibiotic ointment first, then a bandage. I'll put some gauze on it after to hold everything in place." "This isn't your first time patching someone up, is it?" Madeline asks. "I'm a hockey player, Mads. I've seen lots of injuries. I'm guessing you're not squeamish." "Nope, blood doesn't faze me." I put on a glove from the kit and move the blood-soaked paper towel away from her finger. When I see the cut, I grimace. "Shit, Madeline, this is deep." "Not deep enough to warrant stitches. I've had worse." I don't like the sound of that one bit, but I toss the paper towel in the trash can and open the tube of Neosporin. "Can you wash your hands for me?" She leans over and turns on the faucet, using soap and water to clean the wound. I'm impressed when she doesn't flinch. "You're up, Doc." I laugh and squeeze out some of the ointment. Dabbing it on the cut, I sigh in relief when I can tell she's right about not needing stitches. I toss the tube back on the vanity and peel open a Band-Aid. "Did you and Lucy have a good night?" I ask. Yeah, Madeline smiles at the mention of her daughter just like she always does. We did some homework, then we made cookies for Lucy's class. I left you a couple in a bag on the kitchen counter. I figured it could be a consolation prize after a rough game. She pauses and glances up at me. We watched the first period and it wasn't pretty. I'm sorry you all had a bad night. It's part of the sport, unfortunately. It sucks, but it doesn't do us any good to dwell on it. What kind of cookies did you make? Snickerdoodle. You mentioned they were your favorite on Thanksgiving, so I wanted to give them a try. I think they turned out okay, but you'll have to be the judge. Delicious dinners, my favorite cookies, you're too good to me. My tongue sneaks between my teeth as I wrap the bandage around her finger. She winces in pain and I gently smooth over the area with my thumb. Almost done. You're doing so well. She inhales sharply. Her throat bobs and her eyes meet mine. I'm afraid I've hurt her even more, but then she whispers, "Thank you for doing this for me, and all is right in the world." Of course, I rasp. My head feels like it's swimming. The adrenaline from the game is wearing off. The injury is catching up to me, and seeing her hurting isn't making things any better. There's this need pulsing through me. It's something I've never experienced before. I want to make sure she's okay. I want to help and take care of her. Last step. If hockey doesn't pan out, you might have a future in medicine. Might be a few years late with that one, and I doubt all my patients would be as good as you. I unravel a generous wad of gauze and rip it with my teeth while Madeline watches me. Are you doing okay? Yes. Are you doing okay? Honestly, no. I could use some more drugs. Everything hurts. This is the worst I've been injured since. I roll my lips together and wrap the gauze around her finger and across her palm so the bandage stays in place. I lift her wrist and check to make sure everything is secure before setting her hand on her thigh. I'll be okay. That's the best I can do with putting you back together. It already feels so much better. Madeline pauses and looks up at me. Will you please let me take care of you like you took care of me? You're in pain, Hudson, and I'm sure you exacerbated it by patching me up. What can I do? The idea of someone else taking care of me like Mom did makes me instantly feel better. My mouth curves into a smile. Okay, I say. I could use the help. 24 Hudson, accepting Madeline's offer, snaps her into gear. She springs to her feet and tosses all the items from the first aid kit back in the plastic box. She throws away the Band-Aid wrapper and moves around me. Tell me what I can do, she says. I have limited movement with this sling. I try to lift my arm, but I end up wincing in pain. I promise this isn't a line, but I could use some help getting out of this suit. My shirt more specifically, and there are pain meds in the kitchen cabinet. I could use 2 of those and a glass of water so I can take them in a few hours. Are you sure you don't use that suit line regularly? Madeline smiles. It was very smooth, Hayes. First time, if you can believe it. I watch her unbuckle the sling and ease it away from my shoulder and arm. Has Lucy ever broken a bone? No, she sprained her ankle after a rough game of recess kickball when she was in kindergarten, but she recovered just fine. This is my first time helping with a big injury. I'm honored I'm your first. On a scale of 1 to 10, how badly are you hurting right now? She asks. A 7, 8. I'm getting tired. That's amplifying the pain, but I hurt less than I did after the initial hit. Guess that's encouraging. Can you straighten your arm? No, so we're going to have to get creative with my stripping. You can cut the jacket if you need to, I tell her. Your suit looks like it cost a lot of money. I'm not going to cut it. I can buy a new one. Madeline hums and easily takes off the left side of my jacket. She moves to my right arm and gently tugs on the end of my sleeve, successfully removing the clothing and dropping it to the floor. Step 1 is done. Next up are a ton of buttons. It's a shame you didn't show up to the arena shirtless tonight. She starts at the top of my shirt, unfastening the buttons one by one. Would have solved a lot of your problems. I grip the vanity when she has to give the cuff of my shirt a firm yank to slip it over my wrist. I'll keep that in mind for my next game, I grit out. Shit. That was too rough of me. I'm sorry I'm hurting you. It's okay. I blow out a breath when the air hits my bare skin. It had to be done. Hudson. Madeline's fingers graze my right shoulder. They dance down my arm, then back up to my collarbone, and the feather-light touch is like a balm on the ache. This is a nasty mark. It's definitely going to bruise. Not pretty, is it? I glance down at the souvenir courtesy of my dickbag opponent. I'm sure it'll be worse tomorrow. Does your body always look this banged up? No, I mean I'm sore after games, but it's from exerting myself. I don't normally have battle wounds besides the occasional cut or scrape. Tonight is an exception. I would have decked the guy if I were you, she says under her breath, and I laugh. What? I'm serious. Fighting is one of the reasons people watch hockey. He wasn't going to just let me score. The hit was aggressive, yeah, but he was doing his job. Do you have hit someone that hard? No. I think about the time I accidentally high-sticked an opponent. He had to leave the game to get stitches, and I felt terrible for weeks. It happens, unfortunately. Madeline doesn't say anything else on the matter. She takes a step back, eyes dropping to my pants. Do you need help with those? Oh, I blush and clear my throat. It's only one button. I think I can get them. Right, sorry, I didn't mean to be presumptuous. You aren't, I hurry to say. Thanks for the offer. I have some pajama pants in my dresser, top drawer. Could you grab me a pair? Any preference? She goes from the bathroom to my room, and I do my best to make quick work of the button of my pants and the zipper. The thought of her touching me in that way makes my head spin even more than it already is, and I want to speed this up. Plaid, navy, do these have unicorns on them? You can thank my teammates for those. I stare at my reflection in the mirror and frown when I get a good look at the aftermath from the hit. It's not pretty, and it makes sense why I'm ready for some more pain medicine. We did movie night at an away game last season. Everyone had to bring a ridiculous pair of pajama bottoms for a teammate. Maverick thought he was being cute when he handed me those. I gave him ones with pickles on them, so I got the last laugh. You know that's the pair you're getting, right? Madeline calls out. I would have been disappointed otherwise. She walks back into the bathroom. Her eyes drop to my briefs, but they don't linger there for very long. She moves her attention to my face and offers me a wide smile. Here you go. Mind if I hold you while I put them on? Use my shoulder. She bends over and taps my left leg. I step into the first side, accidentally pulling her hair when I almost topple to the side. Easy there, hockey guy. Sorry, my balance is off. Did I hurt you? Lucy pulled my hair much harder when she was younger. I'll survive. Madeline touches my right thigh. She tips her head back to look at me with wide eyes. You have a thigh tattoo. I grin and reach down, dragging my thumb over the collection of flowers inked above my knee. There's a rose and a hibiscus, a lily and a red chrysanthemum. They all form a heart bouquet that takes up a 6-inch space on my skin. I do. Would it be okay if I touched it? Yeah, I rasp, closing my eyes when her nails trace over the design. Do you like it? I love it. It's so intricate and the colors are gorgeous. What do the numbers mean? It's the day my life changed. I don't mention it, but they mark the last time I held Mom's hand. It's the last time I told her I loved her. It was the last time she was in pain, and it didn't feel right to get the tattoo without including that pivotal date with it. Flowers were Mom's thing. She watched the social media channels of some gardening guy down in Florida and learned how to grow her own garden out in the backyard. I'd come home during the summer and see her hands covered in dirt while she planted the new seeds she picked up at the farmer's market. There was always a vase on the coffee table in the living room, a different bouquet every week. After she passed, I wanted to find a way to carry her with me. I wanted her at every game, even the ones I lost. If she were here, she'd probably give me a damn earful for permanently marking up my skin, but this seems like the perfect way to honor her. It's beautiful, Hudson. I'm not glad you got hurt, but I'm glad I got to see this. Madeline touches the petal on the rose one more time and gives me a small smile. I don't know why, but the way her mouth curves takes away some of the pain I'm holding. Who knew you were hiding that underneath your clothes? I'm full of surprises. I step into the second pant leg and tug on the waistband, pulling the pajama bottoms up. There we go. Thanks for the assist, Galloway. Happy to help. You said the medicine was in the kitchen. There should be some Advil to the left of the sink. Could you also grab me a bag of ice? I'm going to try to fall asleep with it on my shoulder. Get comfortable in your bed. I'll be right back, she says, heading for the kitchen. I make sure the bathroom is cleaned up and grab my clothes off the floor with my left hand. I drop them in the laundry basket, then pull back the sheets, groaning as my head sinks against the pillows. Exhaustion hits me, and it's hard to keep my eyes open. Madeline's soft footsteps approach my room, and I smile when she's by my side. Your gauze is still good, right? I ask. Yeah, hasn't budged. She sets a glass of water on my nightstand and puts the pill bottle next to it. I brought a thin dish towel for the ice so you don't get too cold. Smart. I'm probably going to pass out the second I close my eyes, but I don't want to be uncomfortable. Madeline sits on the edge of the bed. She wraps the plastic bag of ice with a white towel and sets it on my right shoulder. How's that? Perfect. I sigh, relaxing for the first time since the injury. Thanks for your help. Are you sure your finger is okay? Totally fine. Accidents like that happen in restaurants all the time. Besides, she tosses a wry grin my way, I had the best caretaker. I don't know about best. Fine, a decent caretaker. Wow, downgraded from best to decent, you're ruthless. She laughs and brushes a piece of hair away from my forehead. Do you need anything else? Stay here with me. Your touch soothes me. Every minute you're around, I feel like the part of myself that's been broken for years is healing. I'm good. You've done more than enough, Mads. Your service is much appreciated, but you should get some sleep, I say, yawning at the end. I'll see you in the morning. If the pain gets worse in the middle of the night, knock on the wall or yell. I don't want to see you wincing at breakfast and find out I could have done something to help, she says. Same for you. If you need another Band-Aid or fresh gauze, you know where I am. Yeah, I do. Madeline stands and gives me one last look before turning off my lamp. Good night, Hudson. Night, Mads, I say, wishing I could have found a way to make her stay. 25 Hudson, I can't sleep. My shoulder is fucking killing me. I can't get comfortable in bed, and the second round of pain medicine hasn't helped the ache. Groaning, I throw the sheets off my legs. Gus and Millie don't budge from the end of the bed when I climb off the mattress and stand, and I'm jealous of the cute fuckers. I roll my arm back, seeing how much movement my body has. My muscles are stiff as hell, and I know the exercises Lexi is going to put me through at practice in the morning are going to make me hurt even more. Grabbing a Stars sweatshirt, I slowly pull the hoodie over my head and open the door out to the balcony. Some fresh air sounds nice, even if the December air is biting cold, and I shiver when I look out at the quiet city. Can't sleep. A soft voice asks from a few feet away, and I jump. Holy shit. I put my hand over my heart and turn to find Madeline smiling my way. You scared the hell out of me. Are you a fucking ninja? To be fair, you didn't look around when you came out here. You startled me, hockey guy. My sincerest apologies, KG. I thought I'd be the only one wide awake at 3 in the morning. I couldn't sleep. She pulls on the strands of her robe and folds her arms across her chest. Her hair is up in a messy bun, and a few rogue dark brown pieces fall out of the knot on top of her head. Her socks are pink, and I spy a pair of plaid pajama pants under her robe. Would you mind some company? Course I wouldn't mind. This is shared space. I didn't see your name anywhere, but I wanted to make sure. Ah, you should have looked harder. I tap my knuckles on the metal ledge. Some of the guys and I added our signatures when I bought the place. I don't believe you. Madeline bends down, tilting her head so she can see under the railing. No shit. I wouldn't lie about something like that. Someone could saw this off and sell it for a lot of money. Talk about a safety hazard. And you think my teammates and I are more famous than we probably are. She laughs and shuffles backward so she can rest her elbows on the railing, leaning against it. When she looks at me, she frowns. Is your shoulder still hurting? Yeah. I drag a love seat over to us with my one good arm and sit. I've taken some hits in the past, but this one was brutal. Are you ever scared when you're playing? No. I flex my fingers and roll my wrist. I know accidents happen. Add in the fact we play on blades, and that's another element of safety. But I trust the guys in the league to not do stupid shit. I trust our medical staff to take care of me if something does go wrong. Tonight was a one-off because the guy is a dick. Total dick, Madeline agrees, and I smile. How's your hand? Better. I wasn't kidding when I said I've had worse. Worse than that, there was blood on my counter. Like a drop, it's not going to scar, and I'll be able to hold a knife correctly tomorrow. And if not, I guess you'll be eating some of my fingertip with breakfast. Kinky scrambled eggs always taste better with pieces of human in them. Now I never want to eat again. It's her turn to laugh, and she giggles before letting out a sigh. I know it's part of your job, but I'm sorry you got hurt. That can't be very fun for your body. What are you talking about? Getting slammed into things for the last 25 years is a hell of a time. At least I still have all my teeth. I grin at her. Is your hand keeping you up? Is it Lucy? She was out like a light when I put her to bed around 8. They had a book fair at school yesterday and the excitement wore her out. Madeline pauses. There are some things on my mind. If you want to talk about it, I know a guy. I need a minute, she says. Sure, of course. Stay there. She leaves through the sliding glass door that leads to her bedroom, and I glance at the sky while I wait for her to come back. When she returns a few minutes later, she's armed with a big blanket, 2 glasses of milk, and a plate stacked with cookies. I don't know how she's holding everything. I scoot over so there's room for her on the bench. When she's sitting, I take the blanket from her and spread it out over our laps. This is a serious operation, I say. It's a cookie conversation. Well, it's more like a tequila conversation, but getting drunk at 3 in the morning when it's freezing outside sounds like the start of a murder mystery. I don't have a lot of mobility in my arm. They wouldn't be able to frame me. You and I both know you don't have a murderous bone in your body. Madeline shifts her position until our arms touch. She hands me a glass of milk and smiles. There, much better. I allowed to eat before you start talking. Of course, I'm an instant gratification kind of girl. She passes me the plate of perfectly baked cookies and I'm in awe. They look like they were made in a high-end bakery, not my kitchen. I wonder when I'll stop being impressed by what Madeline creates. I take a bite and an embarrassing sound leaves my throat. The cookie is soft and gooey and full of cinnamon. My shoulders sag and I'd be shocked if I didn't have hearts in my eyes. That I lick my lips. I might lick my fingers next. Fuck manners. Is the best cookie the best bite of food I've ever eaten? It is not. I swear to God, Madeline, bury me in a casket of these because nothing will ever taste this good again. That'll be fun to explain to the funeral home. She takes a bite of her own cookie and her smile fades. Lucy's dad liked a photo on my Instagram. My hand freezes halfway to the plate on its way to a second snickerdoodle. I know I need to be careful with how this conversation goes because it's the first piece of information Madeline's offered up about her ex besides the fact that he's not in the picture. Is that not something he normally does? I ask. No, I haven't talked to him in 6 years. Hang on. I turn my body to face her. 6 years. That's not even the worst part of the story. It gets worse. My ex and I met when he came into my restaurant while he was on a business trip to Ohio. I had to talk to someone at his table about a food allergy, and he caught my eye. We hit it off, but we didn't exchange numbers. I thought it was the last time I'd see him. 2 months later, he came back, asked me out, and we started dating. It was long distance at first, but I moved to Vegas to be with him about a year into our relationship. She stops to take a sip of her milk and I'm on the edge of my seat literally. We got married and we were so happy. Lucy came into the world and things went downhill. Remember how I told you we learned she's deaf? My ex, Clark, didn't take the news well. Clark, let me guess, He's in banking or finance or some other cushy job like that. Investment banking, actually, she says, and there's a hint of a smile behind her words. After we learned about Lucy's diagnosis, he kept finding excuses not to be around. He skipped a doctor's appointment and started staying out late. She plays with the sleeve of her robe, her voice dropping to soft and sad. A month after she was born, I came home to divorce papers on the kitchen table. Child support gets deposited in an account once a month, but I don't use it. I haven't heard from him since he walked out on us. Until tonight. I swear the earth stopped spinning. She's still talking, but I'm not listening because my vision turns red. My blood boils, and I'm tempted to throw a chair off the balcony, to break a window or someone's neck. I know violence isn't the answer. My parents always taught me to solve my problems with my words, not my fists. The sport I play is inherently rough, but I've only been in one fight in my playing career. The dude I hit, who is the scum of the earth, is an angel compared to Madeline's ex-husband, and I want to meet this guy for myself. I want to tell him what he's missed out on, how beautiful Madeline is, how wonderful Lucy is, and how much joy they bring to my life. But really, I want to make him hurt. I want to make him hurt the way he hurt them, and I've never felt so protective of someone before. Like I want to defend them, but since Lucy and Madeline walked through my door, I think it's part of my job now, a responsibility I'm glad to accept. Hudson, Madeline puts her hand on my arm. My eyes snap to where she's touching me. What are you thinking about? I'm having a hard time processing what you told me. I can't imagine a world where a man would leave his wife and daughter because I don't even want to say the words. I can't comprehend being that cold. As if Lucy's deafness is her entire personality when really it's a tiny part of who she is as a person. I hate him. Join the club. I can make us shirts if you want, she teases, but it doesn't help to lighten my mood. I'm okay, Hudson. Everything in my life has worked out exactly as it should. I'm happy. Lucy is happy, and that's the most important thing. Is this why you're not a romantic? Because of what happened in your past? I ask, and she nods. So cliché, but my divorce ruined love and romance and relationships for me. We said vows that evidently didn't mean anything. It makes me not want to try again because what's the point? I hum, understanding her reasoning. I've been like that since Mom passed away. What's the point of loving someone if they're eventually going to leave you? But then I think of all the good parts of love, the parts where you feel complete, where everything makes sense in the world, and it makes me want to try again. What I break off another piece of cookie. These are going to get me in trouble if I'm not careful. What photo did he like? Oh, Madeline chuckles. I have a personal account that's private. He doesn't follow me there. I have a separate account where I'll share dishes I've made recently. When I was in Vegas, I shared Carved's weekly menu as well. I haven't been active on it the last few months, but I opened it up today. He liked an old post showing off a casserole I love to make. I'm being incredibly conceited and pretending the like was by a woman he's dating who's trying to dig up dirt on me. He follows your chef page. He did when we were married, and I guess he still does. I bet he forgot to unfollow me. He never used to use social media all that much. Must be some casserole. I laugh. And 2 Instagrams, huh? I'm going to have to hunt them down. What kind of stuff do you post on your personal one? I don't use it all that much either, but it's mostly photos of Lucy. There's one on there from a year ago that I love. I snapped it without thinking about it. It's Lucy from behind in a Stars shirt, actually. At the game you all played in Vegas. I wonder if I saw Madeline in the crowd that night. I wonder if our eyes met during a timeout or before the game. They probably didn't because she's impossible to miss. My gaze bounces to her mouth, and I notice how soft her lips look. I can't help but wonder what she'd taste like. Cinnamon, sugar. What would she feel like if I put my hand on her waist? If I rested my hand near her side? I look away. Those urges weren't there a week ago, and I don't know why they're here now. Is it because we're sharing things with each other? Is it because her eyes sparkle like the stars? Is it because I haven't felt this kind of closeness with a woman who wasn't Piper, Lexi, or Emmy in what seems like ages, or ever? Maybe it's because it's her, and the more time I spend with Madeline, the more I realize she might be the most incredible person I've ever met. We won that night, I finally say. Liam had an unbelievable game. He and Piper got married after, actually. They were drunk off their asses. Piper mentioned that happened, but I haven't heard the whole story, Madeline says. Where did they get married? Some chapel. We went out to this club on the Strip and everyone was wasted. That led us into a limo and Maverick and Emmy getting married, then Piper and Liam did the same after. Wait, I went to a club on the Strip that night. You did? Yeah, I dropped Lucy off at my parents', then went out with a friend from work. There was dark lighting and loud music. Pretty sure you just described every club to ever exist, Mads. There were a lot of people there. VIPs, the bouncer kept saying, so it took us forever to get in. I think the place was called the library. No way. I lean closer to her. That's where we were. You're kidding me. I swear to God, I'll show you the credit card charge for my $12 bottle of water. Huh, her smile is coy. Guess we were always destined to cross paths, bombshell. I guess so. I pop a cookie in my mouth. If your ex-Fark ever bothers you again and you want someone to put him in his place, let me know. I'm more than happy to give him a piece of my mind. His name is Clark. Oh, I know what it is. That wasn't a mistake, Madeline laughs. Noted. I doubt he'll make any more contact tonight, was probably accidental, but if he does, I'll send him your way. Great, I nudge her knee. Think you'll be able to sleep now? I hope so, it's hard to hold on to that kind of stuff, you know. Yeah, I nod. I do know. How about this, since you told me something that's been on your mind, I'll tell you something that's been on mine. Fair trade, I say. I can't wait to hear. I'm really glad you and Lucy are here. What? She shoves my uninjured arm. Come on, that's not what's on your mind. Let me finish. My mom passed away a few years ago, I say. Madeline freezes, her grip on me loosens, but she doesn't let go. Hudson, yeah, it's been a while since I've been happy like this, and I know you and Lucy are the reason why. What happened? She whispers. Breast cancer, undetected until it was terminal. I glance up at the sky. Mom wouldn't mind that I'm talking about her. She used to love it. She was the life of every party, bright and warm and so welcoming to others. It all happened so fast, which I guess is a blessing. She didn't have to suffer for years. I miss her, you know. I'm doing better mentally than I was when she passed. I go to therapy. I'm not where I was when she was here, and I don't think I ever will be, but I'm getting close. Oh, you sweet boy. Madeline sets down her glass and moves the plate. She reaches for me and wraps me in an embrace I didn't know I needed until I bury my face in her hair and hug her back. I am so sorry. I wanted you to know. We're friends, and my friends know that part of me, I say into her neck. She smells like vanilla and the sand on the beach on a warm summer day. Tonight was the first time someone other than her has taken care of me after I got hurt. Thank you for telling me. Madeline's hand moves up and down my back. She rubs soothing circles over my sweatshirt, and her touch helps the tension leave my body. What was her name? Sarah. The curve of my smile hits just below her ear. I love her so much. I bet she loved you more than anything in this world. Every mother loves their child an infinite amount, and you're so special, Hudson. She was lucky to have you as a son. She was pretty great. Are the flowers on your leg for her? Yeah. I let out a soft laugh. They are. What a beautiful tribute. I'll share more about her one of these days. When you're ready, I'd love to hear. Thanks. Want to go back to talking about the fuck-fark shirts we can wear? Madeline rests her cheek on my shoulder and picks up the last bite of her cookie. What font should we use? I choke on a laugh and wipe under my eyes. Comic Sans, obviously. Obviously, she repeats, and we settle into silence. A car horn goes off down the block, and I swear I see a shooting star above us. Hudson. Thank you for telling me about your mom. Thank you for listening to me. Just thank you. We don't say anything else. I put my chin on top of her head and drape an arm over the back of the bench. I like having her by my side. She might be the most favorite friend I've ever had, and I know I should be the one thanking her. 26 Madeline. The night on the balcony with Hudson was a turning point in our friendship. I feel so much closer to him now, like I know almost everything about him. I'm glad he shared those parts of himself with me, and it explains so much. Why he's more reserved than the other players I've met. His comments on Thanksgiving, and the hint of sadness he carries with him I didn't notice until now. My heart aches for him. Every parent expects to pass before their child, but to do so while they're so young is devastating. He's so strong to keep all of that inside, to not let it beat him up mentally, and to instead show up every single day for his team. I have so much respect for him not only as an athlete but as a human too. My phone buzzes on the counter. I wipe my hands on my apron and drag my thumb across the screen. A text message from Hudson pops up and he must have known I was thinking about him. Blonde bombshell. Hey KG. Me hey hockey guy. Blonde bombshell. You know how I told you I'm not going to be around tonight? Me I do. The calendar has time blocked off from 6 to 11. Are you part of a cult? Blonde bombshell. Ha. Close. We have a holiday gala every year for charity, and it's scheduled for tonight. I know it's last minute, but 2 people can't make it. I snagged tickets for you and Lucy if you want to come. Black tie, formal, really ritzy kind of thing. There will be food and alcohol, though, and a silent auction to bid on players to spend an afternoon with them. Me, what do you do with the person who wins the bid on you? Blonde bombshell. A few of the guys and I take the winners to the DC animal shelter. Me, do you have any flaws? Blonde bombshell. I'm terrible at making my bed. Me, what a monster. You want me to be ready for a black tie event in 5 hours. Blonde bombshell. You don't have to be. It would be fun if you girls were there, but no pressure. You girls. There goes my damn heart again, skipping a beat. I appreciate when he includes Lucy. I appreciate how she's not overlooked, and if I could have 2 minutes with Hudson's mom, I'd make sure to tell her how gentle her son's soul is. I'm not sure I have a dress in my closet that would be considered black tie appropriate, but after having such a great time with the team on Thanksgiving and every day after, I want to be included again. Me, I'm in. Lucy is going to a sleepover at her friend's house after school, so it'll just be me. Does that change your offer? His answer comes seconds later, making it obvious he's not putting his phone down. Wherever he is, I have his full attention, and that makes warmth gather low in my stomach. Blonde bombshell. Not one bit. Meet me in the living room at 6:30. Me see you then. I frantically open my text thread with Lexi, Piper, Maven, and Emmy. Girls just want to have fun. Damental writes, and good times. Me hi Hudson invited me to the Stars Gala tonight and I don't know what to wear. Piper, he did. Ah, so exciting. It's fancy but so fun. Lexi, full-length dress for sure, but nothing over the top. Me lovely. My whole closet is full of full-length dresses, so this will be easy. Maven, you can wear cocktail-style dresses too. I did that last year and dressed it up with heels and jewelry. Wish I was joining you all tonight, but my youngest is sick. Take lots of pictures. I have to meet you soon, Madeline. Me, I don't know if I own any item of clothing nice enough for this event. I live in leggings and sweaters, the occasional pair of jeans, not formal attire, and we do have to meet soon. Piper, I'll be finished with work in an hour. We can make a quick trip to the store if you want. Let me see what I can find and I'll get back to you. Lexi, you're going to look great in anything. Emmy, she's right. Let us know if you need any help. 4 hours and 58 minutes later, I check my reflection in the mirror, happy with how I look. 5-minute warning, Hudson says from down the hall, and I grab my clutch. Coming. I answer, making sure I have my phone and lipstick before I slip out of my room. When I round the corner into the living room, my tongue almost falls out of my mouth. Hudson is wearing a tuxedo that hugs every curve of his body. His blonde hair is styled neater than it is when he's around the house, and his beard looks freshly trimmed. There's a silver watch clasped around his left wrist, and his white bow tie is decorated with dozens of Christmas trees. I carefully touch my lips to make sure I'm not drooling. I've seen him in the suits he wears too and from the arena on game day, but this is different. He looks like pure man, devastatingly handsome with a hint of softness in his smile. "Hi," I blurt, and he looks up from his phone. Hudson's eyes rake down my body and take in the snowflake necklace sitting against the top of my chest. They move lower to the green fabric of my dress hugging my hips and thighs. He works his way down my legs to my red-painted toes before moving back up. The second his gaze snags on mine, I can feel the heat behind his eyes. The look is so intense, so hot, I have a visceral reaction to it. He's staring at me like he wants to devour me, and my skin burns hot at the thought. I blow out a breath and shift on my feet. "Hi," he answers. The syllable is rough, ragged, and I swear I feel it everywhere. "You look," Hudson trails off, cups the back of his neck with a large palm, clears his throat. "Wow, is my dress okay? It's the only thing I had, and wow," he repeats. There's more emphasis behind it the second time. He moves his hand to his chest. "Madeline, you're beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. You said your favorite color was green," and I lift the dress at my hip, gesturing at my ensemble. "I thought it was festive. When I said green, I meant that exact shade. You in that outfit, really." His cheeks are flushed and his Adam's apple bobs. No other variation is ever going to do. My insides twist into a knot with his compliment. "I'm glad you like it." He's still staring at me and I'm seconds away from melting. "I'm sorry. I'm not sure if I should have said that, but you deserve to hear it. Thank you," I interrupt. "For saying it. It's the holidays, right? We should be able to compliment each other without it being like we're overstepping a line. You look great too." "Do you?" Hudson swallows. He seems rattled. "We should head out. I think I'd like to stay here instead. I'd like to see him relax." Instead, I smile, nod and say, "Sounds good." I unhook my peacoat from the rack in the foyer and look at him over my shoulder. His eyes bounce up from where they were focused on my hips, and I give him a smirk. "Let's do this, bombshell." I've been to a handful of fancy parties in my life, but nothing compares to this gala. There are 20-foot Christmas trees and candles everywhere. Holiday decorations hang from the walls and servers walk around with expensive alcohol and crab cakes. It's overwhelming, but I'm warm and happy when Piper, Lexi, and Emmy sidle up next to me. "Madeline, you look fantastic." Lexi takes my hand and makes me do a twirl. I laugh when she whistles, appreciating the way she's hyping me up and being the ultimate girl's girl. "And that outfit, you get that without doing any Pilates. I'm so jealous." "I saw half the team staring at you," Emmy says proudly. "They were not. No one wants my mom bod." "You're wrong, my friend." Piper hands me a drink and grins. "Liam had to knock Ethan on the side of the head because he wouldn't stop gawking at you. Good thing he intervened before Hudson saw." "Oh." I smooth my hands over the front of my dress. The satin is form-fitting but soft, and it's exhilarating to be seen, to be looked at and noticed. "Is Ethan single?" "Why?" Lexi smiles. "Interested?" "No," I'm quick to say. "I don't want to give anyone the wrong impression. He's way too young for me, and I'm not sure I'd like to date someone whose life is so public. It's hard, and it's even harder in the age of social media. Everyone has an opinion about everything, and if I post 3 photos in a row without Maverick in them, I have 1,000 comments asking if we broke up, why he's not included, and if I'm hiding somewhere because he cheated on me." Emmy rolls her eyes. But then I think about the moments when no one is around, like when he washes my hair after practice, or the tattoos he gets for me and how he falls asleep with his head on my chest. Yeah, sounds terrible, Em." Lexi nods emphatically, and Emmy has to bite her lip to keep from laughing. "All kidding aside, though, I know what you mean. I'm not sure I could date one of the players. I know so much about them. I've seen their antics and heard them make stupid jokes to each other when they're on the trainers' tables. Kind of loses the mystery, you know. There's no romance." "You don't want romance," Emmy scoffs. "You want to be foo." Am I interrupting? Hudson asks, grinning at the four of us. His bow tie is loose and the top button of his shirt is unfastened. He ditched his tuxedo jacket a while ago, and his hair is a little messier than it was when we got here. Yes, Huddy, you are. Lexi flips her hair over her shoulder. This is girl talk. If any of the guys were to join girl talk, I'd want Hudson to be the one, Emmy says, and Piper nods in agreement. Same, he can be an honorary part of our group. As flattered as I am, I don't want to impose. His eyes move to me and he tips his head to the side. I was hoping I could steal Madeline for a minute. I finish off my wine and set the empty glass down. Anticipation sits at the base of my spine. Sure. Do you want to dance? I'm not sure I've danced since homecoming my senior year of high school. I laugh and smile up at him. What the hell, let's give it a whirl. He leads me to the part of the ballroom that's been designated as the dance floor. We join the couples bopping to the beat of some pop song, but the music shifts to something slower when we start to move. I did not plan this, he says. Are you sure about that, Hayes? I swear. He laughs and offers me his palm. I drop my hand in his and his fingers curl around mine. But did I manifest it so I could have a second alone with you? I'll never tell. You've been busy, you don't have to entertain me. You're way more fun than an auction where someone pays thousands of dollars to spend an hour with me. He settles his other palm on my waist, and I'm glad he's not wincing when he moves anymore. His shoulder must have healed up, and it's good to see him back at full strength. I'm glad you're here tonight. Me too. This really gets me in the holiday spirit. Time moves so fast these days, and it's nice to slow down for a night and enjoy the season. Y'all donated so much money to local charities, and it's inspiring. Our organization does good work. Speaking of holiday spirit, I thought we could pick out a Christmas tree this week. You, me, and Lucy. It's been a few years since I put one up, and it would brighten up the condo. She'd love that. We've only ever had artificial trees. I'm off on Thursday. We'll go to a Christmas tree farm outside the city and find the best one. I'm going to call you Santa Claus. I laugh when he accidentally steps on my toe. My heel gets stuck on the hem of my dress, and he wraps his arm around my waist to keep me from falling. Shouldn't you be good at this? You leaped over someone during your game the other night, but dancing trips you up. Are you a hockey girl now? Hudson asks, his voice an octave deeper than it was a minute ago. Are you staying up and watching my games? I am watching his games. After Lucy goes to bed, I turn the TV back on, mesmerized by how good he is at his job. I've wanted to get better about understanding the rules of the sport because it lets me have a few extra minutes with him when he gets home. I linger in the kitchen longer than I did when we first moved in. I've stopped leaving instructions on his meals and started waiting until he sends a text letting me know he's on the way home to cook his dinner. It's stupid, really, but all of a sudden, I'm looking for any opportunity to be around him. Paying attention to the thing he loves seems like the easiest way to do that. I've watched a few of your matches, Hayes, I say, and his smile is the brighter than all the Christmas trees in the room. He dips me, and I squeal when the ends of my hair graze the floor. But don't flatter yourself. It's only so I can roast you on social media and call you Bombshell. That explains the uptick in comments using that nickname. I knew you had ulterior motives. He sets me back on 2 feet. His thumb rubs along the dip in the fabric on the back of my dress and the contact is searing. Are you enjoying the games you're watching? Yeah. I mean, I still don't understand everything, but I like learning. Think I could convince you and Lucy to come to a game? I'm not sure it would take much convincing. We'd love to come if the schedule's lined up. We'll plan something. Hudson rubs his hand up my arm. Gosh, you really are something else, Mads, a sight for sore eyes. Funny, looking at him makes me think my heart needs to be jump-started because he's so beautiful. You clean up well too, BB. He steps closer to me, our chests almost pressed together. You're having fun, right? I'm here with you. I smile. Of course I'm having fun, are you? Yeah. His fingers bunch my dress in their hold, and I let out a shallow breath. This is the most fun I've had in a long, long time. 27 Hudson, my kitchen is a disaster, but it's for a good cause. Operation Christmas Eve cookies for Santa commenced an hour ago, and Lucy, Madeline, and I can barely get through the recipe without laughing hysterically. There are rolling pins in the sink and flour covers the floor. Ceramic mixing bowls with raw cookie dough sit on the island, and the oven is slowly preheating. Jingle Bells blares from Madeline's phone, and she signs the lyrics to Lucy, who shimmies like she's dancing. I don't care about the cleanup, because I swear this is the most alive my kitchen has ever been. We're going to put the cookies on the baking sheets, Madeline tells us, and she hoists Lucy onto the island. And get this show rolling. Lucy signs something to Madeline that makes her laugh again, and I wish more than anything I was part of their conversation. I've been using my notebook, but it's not the same. It feels like a cop-out, and I'm determined to try to pick up on some of the words they frequently use. Are y'all making fun of me? I ask. Lucy wants you to know you have flour in your hair. Madeline leans over the island and tugs on the strands near my ears. She said you look like Frosty the Snowman. It's her fault. She's the one who threw a handful in my face. I offer Lucy the spatula covered in chocolate chips, and she takes it eagerly. Pretend like you're not seeing her eat raw cookie dough. Eating the dough is the best part. Right, Luce? Madeline grabs what looks like an ice cream scoop from a drawer and starts to dole out balls of dough onto the baking sheets. Which one do you think is going to be Santa's favorite? Lucy surveys the scene in front of her. I appreciate how she looks at the chocolate chip, the sugar, and the peanut butter options before answering. After a few seconds, she points at the bowl full of chocolate chip dough, and I nod in agreement. Good choice, I say, giving her a thumbs up, and she beams. Do y'all bake like this every year? We do, but this Christmas is extra special. I didn't want Lucy to think Santa skipped over our house because we moved. She's worried she won't have any presents from him tomorrow morning. I crane my neck to make sure Gus and Millie aren't causing any havoc to the tree. There are already 24 gifts tucked under the 10-foot fur we brought home last week, and they're all addressed to Lucy from Madeline. I have a feeling there will be more there tomorrow. How old are kids when they learn Santa isn't real these days? I ask, clueless. I think I was like 9 when I found out, and I was devastated. Has that changed? That's a hot topic on the parenting forums. There are parenting forums. Oh yeah, the drama is hilarious. I was 10 when I found out. A kid at school was the one to break the news, so I'm not going to mention anything until Lucy asks. It's so nice to be carefree, you know, to believe in the magic of the holidays, and I'll bake cookies every Christmas Eve for as long as I live if it makes her smile. Lucy uses her hands to roll a ball of sugar cookie dough and puts it on one of the sheet pans. She and Madeline exchange a few phrases of conversation, and Madeline gestures for me to join them on the other side of the island. Luce wants you to help her make a snowflake cookie, Madeline says. There are cookie cutters in the pantry. Could you grab them? A snowflake. Now we're talking. I'll be right back. I drape a dish towel over my shoulder and open the door to the left of the refrigerator. It used to be empty in here, but with Madeline around, it's full to the brim. There are 3 different kinds of flour in plastic containers and snacks for Lucy's lunch. Olive oil imported from Greece and some potatoes. I smile when I spot the stack of cookie cutters wedged between a sack of sugar and a dozen different spices. Grabbing them, I shut the door behind me. Lucy reaches for the metal shapes, and I pass them over. I find a clean rolling pin and put my hands over hers, helping her work out the dough until it's stretched thin. Guiding her to the edge of the dough so there's room for the other Christmas designs we have, I press down on her fingers. I smile when she squeals and pulls apart the shape, setting it on the pan. Look at that peanut. It's a snowflake. Remember when we played out in the snow last week? That was a fun morning. Lucy was off from school, and it was her first time seeing snow. We found a little hill in the park to sled down, and she and Madeline made snow angels until their teeth chattered. I helped them build a snowman, laughing when Gus and Millie barreled through the poor guy and sent his rock eyes flying. I sort through the shapes and hand Lucy a Christmas tree. She does this one by herself, and I give her a high five when she successfully pulls the excess dough away without ripping the design. After we make another dozen cookies in the shape of candy canes and big presents, Lucy yawns. We should get to sleep. Santa will be here soon, Madeline tells her, and her smile is adorable. Say good night to Hudson and the dogs. You'll see them in the morning. With clean hands, a sleepy wave, and a hug where she throws her arms around my neck, Madeline excuses herself to put her daughter to bed. I hum along to Bing Crosby, remembering when my parents used to dance around the kitchen to holiday songs. Sorry about the mess, Madeline says, breaking my daydreams. Let me finish putting these on the pan so I can pop them in the oven, then I'll clean up. You do the cookies. I'll be on clean-up duty. I grab the supplies we're finished using and dump them in the sink. And tell me all about the Christmas traditions you and Lucy have. I saw stockings hanging above the fireplace. Did you see the ones we got for you and the dogs? She asks, and when I glance at her, she smiles. We put them up while you were at practice this afternoon. There's nothing in them, but it didn't feel right to not include you. I didn't see that. My throat feels tight. I can't wait to check them out. Thank you. You're welcome. As for traditions, we don't do anything special. Madeline lowers the volume on her phone. She makes quick work of scooping out the rest of the dough and spreading it out across the different pans. When we lived in Vegas, my parents would let Lucy open one present on Christmas Eve. We FaceTimed them earlier today and she got to open the box they sent. That was nice. They're welcome here, you know, if they ever want to visit, or if you want some time off to go see them. I can survive a few days by myself. Maybe in the spring. I don't want to take Lucy out of school for too long. She's having a blast with her class and teachers. She's always been a good student, but she's really excelling in her learning. Madeline smiles and pops a bite of the chocolate chip dough in her mouth. Makes me really proud. And how does the Santa thing work? Do you have more gifts to wrap? Only a few. I'm trying to teach her that Santa doesn't bring the big-ticket items, because it's not fair if another kid doesn't get something off their wish list. I'll finish wrapping those after this, pop them under the tree, and call it a night. Man, I scrub the rolling pins under hot water and she puts the cookies in the oven. Christmas has totally different vibes when you're not the kid. Talk about responsibility. It's kind of crazy. You're telling me. 3 a.m. on Christmas morning is when I do my best work. Do your teammates get together for Christmas like we did on Thanksgiving? What about a secret Santa exchange? We spend Christmas on our own, but if someone is alone, they'll tag along to a family dinner. As for a secret Santa exchange, we tried that for a few years. When Liam ended up with a pink dildo, Coach put a stop to it. I grin. He still doesn't know I'm the one who gave it to him. Damn bombshell, look at you being funny. Watch it, KG. I'm plenty funny. So you're not distributing ridiculous gifts this year. Talk about a lame holiday. I don't know why, but hearing Madeline say that word in my kitchen makes me drop the spoon I'm holding. The loud noise echoes around us and I cough. Tell me we get to eat some of the cookies, I say, trying to change the subject. Oh, we eat some of the cookies. It's the best part of being a parent. We'll leave some crumbs behind on the plate and an empty glass of milk so Lucy knows Santa stopped in. I'm apologizing in advance for tomorrow, by the way. She loves Christmas. She typically crawls into bed with me around 5, but by 6, I can't be held responsible for her enthusiasm. Madeline pauses and I realize there's flour on her nose. It's the cutest thing I've ever seen. I hope she likes her gifts. I bet she's going to love them. I finish off the last of the dirty dishes and dry my hands. The oven dings and I toss 2 potholders her way. Let's go, Galloway. He laughs and pulls out the trays one by one. Stop being so damn impatient. They're cookies, I draw out. How can you not be impatient? Madeline picks one up off the pan and blows on it. She holds it my way and her lips pull up into a coy smirk. Want a taste, hockey guy? Yes, I swallow, please. She hums and brings the cookie to my mouth. I open my lips and she feeds me the bite, tossing me a full smile when I sigh. What do you think? I lick my lips and wrap my fingers around her wrist. Her breathing hitches when I tilt my head to the side and take the rest of the cookie in my mouth. I know I'm playing with fire, but for once, I don't give a damn. Delicious, I say, and her cheeks turn a pretty shade of pink. I'm glad you like it, she answers. When she touches her thumb to the corner of my mouth to wipe away a crumb, I have to hold onto the counter. I hope you'll be around to open presents with us tomorrow. Would that be okay? I don't want to take away from what y'all have planned. Lucy wants you there. Her eyes meet mine and her smile is soft. And so do I, then that's where I'll be. 28 Hudson. I'm exhausted, but I'm awake before my alarm the next morning. I don't remember the last time I was this excited to be up at the crack of dawn, and I practically sprint down the hall. When I make it to the living room, Lucy is on her hands and knees in front of the tree, scouring the presents. She signs something to Madeline, then gives me a big smile and a wave. That's how you sign Merry Christmas, Madeline tells me, and she repeats the hand movements Lucy made. I'm not sure if you'll use it again, but now you have it. I hope I have a reason to use it again, so I mimic what Lucy just showed me. I'm not sure I'm doing it right. I'm not nearly as fluid as they are, but Madeline doesn't correct me. I take that as a win. Did I miss anything? I ask. We're about to start the presents, she says, signing at the same time. I'll never not be in awe of her ability to hold a conversation two different ways. We're going to do half of the presents now, then the other half after breakfast so no one gets cranky. Oh, is this based on past experience? Madeline grins. Unfortunately, I'll do anything to avoid a meltdown, and that includes taking a 20-minute break for eggs and bacon. I like this plan. Do you want some coffee? I ask. If you're as tired as I am, it might help wake you up before we dive in. Do you mind? I can hold her off for 5 minutes so we can be revived. I'll be right back. Could you make mine with a splash of milk and a little bit of sugar? I smile at her. I remember, knife girl. You do. I told you I notice things. Your coffee order is one of them. Madeline blinks, holding a couch pillow close to her chest. Thank you. I make quick work with the coffees, and by the time I get back to the living room, Lucy is buzzing with energy. I hand over the coffee to Madeline and knock my mug against hers as I take a spot on the couch. Lucy's patience runs out seconds later, and she drags the largest present to the center of the room. She opens the first gift, and it's a new bike, bright pink with sparkles on the spokes and ribbons hanging from the handlebars. She rides it down the hall, giggling when Gus and Millie chase after her. Genius idea, I say to Madeline. Now I don't have to take them on 8 walks a day. Give them an hour with her and they'll be wiped out. It goes both ways. 20 minutes of playing with them and she's exhausted. I'm glad they're not going to daycare as much these days. It makes putting her to bed way easier. The rest of the gifts follow. Lucy gets some school clothes, a new backpack, and a Barbie doll. Santa brought her a board game and a puzzle, and soon the floor is covered in wrapping paper and bows. The dogs are having a field day with the discarded boxes, ripping them to shreds and littering the rug with chewed-up cardboard. Holy crap! Madeline laughs and shoves a red and green plaid bow into a trash bag while Lucy checks out her new pencil case. It's like a tornado went through here. Don't worry about it, I like it. I toss Gus a ball of rolled-up paper and he fetches it. Besides, I have gifts for each of you. What? She looks up from where she's sitting on the floor and narrows her eyes. You do? Yeah, can you have Lucy check the backside of the tree? Madeline wraps her arms around Lucy's middle and kisses her cheek. I think there's a surprise hiding for you under the tree from Hudson. Can you find it? She asks, and Lucy sorts through the remaining gifts. When she finds the 2 bags I snuck out here after everyone went to sleep, she nudges the smaller one to Madeline and keeps the larger one for herself. I hope you like them, I say. You first, baby, Madeline tells Lucy, and tissue paper is already flying in the air. Lucy digs through the bag and pulls out the first gift. Her eyes go wide when she sees the two stuffed animal dogs that resemble Gus and Millie. "Oh, how cute! It's the doggies, Lucy." Lucy runs over to the dogs with her gift. She holds up the stuffed versions of them next to their heads and laughs. She looks at me while she signs, and Madeline interprets as she says, "Thank you, Hudson." "You're welcome," I say back. "There's one more thing in there." "Check the bag again, sweetheart," Madeline says, and Lucy pulls out an Etch-a-Sketch. "That's fun. Why don't you give it to Hudson so he can show you how it works?" Lucy walks toward me and jumps on the couch. With her head on my arm and the side of her body pressed against mine, she hands over the toy and watches with wonder as I write out her name with the knobs. "It's another way for us to communicate," I say, and Madeline interprets for me again. "Or to draw pictures." Lucy flings her arms around my neck and I smile at the affection. I set the present down and hug her back, running my hand through her hair and squeezing her tight. "Thank you for her gifts," Madeline says, and when I look at her, she's wiping a thumb under her eye. Such thoughtful presents, and this means so much to me. To her, thank you for thinking of her. Open yours next." Madeline reaches into her bag. A cackle escapes her when she pulls out the gift inside. "You're not serious." "Dead serious." "Comic Sans and everything," I say, and she holds up the plain white t-shirt I had printed earlier this week. "Fuck Fark" is written across the chest, and she covers the curse word so Lucy doesn't see. "Probably shouldn't wear it out in public, but if you feel like breaking plates or something, I think it'll be perfect." "This is," she lets out another laugh and fans her face. "I want to frame it." "We can do that. We'll put it in the foyer so everyone can see it. Forget my jerseys." This will be a great conversation starter. "I'm not sure I've ever gotten something so funny. You're a good gift giver, Hudson Hayes." "I'm glad you like it. All jokes aside, I was going to buy you some new cookware because I know mine is terrible, but I don't know what the best brand is. The internet is extremely divided over colors and sizes and that sort of thing, so I'm leaving it to you. There's a $5,000 Visa gift card at the bottom of the bag, so pick what you want." "That's too, it's not." I smile at Lucy and she sticks her tongue out at me. "And no givebacks allowed." "Fine." Madeline folds her shirt and tucks it safely back in the bag. "Luce, do you want to give Hudson his present now?" She jumps off the couch and races down the hall with the dogs right behind her. When I look at Madeline, there's a twinkle in her eye. "You got me a present." Lucy did. "She's been working on it for 2 weeks and is so excited to give it to you. It's nothing big, but if you could pretend it's the coolest thing in the world, I'd be so grateful." "I'm sure I'm going to love it," I say, and 10 feet charge toward us. Lucy jumps in my lap and hands over a large envelope. I open it, finding a dozen papers inside. What, they're drawings. Of you and her and the dogs. Of you and me at the stove while she watches us make dinner. Of you playing hockey, Madeline explains as I flip through the pages, and my chest feels impossibly tight. My throat closes up, my eyes blur with tears. A drop of water falls on the corner of the paper and makes the marker bleed. Lucy touches my cheek and tilts my head to look at her. She starts to sign, and I keep my eyes on her. "She wants you to know how much she loves being here, how much she loves the dogs, and how much fun she has when you're around," Madeline tells me, acting as my interpreter. This, I shake my head. Words are difficult to find. Impossible, really. There's a picture of the dogs at the rink and me in stick figure form, and my nose stings. I bring my right hand to my chin with an open palm facing me, and I move it slightly forward toward Lucy. "Thank you," I sign, using one of the only phrases I have memorized. Lucy lights up. She throws her arms around me again, and her hug is the best feeling in the world. When I look at Madeline, I see her fighting back her own tears. "I don't know how long y'all plan to stay, but my home is your home for as long as you'd like it to be. For another year, for 5 more years," I say. "You're both welcome here. If this is what Christmas looks like from now on, I can't wait to have a whole condo covered in Lucy's drawings next year." "Best Christmas ever," Madeline whispers. "Nothing's going to top this." "Without a doubt," I agree. 29 Hudson the week after Christmas passes with morning skates, an away game we easily win, a therapy session, and an afternoon delivering gifts to the local hospital. Our fans donated toys at each of our home games throughout December, and getting to spend some time with kids who can't be home for the holidays really puts a lot of things into perspective. On New Year's Eve, I sit next to Madeline on the couch and set a bowl of popcorn on the coffee table. "Did you get Lucy to fall asleep?" I ask, tossing a kernel in my mouth. "It took me forever, and you're going to think I'm a horrible parent, but I did it. I pulled up a fake countdown on my phone and pretended it was midnight even though it's only 11:45, she says. "That doesn't make you horrible, it makes you a genius. And it's not too much of a lie. We're only 15 minutes away. Thanks for the reassurance." She pulls her legs to her chest and glances at the television. New York on New Year's Eve looks like an absolute madhouse. I don't think I could do it. No way, standing in the cold and having to use an adult diaper. I'm all set. I turn up the volume so we can hear the host give us the 10-minute warning until the ball drops. "Do you have any resolutions for the new year?" "Wow, bombshell." She taps her cheek, contemplating. "You're tossing me some hard-hitting questions. You don't have to answer." I shrug and take another bite of popcorn. "You're allowed to have secrets. I think I'd like to make more time for myself. Lucy is always going to be my #1 priority, but I want to say yes to the things I want to do. That includes taking care of myself and knowing when to delegate some of my responsibilities to other people who are willing to help." Madeline pauses and looks at me. "What are your resolutions?" I like her resolution. It's nice to hear her wanting to put herself first, and I'm going to make sure I'm ready to jump in if she needs me. My resolutions: I want to spend more time with my friends off the ice. I want to volunteer more at the animal shelter. I'd like to give away some of the resources I've been blessed with to people who deserve it. I shrug and play with the throw blanket by my thigh. "The next one is stupid," she grins. "Does it involve dyeing your hair?" "No way." I laugh and hit her in the face with a pillow. She yelps and launches one back at me. "I'm not dyeing my hair." I couldn't pass up the joke. "Tell me your resolution. I promise I won't make fun of you, especially with how selfless those other ones are." "I'd like to start dating again. I've always liked having a significant other, and I think this is the year I put myself back out there." "Why haven't you been dating anyone?" she asks. "Haven't really felt like it after my last breakup. Plus, you and Lucy are here. Bringing someone else around is disrespectful." I don't add the other part. The admission that not a single woman has caught my eye because I've been thinking about her lately. Non-stop, really. Wanting to be near her. Wanting to know her better. Wanting to wrap my arms around her and hold her close. I'm not supposed to want those things. Wanting those things goes against everything I asked from her when she started working for me, and I've adhered to that boundary I put in place. But as someone who's always followed the rules, who's always been so good, thinking about something I can't have makes me want her even more. "Am I getting in your way?" Madeline asks. "Shoot, I'm sorry." "You're not." It sounds like I am. I grab my phone off the table. I unlock it, pull up Instagram, click on my message requests, and toss it her way. "Trust me." She frowns and looks at the screen. "What is this?" "Proof you're not getting in my way. Hundreds of those messages are from women in DC. Hundreds more are from cities where I'm playing on a given night. If I felt like finding someone to date, someone to spend time with, someone to pass the time with for a while, I could. And I haven't wanted to." "I'd like it if you spanked me, baby, or I could spank you," she reads, and she's trying not to laugh. Please don't tell me that's what all of these messages say. I haven't looked through them, but they might. "Wow," Madeline grins. "You really are a bombshell. Shut up." "I'm serious. You could have anyone you wanted. You're like a people magnet," she says, and my entire body heats when she says that. Does sliding into a guy's DMs and making comments like that actually work? I don't know. Some of the guys on the team like it. They've got a girl in every city. It's sad. All those prospects in your DMS and you don't have anyone to kiss at midnight. They'd be over here before the ball dropped if you asked, but you're stuck with me. I haven't kissed anyone at midnight in a few years, I admit. Am I missing something good? You're asking the wrong person. I haven't kissed anyone at midnight since before Lucy was born. I'm destined for another year of mediocre luck. The host gives us the 3-minute warning, and I stare at Madeline from across the couch. Feels like I'm always staring at her these days. An hour ago, I was exhausted. Now I'm buzzing with energy, wide awake and willing to sacrifice sleep if it means hanging out with her. She's beautiful with her hair down and her silk pajama set. I'm not sure why I inch closer to her. I'm not sure why I get in her space, but I'm drawn to her like a magnet and I can't stop myself. She jerks her chin to look at me. She tips her head back and inhales sharply. This close, I can see a hint of green in her eyes. More freckles across her nose than I thought she had, and there's no world where I want to start the year with anyone but her. Madeline, I murmur. Yeah, she whispers. Maybe we should kiss, I tell her, not fully knowing what I'm saying, but those lips and the corner of her mouth to see if it brings us good luck. You want to kiss me because you want good luck. Yeah, but I also want to kiss you because I've been thinking about it for weeks. My eyes roam down the front of her shirt. I know she's a woman with curves, but I've been careful never to look at her for too long. I'm looking at her now, though, and I marvel at the way the silk hugs her figure, how it fuels my imagination as I think about what she might be like. Madeline's movements are slow, tentative. She glances at the TV, then back at me. What else have you been thinking about? You, I say. In every way I shouldn't want you. In every way I can't have you. The 1-minute warning comes. Everything narrows down to her and the careful way she puts a hand on my chest. How her fingers fan out over my shirt and she twists the cotton, pulling me toward her. As if I wouldn't go willingly. As if I wouldn't move mountains to get there. With 30 seconds to go, her nose brushes against mine. Her exhale is warm against my cheek. 1,000 thoughts race through my head, but I hold back. I wait for her to tell me how this is going to go, because I'll be damned if I ruin what feels like a fever dream. I've been thinking about you, too, she whispers again. The announcer counts down from 5. He yells out one as music starts to play, but I barely hear him. I'm too busy cupping Madeline's face with both of my hands, touching her cheek gently and listening to the shift in her breathing. She's so soft, and when she kisses the corner of my mouth, I tremble. It's overwhelming, but when she huffs out a laugh at my reaction and kisses me fully, I'm lost. A man gone because she's the best thing I've ever tasted, and once isn't going to be enough. 1,000,000 times won't be enough. It's slow at first. A gentle press of her lips, a tentative touch of my tongue. Hesitant and learning, but after a minute, when I expect her to pull away, something shifts between us. Our kiss deepens, and my hands move from her cheeks to her hair. I wrap the long strands around my wrist, grounding myself to her. Madeline shifts so she's closer. I lean back and pull her with me, her chest against mine as I drop my palm to her waist. Hudson, she breathes out, and I pull away so I can press my cheek to her hair. She sighs softly. Should I stop? I ask. She shakes her head, grips my shirt even tighter, and lets out a shaky breath when I press my lips to her temple. She moves closer, one leg on either side of mine, and I know I'm affected. She knows I'm affected, and every shift of her position has my restraint wavering. I curse myself for being patient, but none of the things I'm imagining make me a good man at all. I'm thinking about her, about how easy it would be to make her smile, and when I move my lips back to hers, it's the most alive I've felt in years. A loud boom outside the living room window causes us to spring apart. The dogs bark at the noise. Madeline falls onto the floor between my legs. I see a mark on her neck. Her shirt pulled to the side and swollen lips. A glassy, dreamy look in her eyes, and 100 different ways I want her. What was that? She asks, and her voice is thick